She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The final day of the Austin Major EU qualifiers are here. One of 3 teams is going to make it on the last spot to head across to Texas in just over a month to do battle with some of the best teams on the planet in Stage 1. Hawker, Ents and Bait start things off with Astralis waiting in the wings to see which of these teams will progress. And I think on paper, this is actually a pretty damn close matchup.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think this is a close one we've got here. You can see some of the teams that have already made it through, though. 3-0 for Heroic and OG. Heroic looking really solid in their victories. And OG, maybe a bit of a surprise that they were able to make it through 3-0, but great to see them back at the Major. And then I think some of these rising teams, BetBoom, Namiga, Metasport, all squads doing well for themselves. I think BetBoom coming into this, I was excited to see. They've done a really good job. Namiga with some up-and-coming talent, a lot of talent and just raw skill on that roster. And then Metasport, we know these Swedish guys have been really trying to get back to the top for a while. Finally getting back to a major for the Swedish scene. That's a good feeling.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. A lot of Swedes very happy. It's been let's be honest, a region that's been struggling as of late, so good to see. But for the here and now, the final day of the playoffs are upon us, and it's going to be Ents against Bait up first, as I mentioned before. Astralis waiting to see which of these 2 teams will get it done. And I think Ents and Bait have been a little bit under the radar for a lot of people. I think maybe Bait was a little bit more favored to make it through than Ents, as they've been having quite a few issues. But Bait's journey to this point, Hawk, is actually really impressive. They lost our 2 opening best of ones. It was looking like it was pretty much all over for them. And then so far, they've clean swept the way back. 3 consistent best of 3s in a row. 2-0, 2-0, 2-1 has got them to this point. So they may be about to do something truly special. If they somehow qualify, that would be 5 best of 3s in a row that got them across to Austin.
Yeah, they are well and truly on the grind, over halfway through the grind, if they are indeed to make it. And I think the impressive thing for me is sort of, as you said, that they started out actually with a 2-1 win over Paravision. And to be honest, that was really close. And that was maybe a little scary considering Paravision weren't looking at their best throughout this tournament. But once they've got that 1 win, they've really hit their stride. And the 2-0 against 9 Pandas, that's pretty impressive to me because I thought 9 Pandas would be a team in the conversation, but it was quite a comprehensive victory for Bait. And I think that puts them in pretty good stead here. It feels like they've been able to turn this round at just the right time.
Yeah, 13-7 and 13-10 victory in that 2-0 on Dust 2 and Mirage, respectively. So I do agree. There's a couple of twists and turns in the second map, but the first one was pretty smooth sailing. Whereas you look at Ents, they have really gone through a gauntlet themselves. Like, they started with a win against 500. Let's be honest, everyone was ranking 500. They didn't have a great tournament here. And then they lose to Heroic 13-6. It's like, okay, fair enough. They went through 3-0. They get battered against Astralis, and we actually watched that together, casting it. on terrain. It was super one-sided. I think at that point, both of us going into that Fnatic game maybe feared the worst for Ents, because it was such a flat game. It was hard to see how they bounced back, but they did.
Yeah, and a massive thanks to SDY, who really got them through that series, had an incredible series for himself. I think one of the best series we've seen throughout this entire event, and that put them in a good position where they could go on and beat Saw. And in that Saw game, again, it was kind of close, but it was actually a couple of other players stepping up. It was Netu top fragging, and then Glaive having a really good fragging series. So I think for Ents, we're seeing multiple players contribute, which is nice to see, considering against Fnatic, it was really SDY doing the heavy lifting. But we've got to see that continue for Ents. And it really comes down to whether or not we're going to see multiple players show up at the same time for this team, because it feels like at times they may be taking it in turns to show up and have good games. If you get a few of these players showing up at the same time, that's when I feel Ents can be at their best, because we've been saying we don't know if they have the real standout star players, and maybe SDY proved that wrong a little bit in that Fnatic series, but overall, I do think that this is a team where they've got a bunch of solid players, but maybe no one that's really that standout.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of what we said when SDY popped off and had one of the series of his career, probably, especially considering the magnitude of what's at stake here. But we also saw Kaspersky in the center of the screen right there. He also played really solidly against Fnatic as well. You know, he was playing super solidly on Ancient, a map where Fnatic often have quite a bit of success, standing his ground against the likes of Mattis, who also himself had a really good series. So it's quite interesting in the sense of, like, maybe they don't have an out-and-out crazy star player, but you get almost every game somebody different is stepping up in this tournament, and if that continues, they've got a real chance today.
I mean, sometimes it might even be Glaive. He's actually been having some fragging maps, so that's nice to see as well. And Poddy on the AWP has certainly had his good moments. Meanwhile, on the Bait side, I do think they're also a pretty well-rounded roster, I think it's fair to say. You know, you've got the likes of MPL, who's been really solid, actually calling for the team at the same time. I think Headtrick, very just reliable as an AWPer and a rifler, which I think is important in CS2. You can't just be a sole AWPer, it seems. You know, you've got to have some rifling prowess. And if anything, Headtrick's the sort of player where if he transitioned into rifling full time, I could get behind it if there was a really good AWPer that you were trying to pick up on this team. And then the rest of the players, I think, also very solid as well. And as you were saying, I think Bait were a team coming into this where I'd absolutely have had them in that conversation. But they're also a team where, you know, like a lot of the other teams here, they've had this roster together since the start of the season. This is what they would have been building up to. And so it really does come down to this. You know, if they don't make it here, there will be questions asked, and we'll have to see if they can make it through.
No doubt. I think there'll be questions asked of both squads if they don't make it. I think Ents is also definitely going to be under the gun for that one, because they've also been a squad for the last, 5 months, I want to say, since they picked up their last players. So it's not a case of necessarily panic stations if they don't make it, but it would be such a massive, monumental boon to their confidence, their stature, of course their orgs as well, if they can make it through here. But I mean, it is the gauntlet, as we mentioned. It's not just a case of winning this game. It's not as if they win this, they're through. They then have to play against Astralis, who have the luxury of basically sitting back and watching on to see how these two teams fare off against each other. Now, also important to mention, they did play against each other less than a month ago for the Astana playoffs, the qualifiers, pardon me, and Bait did win, and both their map wins were pretty comprehensible, I should say, at 13-8 apiece on Ancient and Mirage. So maybe that's something else to factor in as we get through to our vetoes.
Yeah, absolutely. I do just get the feeling for me that maybe Bait have a little more reliability in their players across the board, because, you know, looking at our head-to-head, we're picking basically the two best riflers for both teams so far at this tournament. So SDY has been fantastic, especially in that series against Fnatic. Definitely a very good player in the late round, and is just so methodical in the way that he plays, where as long as Ents get decent starts to the rounds and can get him into 2v2s, 3v3s, or even clutch scenarios, I have a lot of faith in SDY to deliver impact. Whereas MPL, I actually think he's been a bit of an all-rounder for this team. He's obviously calling as well, so I think that comes into it sometimes. If you're calling for a set play, oftentimes you might just want to go in first to prove, hey guys, I'm committing to this, come on, let's get everyone involved. But I think he has been a bit of an all-rounder on this team, and I think that's kind of how this Bait roster looks to me. Like, I wouldn't say that any one of their riflers are a standout, but I just think they're all so solid across the board.
All right, it's time for our veto. Let's see how this best of 3 is going to be faring and how it's going to come down in terms of the map. So Nuke insta-ban from Bait, with Inferno also getting locked out.
Okay. Getting the Mirage and the Anubis pick. Okay, that's a slight switch up from the previous time. Ents went for Nuke previously, so getting something slightly different. And then they do still leave that Ancient as the decider. So just the switch up in the Ents pick there. I mean, Ents did win their Nuke pick last time, but that means they're happy to leave that Ancient decider, which I do think Ents have been, trying to lean in towards. It's a map they've been playing quite a lot, but at the same time, that's a decent strength for Bait as well. I think Bait will be coming into this pretty happy with this veto. And yes, I'm sure Ents will have learned from that previous series, but at the same time, Bait have got a couple of comfortable maps there in the Mirage and the Ancient.
They do. I suppose a caveat to that, though, because obviously when you look at the stats, it's pretty bleak for Ents, right? Like 85%, 80% for Bait. On Ancient, if it does go that far, which I wouldn't be surprised if it did go over the full 3 maps, do keep in mind that Ents, although it's only 50% win rate, they did just beat Saw in their previous match. Had a very narrow loss to Fnatic, and also beat 500 in this very tournament on Ancient. So they've been playing it regularly recently and getting a lot of success. That being said, though, on the flip side, to play devil's advocate, the last time they played Ancient, they did lose it against Bait. So it's kind of flip-flopping back and forth here. But you have to also take into account that some of those previous results, I don't really necessarily look too much into, because this is the EU qualifiers for the Major. This is a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, especially when you've had a bit of preparation time ahead of this series. You know exactly what you're about to come up against. I'm sure they would have looked back at that previous map and said, okay, these are the things we needed to improve on. This is what went wrong. So many times we say it where we see the changes as clear as day once we get onto the server, and it really does have a big impact. So yeah, definitely I think the case here. And I mean, you've got to remember as well, Glaive I think is so useful to have, just because a lot of these players, when you're grinding online, I keep saying it, and I'm going to keep saying it, they're not really used to having so much build up and pressure into an event. And a lot of these teams here, they've actually had a week or two off of playing officials. They know that they've been grinding for this specific event. And more importantly, that is a completely different way of approaching Counter-Strike, as to just kind of playing game after game after game and not really having time to maybe feel the pressure or actually have to prepare for your opponents in the same way. So I'm sure Glaive would have got a nice maybe online boot camp. I don't know if they were able to get in person or not, but I'm sure he would have said, this is really important. We're going to really make sure that everything is dialed in. And that itself can make a huge difference, of course.
I think Glaive is probably the X factor in this game. Not necessarily for fragging, because I mean he has already top fragged in this tournament, but I think it's his veterancy, his leadership, the fact he's been around the block so many times, so many major wins. This is a guy that is going to be in his element, I have to feel. He is a big game player. You often see with Ents and the different iterations they've had, back when they had the Polish teams as well, when it came down to it in the playoffs, he was often the guy top fragging, getting a ton of impact. You said that MPL, being the IGL, also allows him to set himself up if he's feeling like he's on a bit of a heater. Same with Glaive, and he often will make the most of that. Sometimes maybe called upon to go huge with entry frags, he can get that one done as well. So I think having Glaive on your team is invaluable in a position like this.
Yeah, definitely. And I also think it's still important for Ents to have that balance and have their players have the confidence to call things sometimes. Like, they can't just rely on Glaive and always having the structure from him, because I think we've maybe seen that on 1 or 2 occasions. We've seen Ents sort of slip into that, okay, let's just listen to Glaive and fully rely on his calls. And it can maybe become a little predictable. I think Glaive often likes to be very structured and methodical in his play style. And I think that's maybe sometimes what I feel this Ents team are missing. I'd kind of love for there to be like an aggressive player, someone like a Mattis, who every now and then you can say, okay, I'm actually just going to take fights and I'm just going to throw that slightly different spanner into the works.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Mirage. Let's get into this. Ents on that CT side to kick off a super important game for both of these squads. And Bait not hanging about, going to be getting out. Oh, hold on a second. What's happened there? I guess we're going to have a restart, aren't we?
I hope so. Yeah, unless he somehow dropped a molly on himself, which I doubt. I doubt was the case. Looks like we will have a full start here, but yeah. big map here to start things off for Bait. Their map pick coming into Mirage. They'll feel very confident on this. They'll feel very comfortable. It's a map they've not only played so often, but they're on a crazy streak on this. Let me count it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 map win streak, Vince. 10 map win streak, including one of those previous wins against ENCE. A lot against similar teams, to be fair, against those Eastern European squads, but still, oftentimes those Russian teams are the scariest to play on a Mirage. So yeah, it's a very comfortable map for Bait, and it's one that I think they just have to come in here and immediately show that they're not going to be feeling the pressure.
I'm really glad you've mentioned that statistic, because it really does drive home just how favoured they are to win this map. And they've played it 3 times here at the qualifiers with those 3 wins. Additionally, on top of it, Hawk, when you look at the score lines, it's pretty rare that teams get 10 rounds against them on this map. It's normally pretty one-sided. You're looking at like a 13-5 against BC game, 13-7 Paravision. So it's not just the case they're winning, they're getting it done pretty easily. Anyway, we had a full stop last time. Let's get into the action this time around. Bait going for the same idea just outside of the ramp, and that leaves Netu on the CT box. He's had a ton of impact here against Fnatic with the USP. Almost playing for that retake though, and he does have a kit for the job if needs be. Smoke out onto SDY. He's going to have to bide his time and just wait, but there are now reinforcements wrapping around from the mid and CT side respectively. Netu gets his kill, can fall back now, and ooh, that's a rough push in from MPL. Finds himself 3 players to contend with. They've denied the bomb plant, and they've shut everybody down. ENCE off with a bang.
Yeah, you can see what Bait are trying there, just trying to get in towards CT for that post plant. They have the smokes up on the other angles, but Netu does such a solid job at getting 2 kills before they can even really get in towards his position. That makes such a difference, and then he just drops back, waits for his teammates to all come into CT. They have 3 players fighting together, and Bait never really get the foothold in the bomb site, and they never even get the bomb plant, Vince. That makes a big difference into this second round. Bait just have to save.
Yeah, they got fully jump scared off the CT box peak there. Jumping around wildly, desperation creeping in, but as you highlight, the effects are felt. Senthiel's been arrested by Alex. Not letting him out. There we go, finally gets himself free.
Got that one dig in the hands of Hetrick to set him up. Oh, it was a dink at range, sadly. There will not be anything here, really. Just the 1 kill on the Glocks. So ENCE will be fine, losing 1 player. Good bit of SMG money made as well. But now we get to see the true test of just how good Bait can be on this map with their first gun round.
I think if you look at the overall sort of skill level, I would maybe slightly go in favor of Bait here in terms of just player for player, firepower purely, but what they don't have is the experience of SDY, of Glaive in particular. The rest of the troops are a little bit more rookies. Essential though is hearing footsteps coming towards him, and it's a 1-4 trade. That's an AK traded up as well, but information on top of it for ENCE. They can now dial back and wait for the push to come in from Bait.
Very fluid start here from ENCE, which I'm liking on that A side of the map. Now the short play will come in. Glaive pushed into the apartments, but he goes down with nothing as that B anchor. That's going to be really difficult now for ENCE to try and get back into this B bomb site.
Low NPL. Do you have a smoke though to throw down? Multiple angles to deal with. Catwalk's been pushed. 2 players now in market. There is the smoke in play, and there's another one where that came from. This will be a tough retake on the side of ENCE. Additionally, they've only got the 1 kit, no HEs or incendiaries, and out they spill into the open. Kenzaizo gets 1, but that's all he's going to muster up. And Hetrick now trying to use that smoke as a bit of a reprieve. Not much time left on the fuse. It's ticking away ever so quickly. Hetrick just needs to survive, needs to thrive. But in comes MPL from above, and that is the round done. Bait may have lost the first 2, but they have arrived.
Yeah, real shame there for ENCE that Glaive can't get anything out of that B apartments position, because everywhere else on the map, everything was going pretty well for them. Get this initial aggression, it's a solid trade. SDY catches 1 in the back. And if Glaive can get that apartments kill and even survive up in the apartments, I think that round becomes really difficult for Bait. But instead, because he goes down so soon, they just get the bomb site so quickly, and they still have a further smoke to try and lock Ents out. Well handled by Bait. They've still got to handle this round, where the buy isn't perfect from Ents, but still 3 rifles. Oddie trying to help out on mid. They decide to give it up, though.
5-7 for SDUI. That could be a problem, hence him pushing in first down on ramp and them clearing this angle out. So valuable intel, but it does have limited use as there's still so much time on the clock. They can't fully commit to pushing around because there's only the 2 of them in position. They don't have middle control for the most part. They are peering up on the box boost. But Bait can just bide their time and wait this one out for a while. Try and draw away some of those grenades on Ents who are feeling the effects of that previous round.
Smoke in that backside of Connector. But there's still this boost for Poddy. Not anymore. Drops off and decides to smoke instead. And oh, the spam is so good from Netu. 2 through the smoke. And Exkapersky gets one of his own. This is just smoke kills from Ents.
That's brutal, isn't it? Like, Beta feeling pretty comfortable in this round, feeling pretty good, and then suddenly, nope, shut down in the back through the smoke. And that's going to do a world of good to alleviate the pressure economically that was building up on Ents. Bait have to pretty much just save. 2 players pretty healthy, but it's the AKs and the utility alongside it, so great turnaround from Ents. It was starting to look a little bit sketchy. It looked like they're about to explode out on Catwalk and try and steamroll over Bait. Instead, it is a 3-1 score. Netu keeping that solid performance alive. You said it, in the last game, their last best of 3, he was one of the players that shone pretty bright for them. Super important he can keep it done, because I think it's safe to say, as we get into a tech issue here, that the win they got against Saw was a bit of a surprise for some. Saw have been looking very good, and they got pretty easily beaten 2-0.
Yeah, it was a really impressive win for Ents. I think that's the win that's really got a lot of people believing in them. Because up until that point, yeah, sure, you beat 500, you beat Fnatic with a stand-in. Those maybe aren't the bigger tests, but Saw were a team that absolutely had major aspirations themselves. Just really liking the activity that we're seeing from Netu on that A side of the map, showing a couple of different looks. We had that Palace push earlier. I think that's something that Ents can maybe sometimes lack slightly, is just that ability for players to every now and then take a slight risk at the start of the round, and it's really benefiting Ents so far.
And just to put that in context while we're kind of talking about Netu, in his previous series against Saw, he had 14 more kills than deaths in the series, just shy of 94 average damage per round, and a 1.38 rating on HLTV. So he was the top performing player on either team. Very impressive indeed from his perspective. Big reason why Ents got themselves across. Apparently one of the players is feeling a little bit ill, so fingers crossed everything will be okay. Wish them all the best, of course. We'll update you when we have any more information. That's the reason for the tech issue, though.
Hopefully can get that sorted as soon as possible. And definitely a nice start for Ents here. As we were saying, just the disruptive play, I think, is very nice, because as soon as you start winning a couple of rounds with, say, that Palace push, it's going to make it more difficult for Bait to be able to just set up all their rounds. They might start to think, okay, we've got to slow things down. Maybe we've got to second guess ourselves ever so slightly. And if that starts to happen, that's when Ents could really get ahead of the game. I feel like in those first rounds, you could just see Netu looks really dialed in. I'm excited to see if that continues. Like, if he can keep that up as that A-side anchor, that is normally such an important position for any T side to try and take. Normally you expect to be able to get that bomb down on A in probably the majority of rounds, in all honesty. But if there's an A anchor there, constantly getting a kill or two and even surviving, it just makes Mirage as a map so much more difficult.
Oh, 100%, and especially as we've kind of discussed the dominance that Bait have had on Mirage as a map. 10 maps in a row, I believe you said. 3 in a row in the qualifiers. 85% win rate. When I was looking at their individual stats in terms of how they do on the CT&T side, 61.5% win rate on their T half. So if Netiu is able to shut this down and close it out, continue his very solid performance here, and then can dial up a solid CT side, I mean, there is a chance they're going to break that streak. There is a chance they can maybe take the map of Bait. Yes, it's super early days, but I have to think this is such a solid start. Let's put them on the back foot immediately with 2 Tech 9s. Alex yet to get off the mark on 0 kills. Kenzaiser only with 1. So it's been a little bit of a flat opener here on the side of Bait.
Yeah, definitely a little lackluster to start things off. Also be interested to see if and start to fight mid more aggressively at some points. I think we haven't seen that AWP of Poddy yet, but we definitely saw him have a willingness to put down a smoke and maybe peek into underpass, try and take an early angle. That's something that Bait will also have to be wary of. All in all, I hope that Bait aren't panicking too much right now, because especially that last round, you get spammed through smokes. It's nicely timed by Ents. It's well, you know, done by them, but it's not like you can really take much away from that on the Bait side. You can just say, okay, well, that's a bit frustrating, but sometimes that's going to happen. You'd think they'd still have a lot of confidence that they can come away with a good T half hit. At the same time, though, this next round, when we come out of this technical timeout, it will be very important for Bait, considering they have gone for this force-up with just a couple of AKs to show for it. If they lose that, then lose the next with a potentially weakened buy. This could get out of hand a little quickly for Bait.
Oh.
Nope, speaking of, we just got baited there.
We did, big time. I'm like, oh, let's go. Nope, tech issue again. Okay, well, hopefully everyone is okay and ready to go. Oh, here we go. It's going to happen. I'm not going to believe until I see them actually start the round here, or because they're not going to fool me twice.
This is like when you're playing matchmaking and there's those tack timeouts and they wait till the last second to call it every time because their mate's AFK. Fools me every time.
Okay, I'm beginning to believe. We're good. We're ready to restart again. Thank you for your patience at home. Zent's in a 3-1 lead. If you have just joined us, this is all the chips being planted down. The side of matchup, the winner of this will play against Astralis for a place at the Austin Major. Netiu in the meanwhile, though, using that smoke in the firebox, hearing a ton of bullets whizzing past his head, and Kenzaiser, straight after the tech issues, is going to come through and deliver the opening frags. Pressure firmly on Ents, and they cannot withstand Kenzaiser. He had 1 kill coming into this round, now up to 4. And Glaive, not with many options available. A 1-on-4 retake. Major set up for a couple of exit frags. He doesn't even have a kit here, Hawker. I mean, his chance of clutching this round, practically 0. He's going to get peeked into, comes out second best, and Essential will put the final nail in the coffin. Bait back into winning ways.
Yeah, try to shoot that AK over to a teammate at the end. Doesn't quite work, but great round from Bait. And we were just saying, having that A anchor being so impactful can make a big difference. Well, this time, Netiu trying to give a different look, committed towards that ninja box, and he just gets peeked from the other side. He gets peeked from Tetris. Too many different angles to deal with. And then I think a couple of the further Ents fights, they'll be a little frustrated in the way they lost them. Sprays to the body that weren't successful. Bait landing some good shots. Just like that, Ents weren't quite ready for that pace coming out of the technical timeout. And we said how important that round was for Bait. Not only to keep their economy strong, but also because now it leaves Ents having to save in this one. So that's going to give Bait a really good chance now to feel a lot more confident in this T half.
Golden chance as well to make sure that they get this back to an even keel. Just pistols. And no utility or kits on the side of Ents. So, I was about to say they're about to double push the comp, but Kaspersky splatters with the deagle. NPL at range, having a bit of a fight with the AK, but eventually wins out on that one. And now Poddy with the deagle. Some valiant attempts here. Ents making this as difficult and as turbulent as possible on the approach, and they're not completely out of this round just yet. Nate2 has shown already his prowess with the pistols. Glaive may not be long for this world. If he pushes into the murder hole, it's going to live up to its name. There's only 30 seconds on the clock, though, here. They have to make a decision. Oh, Glaive gives himself up. And they know where Nate2 is. They saw the shots from CT boxes earlier. And NPL will take his head clean off.
Yeah, nice to see a couple of cleaner kills from MPL after that first one. It was a bit of a struggle over towards that Under Palace player. Definitely nice for him to get some kills on board, and now we finally have the AWPs out into this round for both Headtrick and Poddy. I think this will be an interesting head-to-head as well. I'd say they have somewhat similar styles for me. I wouldn't say they're crazy aggressive with the AWP, but they will look for picks, they will look to get on angles early. See Headtrick there with that spawn looking for it. In the meantime, let's come over to A to help this A aggression, but Nate2 dealt with as well. It's a Senthiel again with kills. And oh man, Ents are just getting owned in this round.
Two just pure clean kills from Senthiel. They basically just peeked into him one by one. No flash, nothing preceding that push, and Ents being punished in the worst possible way. Poddy gonna get boosted up onto the box, but there's a smoke there to greet him, so no chance of denying the bomb plant anyway. And this probably just will be a save. The money is not in any position to go for it. I do agree. I think there is definitely a similarity between the way that Poddy and Headtrick approach AWPing. Also, both of them have absurd reaction speeds. I mean, we saw against Fnatic. Do you remember that flick shot in window?
Yeah.
The Poddy landed. It was like we were watching it from the perspective of the player he killed, and we thought like, what the hell just happened? We saw the replay. Just insane.
Yeah, definitely have that capability on both sides, I'm sure. Not really getting to see much of it in this round, though. I mean, there was the nice shot from Poddy in the B apartments, but it's not relevant to the overall round. I think we're starting to see the success that Bait can have in, especially when they're grouping up and just getting early fights. I think that's going to be the key to a lot of their success. Looks like you might not be on the server right now.
Indeed.
Okay, so this is, yeah, PC issues. Okay.
Yep. Well, let's hope we get all these out the way at the start of the game, you know, so we can be blessed with all of the drama, twists and turns over the duration of this best of three. Of course, very early on in our first map. This being the 8th place decider match. Winner advances to the 6th place decider match, and the losing team is eliminated. And of course, in that 6th place decider match is Astralis, who have had their fair share of criticism, critique over the duration of the qualifiers. It hasn't been as clean and as convincing as we were probably expecting going in. We even said in the opening stage, the pre-game segment, Hawker, that the two teams we thought would make it through fairly easily would be Astralis and Gamer Legion. We have been proven completely wrong on both of those counts.
Yeah, and I definitely think it's nice to see some of the other teams that have made it. I was really hopeful for the Bet Boom team. I'm happy to see they're doing well for themselves with Boomich at the helm. Axile as well, of course, in that lineup. One of the names that people will very much know, but just in general, they've got a very solid team there. Zorte on the AWP, I like. Quite a well-rounded roster. Plenty of other teams doing well for themselves too, but let's focus on the teams at hand, because as you said, Astralis awaits the winner of this best of three. And this one ends only able to save a couple of guns into this. It was interesting to see how teams approach this sort of round. How aggressively do you want to play with the AWP and the rifle? Well, he is going to peek into underpass. In the meantime, another smoke spam to get Ents into a round. I'll be hoping that they can have a similar result to the previous round they got that smoke kill. Oh, and Glaive. Player get tagged there. Decides he has to just drop back.
Smoke also planted down just to stop the rush from coming through. Unfortunately, though, they have lost Kaspersky, so that's one of the 2 primary weapons that's now been hit back on the dirt. Can retrieve that as Netiu gets it now under his control. Issue is, though, that Bait are making moves over on the B site. That smoke's going to clear momentarily. And once it does, 2 players hungry to have a quick look and a quick peek. Ent's going for the stack. Probably the idea is to stack the site. If they push you, you potentially win the round. If not, you just go for the save. Onto the AWP and M4. Good shot from Body. Essential already showing us that his AK aim is on point. As Poddy goes back in for more, padding those stats with a second frag. Smoke is up. The bomb, though, has been spilled out into the open, should be mentioned here. So with that smoke being blown open, there was a chance, and if the kill came through, the bomb goes back down again. Out of nowhere, Ents now have a chance. Well, screw that. It's not a chance. It's a great opportunity for them. And they've got those weapons still in play. AK comes down, but SDY gets ahead of Poddy. Not playing together, tossing in the HE. Enough time for MPL to get that bomb planted down. He's not sure about Poddy's positioning. He's now switched to the AK-47. Making moves. Time of the essence here. Yes, the bomb has just been planted, but keep in mind that Poddy does not have access to a kit. And with no kit in position, in play, he has to be proactive. Has to get in the face of MPL right now. Pushing around the back of Market. He's going to have him dead to rights any second. Gets the kill, has enough time, and Ents snatch this round away with 2 primary weapons coming into it.
Wow, MPL just doesn't realize Poddy can be there so soon. He doesn't realize Poddy has already crossed to the site. I think that's because Poddy was all the way back on A, getting those AWP kills prior. But he was so quick on the rotation once he realized, oh man, the bomb's here, let's get involved. And it looked like Poddy is kind of just setting up here to see if he can get kills, but maybe to save if he has to. But as soon as the bomb gets dropped, suddenly the round changes entirely. SDY realizes he can be the pivotal player. That's exactly what happens. That is a frustrating round loss for Bait. They've got to put it behind them because now they're facing double AWPs out from Ents.
Oh, so much damage through the smoke as well. 2 players below 50. You know, those smokes now coming through and a hefty mount onto Poddy, who's stuck in the window right side, getting winged down to 33 now, trying to cross and will successfully do so. Bait will be worried because we've already seen the impact of these spams through smokes. When you've got 2 players this low, it's even more dangerous and scary to push forward. They are looking for this window peak, though. MPL using it for the catwalk control for the time being, but of course they can explode up into window on the timing. So Ents, doing their due diligence, keeping themselves alive, don't have that much utility left collectively, but they have stopped the push for the time being.
You with a nade ready, but it will be Poddy's turn to take this angle, and it could be the bomb spotted soon. Headtrick's actually the furthest player forward right now on the ramp. He's dropped down, but it's Alex who takes the first contact. Poddy able to deal with him, but look at him sneaking in behind. They have no clue. It might not matter though. They're still getting kills elsewhere, but Poddy committed to a dangerous angle. Now these side players could be in trouble. Headtrick with 2, and Essential with a great flick of his own. And Glaive's AWP, well, it won't be irrelevant in this round. He simply has to save.
Precisely that. Save the best option on the side of Glaive, and it was looking so tentative, so anxiety-ridden on Bait after taking so much damage on that middle approach. And some exquisite entry frags. Essential really standing out from the rest of the pack. And, I mean, when you look at his stats, he's typically bottom of the scoreboard. You know, his rating is below a 1.0 rating coming into this over the last 3 months, and yet he is the player that is kind of carrying his teammates in some of these entries. Alex yet to get off the mark is 0-7, normally way more impact, especially on a map like Mirage. Very comfortable on this map individually. And what will be a bit of a concerning sign here as well, Hawker, is a lot of the rounds that Ents have picked up, I'm not saying they were lucky, but you can't rely on smoke shots time after time. Eventually, you're not going to get the lineup, the timing that you were looking for. When it's came down to these clean rounds, the rifle rounds in particular, Bait have been head and shoulders above their counterparts. Ents, of course, won the pistol, and they're still struggling.
100% right. Feels like these rounds where Bait are allowed to start to move towards a site as a group and go for these faster pushes. Ents don't really have the answers right now. That's going to have to change. Here comes Glaive. He's stuck with this AWP because he has the Kevlar. Actually, Polly has Kevlar too, but it's Glaive who does very nicely on the back of that smoke. A good shot from him. I reckon he'll stick with that AWP now after that opener. Oh, hello. Where's that come from? Kaspersky with another kill. Suddenly this round is on.
It looks like he hit and run from Catwalk, because he's now backed off to the B site. So I think he had a quick peek Catwalk, landed the shot onto middle. Now Bait. Head spinning, dazed and confused as to what is going on. Now, lack of utility and kits could still be a problem on the side of Ents, but that's assuming that Bait can brute force their way on the site. 2 players, forward positioning. There's Senthiel once again getting an entry that is so vitally important. Ramp and Tetris, Potty with the USP kills Alex. But Senthiel again, another entry, add a third into the mix. May have just done enough to save Bait's round here with that post plant coming through. Sumdai Young does have the A1S, Kaspersky with that deagle. But this is really where the lack of nades and the lack of kit comes full circle and becomes a real problem. Both players also on Bait are healthy in separate angles of attack. Firebox and CT respectively. And as Ents start to shimmy their way through, they've been spotted. SDY's barrel definitely got caught around the corner. And now they can both focus onto the site. And they successfully stabilize. It was looking pretty dire. A 3v5. But Senthiel once again standing tall. 14 frags to his name.
Jeez, they've needed him in some of these rounds. Senthiel having an incredible map so far. And yet again, a slight oversight there briefly for Ents, but look how clean some of these kills are from Senthiel. That second shot he landed there onto Glaive, that's the big one. Onto that ramp player who had the AWP. Ents now back on a buy. SDY actually with an auto shotty in this round. That's over on B, but that might not be important because the A exec is coming in immediately.
It's you with a HE that could do some significant damage. It lands right into ramp. Down the throat of 3 players. Kenzai's also tagged up from a second HE. They've softened up the targets. And now it's a case of finishing them off. There is a flank round the back as well from Glaive. It's all about posting up as much damage as possible from CT boxes. And Natsu will oblige with 1. Great shot from Headtrick though. The plant successfully put to the dirt. And now Glaive's rotation. Oh, this could be it. This could be the ace up the sleeve. They know he was last spotted on Firebox. Hunting his prey, spots him. He's looking for that second player beforehand. Maybe he hasn't seen him. Surely you just snatched a life away. No one's dealing with this Firebox player. And now he pops up and shows his hand. I thought Glaive had seen him. They can't get the defuse. Oh, it's a total catastrophe for Ents.
Oh, Senthiel's just stabbing in the smoke. Now he knows he's won the round. That is ridiculous. Glaive, get your glasses out, son. I'm sure he could have seen the side of that player. If anything, I'm surprised he doesn't show up on the minimap at that point. That is crazy. It looked like Glaive just never realized. He must have never realized. As you said, it looked like he was maybe just waiting to see if he could get more out of that scenario, but no. And Ents did so much work on those smoke spams, on those nades. They did so much work to get into a good position, all for nothing.
Really curious just how many pixels were showing, if any. I'm assuming that there were some to be seen. That's a really strange one. Either way, they've got to put that to the back of their minds. It did look like it, yeah. I thought he was looking across to try and find a second player before he took the shot. Potty somehow survives, dodging bullets in the smoke, but eventually Headtrick goes back and checks. And I understand why you want to play aggressively like that with such a rough fight, but I mean, surely you have a second player there to help you out, to at least, like, draw away fire or crossfire it in. That feels like Potty's got a bit too overzealous and has been punished in the worst possible way. Good frag from Glaive, though, and you can trade up to the AK-47. At least keeps the odds even in this round.
Oh, that sounded like a nice shot from Kenzai. Saw an immediate headshot. Etu tries to move out into the open just as Headtrick finds him, and we've been saying how solid Headtrick can be with the rifle. We've seen it throughout this half. 12 and 5 himself. Can't quite catch a Ascenthiel. That's just because Ascenthiel's been so good. Hence, I mean, they've got to try this retake, but their chances are slim. Oh, hello.
That's just increased the odds, but I think he's been put back down to 0. Nice shot from SDY. Does have a kit. Time though is low. Upgrading to the AK. Intelligently and diligently, Ascenthiel backs out. Doesn't want to give his life across. Molotov out. Oh, it's so rough. It's so brutal. Alex is going to pick up his first frag in the half at the end. It is an important one, though. But it means that Bait will be leading 8-4 on their map of Mirage.
Yeah, Alex not really needed for a fantastic half on the Bait side of things. As you said, with Ents winning the pistol, that is an incredible half for Bait in the end. They will be delighted with being able to come away with 80 rounds. And a few moments where maybe Ents should have been able to pick up 1 or 2 more that don't go their way. 145 ADR for Ascenthiel. Damn.
Now SDY sat there like, okay, now I know how Fnatic felt. This is pretty miserable. Oh, we just can't touch this guy. He's just ridiculous. 17 frags, 2 assists. Unbelievable. And when you also look at his multi-kill rounds, he had 4 in total with 3 opening picks and 0 losses in those opening duels. Just dominant. There's not much else to really say about that performance from Ascenthiel. And to put it in perspective, as Hawker just mentioned, the pistol round did go the way of Ents. They won 3 of their 4 rounds in the opening 4 rounds. So past that point, only 1 round. So 6 out of 7 to close the half on the side of Bait. So dominant in those rifles.
That means that Ents have got a hell of a lot to do here. Smoke out towards B early, and it is that man, Ascenthiel, on the B site alongside Kenzai And wow, that's a shot mid-air from Kenzai Ascenthiel here to help. They might just try and survive at this point because they know the rotate is arriving, and Ents are finding no forward progress onto this B site. It has been bombarded by CTs. And Poddy has no chance, surely.
Yeah, it was raining men over on the B app side. Fortunately, Kenzai had his umbrella out and just splattered them, impaled them on that umbrella. Poddy, though, he is alive, but not for much longer. Head trick from the A side, wrapping into Connector, shuts him down in the back of the head. And if it wasn't bleak already, it most certainly is now. That felt like one of the last lifelines on the side of Ents. Not even a plant to play off. So likely an eco. Great shot from Kenzai. He's not had the best of games. He is a very talented player. But good to see him getting in the thick of it in this one. And yeah, pretty convincing, comfortable shot at the end. Ents with nothing to play with. This should be over pretty quick.
Talking about this round on the map, Vince. With how this feels. Ents might not have much longer here on Mirage. I'll take that. Something on the mid play. Not much, though. 20 and 4. Ascenthiel could be on for an incredible map here. The AKs will be coming out shortly for Ents, but really is getting down to last stand territory here. Decent utility available. I'll start to use some of those smokes on mid and Connector. Meanwhile, Bait have actually stuck with 3 MP9s here, so it would be a decent opportunity for Ents, but as soon as I say that, trick on the angle. At least Netu's able to get one back. That player's now trapped on the right side of Ramp. The head trick decides not to keep him locked in. It's a little too dangerous being out in the open. This mid move is working for Ents. They've got mid control. I'm not sure these MP9s will want much to do with mid, but maybe the boost of Ascenthiel will. Oh.
Saw him. Oh, he most definitely saw that. Molotov's going to go down. Incendiary is forcing them out into the open, so with him spotting that play, they're going to be very cognizant of a window peak push coming into play here. Oh, okay, that's a problem, though. That is an issue. Headtrick now in a bit of an awkward spot. Has to commit pushing onto the site, and Kaspersky will have no mercy. Down he falls. Save coming through for Bait. A couple of moments where it was looking as though Ents may very well just be pushed out of this round as well, but very importantly, able to divide and kind of split the two formation down the middle. And a 5th round will be theirs.
I thought we might see Ascenthial try and get into ladder room or get a little more active once he realized those players had crossed mid. Because, as you said, that window room was just wide open and definitely felt like the A site was maybe going to be vulnerable. And Headtrick had a really tough decision to make there once his teammate went down. You either try and commit to the site and get multiple kills and try and get into a different angle, or you just sit back and at that point, you kind of feel like you might be conceding the round. As long as Ents have a little utility to cut you off. That's an 8k upgrade for Kenzaisaw. He'll take that. And Ents will certainly take their first T round. As we said, MP9s were carried on over into that round by Bait. They should have full rifles into this one. Even if that is a FAMAS on Alex.
We'll pick up the pace, perhaps. Young in a really good spot for this one. Preemptively tries to extinguish the Molotov, and he gets the hit and run he was looking for. Perfectly played based off the spawn positioning. And now that they've got the pick, he just falls back. And they can settle this one down, knowing that the impetus is on Bait, maybe to try and make a play. They have given up B control entirely. No way of Ents knowing this as they replenish the window smoke. They are more interested on going into con. No smoke. Oh, but it's backfired. Young showing some of that form that we saw against Fnatic. It could be a concerning sign. Kaspersky finally sprays down onto Ascenthial, but MPL is going to return a favor. Bait, they'll have to contend in a 2-on-4. In awkward, close-knit positions, and they're being iced off by Nietu and Palace, who's keeping MPL interested, but he must be aware that Connector is also a problem, a threat that they have to contend with.
Oh, smoke down from Headtrick. SDY will play on the back of it, but I think soon Bait might start to realize the safe call is required unless they can get something very soon. But I think even with that kill from MPL, they're so far removed from this B side of the map. And that's more of the sorts of rounds that I was saying I want to see from Ents. A willingness for a player to make a sort of heads-up play. And again, I was saying I don't always think of SDY as that sort of player, but I think with the experience he has, it's nice if he can contribute with a little play like that every now and then. Going for that ramp play. Flash over the top for him. Forces the opener. And then from there, a good conversion on mid. So, just as it felt like Bait were going to run away with this map, Ents have strung together a couple of T rounds. And there is that opener with the flash from Glaive. Wonder if that was SDY's idea or whether Glaive told him to go out ramp. Either way, it worked out nicely. And now Bait will just have these 2 safe guns to work with into this one. I don't think they'll be sweating too much yet. That's at least giving us a bit of a gain here.
I think if Ents get up to like 8 rounds, at that point, might see a tactical timeout come through. May very well see it into the next round. They're going to have rifles in play. But they still have to get past the saved weapons. The AWP and the AK-47. Headtrick. He actually hits Nietu, who was behind the player Jiggle Peak. He was like, cheers, mate. My shin's just been blown to bits. But that's the risk that you run. Oh, Kaspersky, though, is wrapping into the window. Kenzaisaw using that smoke, just perched up. Once it clears, that could be a problem. But if Kaspersky, he has the opportunity to wrap into the marketplace, and no one would have any idea about this. Kenzaisaw about to show his hand with a deagle. Nails the first shot. This is where he should fall, though. A fast, avenging frag. looking to be the guardian angel here on Ents as Essential eats that grenade. Shrapnel for breakfast. Can't do too much on the repeak. And realistically, Ents should have just sealed this round up. They've divided the middle control across the four of them. Good flash onto NPL, just has to desperately back off, but weakened and then finalized. Ents will have a 7th round. The best that Bait can do is save the AWP.
Yeah, it ended up being a slightly awkward mid-round for Ents there for a second, because I don't think they expected Kaspersky to get so far forward. And those B players start to come back towards spawn, but then I think they were a little concerned that there could have been that A aggression, and that's why the A side of the map was so open. So then they go back through mid, but as they funnel through mid, they realize if there's someone on short, we could actually be in trouble here, and it could be a bit awkward to get on towards A. But eventually, they put all the pieces together. It's not a problem. And Glaive is on the hunt, and Headtrick has not got up into the apartments. Oh, wow, he actually just got spammed by Kaspersky. Okay, that's how you take away the AWP. And, well, Alex, I'm sorry, mate, but you're saving a grand total of nothing.
So here is the tack issue, the tack timeout, I should say, to solve the issue of closing this curse that has started to become inflicted on them from Ents, who look dead and buried after losing the second pistol, but have mustered together a really solid comeback from 10-4 to 10-7. Now, I will say the pressure will begin to mount at this point for Bait. If they lose this, they know they're in a bit of, well, not a bit of trouble, a lot of trouble, especially as it was top-heavy on the first half with Essential effectively carrying most of those rounds on the attack. A different ball game on the CT side, of course, and he has slowed down a little bit. Not necessarily fair to him because he had such a ridiculous first half. He's on 20-6. Really ridiculous performance. But my concern as well on Bait is it may start just itching in the back of their mind that they know the next map coming up is Anubis. It's not a great map for them. It feels like they have to win Mirage if they want to stay in this series.
Ooh, close on the spam. That would have been a lovely way to start things off. Previous round causing the lack of AWP for Headtrick in this one. Again, we said he's a very capable rifler, but it limits the CT options slightly. So this time, Bait just want to make sure they don't give away any early fights. They're going to make Ents work for this one into the later round. Kaspersky got into position previously. This time he gets into his own smoke, and Headtrick hears it. Gets him in the midst of the window. And Bait get an all-important advantage, which is extended upon, and now it's NPL in connector. Ents get squashed on mid. And there's nothing to be done. It's Bait about to get 11.
Nightiu moving through on the T side. Enough funds to buy into the next one. No economy as well for CTs, not great, so it is definitely worthwhile just seeing what you can get done from this point. Oh, full flash from Nightiu onto Kenzai Zoro, and NPL's gone down as well. They're just feeding him frags, and he nearly picks up a third. Which would have been a real problem, because Bait, you can see, after saving 3 players, picking up a few AK-47s and replenishing their weapons, there's going to be a few players around that $0 mark. So that could have really horribly backfired, but instead they have extended their lead one more time. 2 shots through the smoke, and it felt like Ents at that point were never going to be able to recover. Great spray from MPL, great transition. And Ents back into real trouble. You buy in, don't have much behind this though. There is an AWP in play.
SDY again, the man forward in the most advanced position on mid. In the meantime, Alex playing as that A anchor. He's had a rough game right now, only on 1 kill. That's why I was scared when they kept swinging Nightiu as well. Alex was still alive with just the 1 frag. He can start to get scared, but look at this again. Connector is the early focus, but Kaspersky cannot find anything there, and there wasn't really the follow-up to trade him. MPL gets away with an advantage, but again, this A side of the map, they're able to sneak out onto. Headtrick able to get 1 back. And MPL may just allow this player to cross now that they have the man advantage.
Oh, double though from SDY is so impactful, integral to keeping Ents in this map. Essential forced back from with a Molotov. Didn't do little but just wait it out. Flash is there to greet him afterwards. A HE. Everything being tossed in his direction, but for the most part he shook it off. Not too considerable in terms of the damage that's been dealt to him. It's more the 3 players that stand all being healthy. And him having to traverse back onto the site with no incendiary, no smoke, no HE to try and burst open. He's waited long enough that they may think that he's rotated through on the CT in towards the window, but Glaive is sat there watching. So they're not falling for this. They're sticking around on the site, and this round is going to come to a close. The flashbang is good, and SDY will clean up. So Ents may have lost the previous one, but they bounce back instantly with authority. Looks like we've had Kaspersky drop from the server, so hopefully be back in just a few moments' time.
Yeah, this was a good start for Bait, but again, this A site, we're getting a few of these rounds where Ents are able to sort of sneak through. Then SDY, you can see, for me, he is that player on Ents that has just that little bit of X factor. Able to come away with a quick double kill on mid, basically off his own back. He gets the monkey off Ents' back as they win that round. I mean, I was saying earlier, Alex having a rough game and playing as that A anchor there, just getting snuck up on. I know we had the talk about the timeout earlier for the health issues. Don't know who it is, but hope everything's okay there. Maybe could explain things slightly. Either way, Ents are really getting back into this now, and honestly, I feel like they've kind of just grinded their way back into this game, winning a few rounds where I think Bait will be a little annoyed at the way they've let these rounds go down. But fair play to Ents, they're finding the gaps, they're finding the ways in. Suddenly it's just a 3-round game with Bait having bad money. This is not an easy one to call anymore.
No, certainly not. I think it's a bit of a coin flip. Even though there is a 3-round advantage for Bait, obviously this round is basically going to be nothing in terms of a purchase. They got an MP9, Good Eagles thrown in the mix, but it's been sort of the overall vibe and sort of feeling of this half that's been pretty one-sided in Ents' favor. Like the one rifle round that Bait picked up, it was 2 smoke kills, taking a page out of Ents' book, I guess, on their CT side, where they got a ton of them. But it doesn't really fill you with confidence, because the bulk of the CT rounds here have been off the back of the pistol. Kind of similar story, just reversed from the first half on Ents. And when you have a Sentinel popping off, again, he's not typically top of the scoreboard. He's normally towards the bottom. And MPL's had impact, but most of that was in the first half of CS. Head tricks landing kills, but not really impactful ones. It's mainly sort of exit frags, and most of those were in the first half. That's why it is starting to feel like maybe Ents can do this. Maybe they can fully bring this one back, assuming they don't have a huge fumble. As you can see there on the round history, they've won 4 of the last 5 rounds, and they haven't really had a chance in most of those.
Yeah, and especially in that previous round we just saw where Bait honestly should have had a chance, because they got up to the 4v3 early. It looked like a good position, and then it just so quickly falls to pieces. It's the sort of round that really scares you. As Kaspersky dropping down onto Alex. Just had the MP9, but no longer. And they no longer have control of this A site. Bait. The smokes are good. And it's much easier to spam these smokes when you have the silenced M4, as opposed to the loud and proud Desert Eagle. Ooh, Potty needs to be a little careful. We'll get back and land a shot. And seem like they are in full control of this round, as you would expect.
Setting up for exit frags, it would appear, on the side of MPL and Head Trick. Maybe using this as a bit of a mini tack timeout themselves, because they know the importance of this next round. They lose this next rifle round, it's possible Ents get up to double digits, maybe even tie. This is where the experience of Glaive, of SDY in particular, really starts to be worth its weight in gold. And the lack of experience on Bait can be a problem. Yes, they've been playing tons of Counter-Strike Online, Tier 2. They have attended LANs as well. but they've not been in these kind of positions often in their careers. And that is the kind of difference maker that Ents can really look to exploit. So, 8 have a buy. It's full A1Ss though. And they do not have a kit to play with.
Starting to get towards breaking point here with how many rounds Ents have been winning. And again, the lack of AWP for bait will be a little frustrating. The rifles should be okay for them. Big damage through the smoke. Ents have been so good at that throughout this map. But MPL pushes off the back, decides to give it up for now. In the meantime, look at Ents, their quick response over to the B site.
And Izor's going to lay down the law though, and these are such impactful moments in the game. Glaive, the touchdown into Kenzaisor's position was compromised. They don't know that Hedrick is in this angle, and they are going to lock it down between 3. Alex, Hedrick, and Essential all pulling their weight. And although Kaspersky's position's not known, he doesn't have control of the bomb. It's in a horrible spot. The struggle is real. But credit to Bait, they've been really under pressure. Really struggling. And stagnating on this CT side. But finally they put their lead to use. And Kaspersky, try as he may to blow down this defense. It's him that is sent hacking and reeling out of the round by the hands of NPL. And 3 map points fall in favor of Bait.
Yeah, you see Ents there realizing there's such heavy presence on mid that they decide they want to quickly pounce on B. It's a quick mid-round call, but Bait actually kind of just gave up on that mid area pretty quickly. They just had MPL in top mid and those players on short ready to really quickly rotate back to the B site. And unfortunately, Ents, they had the one player go out of the apartments way earlier than the rest that were scrambling to get back to B. So they get shut down on that approach. And Bait get 1 round away, and oh, there's that little gap that Potty almost works with. No opener yet, though. In the meantime, Netu in this smoke. Looks like he wants to get cheeky, and Hedrick, oh, he was asleep at the wheel! The trade's out onto A, looking good for Ents here.
Sides are pushing into the smoke, though I don't think Glaive has any idea about this, and he should lose his life as a result of it. So at least they can maintain a little bit of mid-control, but it's a rough spray from Essential. Put down by the MAC-10. Player advantage falls back underway events, but they're not sure about the current positioning of MPL. But he can't do anything to stop this plant. He has no backup. Kenzaisor's been Molotov'd off, so MPL is pretty much playing for the long haul, the big picture. Waiting for that Molotov to clear. Kenzaisor can try and take point, try and run a bit of interference, so then MPL can show his hand from the CT side. There is a kit though, but it is in the hands of Kenzaisor, so if he were to fall prey, and that gets spilled down around jungle, it makes MPL's life that much harder. And he knows it. So he's going to have to save the AK, and Ents have saved the first of 3 map points. And MPL, salt in the wounds, will not transition into the next round with the AK alongside him.
Yeah, and still going. They're still going here. And again, they're taking a few of these risky plays, and I'm really enjoying seeing that. Feels like there is that bit of freedom in this Ents team right now. Netu sneaking through the smoke, and Hedrick will be a little frustrated that he just goes down. I think maybe he was having his mind elsewhere, maybe looking at the minimap, or maybe just didn't react in time, but whatever it is, it allowed those trades out onto A to be successful. And honestly, that feels like a position where Ents are getting their success in these early fights. As you said, the buy limited for Bait in this one, and already losing a couple of players early. Flash in to ladder room. There's a player close by on short. Hedrick might have a chance to activate. Oh, he spots that player, but not in time to save his teammate. And wow, Kaspersky goes back for the headshot. No question as to where this round's going.
Essential is able to push down into the underpass. I mean, Kaspersky's pretty low, but I don't think he's going to get this fight as he's already pushed onto the ladder room side. So realistically, Essential's task is to try and take a weapon or 2 away from Ents and see if he can save one of them. That is the only thing that's going to go in his favor. There is an AK down in middle, which he's just spotted. His eyes light up. If you can hold on to this, it would be a nice little bonus for the next one. Ideally, doesn't really want to give his position away at this stage. Would rather save the AK over getting any frags. But he's not going to have that luxury because Sundar Young's about to peek him, but doesn't even check the chair. It was like a half check. Like, I'll just look over there. Oh, muscle memory kicks in. Does get punished. I'm not sure that Essential's going to get away with this one, though, because Nightio is pushing up fast. It's going to be close. He may be able to hold on to this one just by the skin of his teeth. And that is a significant upgrade that's now afforded across. And keep in mind how much work he did with the AK in that first half.
Yeah, that could be very valuable. And also, heading into this last round of regulation, I'm pretty sure Headtrick will finally have his AWP. Yes, he does. I could see that making a big difference because there have been multiple rounds where ENCE have been able to contact out onto A and honestly just get so much space on that A side of the map without Bait being able to do much about it. I would not be surprised if Headtrick with that AWP positions towards the A side of the map in some way. Maybe it'll be around jungle and towards mid earlier, but I really do think that could be an important piece of the puzzle here for Bait to try and plug that gap that we've seen so many rounds on that A side. The question is, are ENCE aware of that themselves? Do they want to dodge that AWP? I think they should be aware that it's a possibility in this round. But they've had so much success towards mid and A ENCE. Do they want to switch things up? It's a big question here. It's a big round for Bait. They need this, Vince. They had such a hefty lead. They were in full control. Now it's slipped away from them. Now they need this round. How do you connect to Vince?
Real pressure cook around this one, isn't it? Meanwhile, though, he's getting peppered from multiple angles. And Kenzaizo will lay him down. And yes, they did get into connector, but they've lost the catwalk control. Fortunately, a smoke put down into the ground, but Headtrick alongside the balcony player of Alex are able to lock it in. And Poddy, unless he can pick up this ridiculous prospect of a 1v4, overtime is not going to be on the cards. It's going to be map 1 going the way of Bait. And Headtrick, laser-eyed down on ramp, may have missed his shot, but so has Poddy. And now his position is known. To make matters worse, he is being flanked. Even if he can get a pick or two, somehow, some way, you might as well cue the Jaws music because he is about to get devoured. They're stalking their prey. And Poddy valiantly just holds the line. They've actually stopped that rotation. They want to make sure they don't give any opportunity for him to wrap around with 35 seconds onto the B site. I respect it from Bait. And although it was laboured, although it was a little bit dodgy in moments, they have secured Mirage.
Yeah, and Headtrick did a lot of work with the rifle throughout this map, but he gets the AWP into his hands in the last round of regulation and proves his value with that weapon, getting the 3K at the end there. And I was saying, I think that A site had been an issue. I was saying, I think that AWP could be a difference. It really was there. You see Headtrick just having that long-range angle. ENCE didn't actually even have that much utility towards him, so he's able to get those 2 kills. It makes a big difference, and finally, Bait find the answer that they were so desperately needing in that round.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. And as I said, with Anubis next, I think the importance of them securing Mirage, not letting that slip after vast leads in the first half, going into the second half. I think at one point it was 10-4, and then ENCE made this like really solid comeback attempt. Very important they got their hands on this, because I now think this could very well go the distance. That being said, though, although Essential had a great first half, it really was Headtrick on the second half that picked things up and started to carry them towards that finish line.
Yeah, Headtrick really had to carry them through, and MPL had a couple of moments too, but as you said, just nice, I think, for Bait that they can have multiple players showing up at different times. And for ENCE, honestly, it's going to be a little heartbreaking that they came so close and they can't bring it to overtime. But there's positives to take from that map. I think, honestly, with the way they played throughout the start of that, I thought it wasn't even going to be close. And they just seemingly always found a way throughout that second half to just find ways into rounds. And Bait kind of just didn't get a lot of resistance in a lot of those rounds. So I think ENCE can take positives away from that. And Bait, I think, can just take relief at the fact that they did manage to close out their map pick.
Yeah, that's a deep breath, isn't it? It's like, okay, right, exhale, we're okay, we won our map. And that means that they've extended to 11 in a row now as well. So I think that's another reason why ENCE, yes, you'll be disappointed. You'll be sad about the fact that you're not 1-0 up. You're one map away from potentially being eliminated. But you did take bait to their limits on their choice. And basically a fortress of a map as well on top of it. So either way, it is a 1-0 to bait. They have the advantage. Astralis will be grinning, especially if this goes to full 3 maps, because it's going to be a marathon for one of these teams going through to the latter stages of the day. But first map has concluded. Second map coming up after this short break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Anubis will be around the corner with Bait winning their choice 13-11. Now the pressure is back on Entz's shoulders. It is a map that they've been pretty solid on as of late. Bait have had their issues, Hawker. So it's hard to really call how this one's going to go down, because obviously what we did see ourselves firsthand was Entz slaughter Fnatic on this map just recently, 13-4, where Sundai Young pretty much had one of the best individual performances that we've seen at the E qualifiers. But is that realistically something that can be repeated and kind of banked on?
Yeah, you wouldn't think quite to that level, but I think it is fair to say that just very recently, Entz have hit a great level on this map, because their last 3 wins are that 13-4 against Fnatic, a 13-6, and another 13-4. That's all within the last, month or so. And that's a really good sign for them. So you can see exactly why they've decided to switch that pick from the previous series, go for the Anubis instead. I do think the one thing we've got to say for Bait is that a lot of their history on this map is from a couple of months ago. And the one time they played it at this qualifier, they actually took Saw into overtimes. They actually played Saw close. So maybe we're underestimating Bait ever so slightly. Maybe this is sneakily a map they've been putting some time into. But at the same time, for whatever reason, this just seems like a map that Entz, as a team and on the whole, are just very comfortable on. And on that point on SDY, I think on this team, I'm wondering if he's realized he's kind of the best rifler on this team and that he's got to take a bit more initiative, because I think we're seeing more and more of that. And I know SDY, he's a very thoughtful guy, very aware as a person, I would say. Sometimes you get those players who, they're just going on the server and they're just kind of doing what they want. I think SDY is the opposite of that. I think he's really a smart guy. And so I wouldn't be surprised if he's realized at times I've kind of got to take over games. And, well, if he has realized that, it worked against Fnatic, that's for sure.
Yeah, I remember even saying yesterday against Fnatic, it's almost like at some stage, Glaive might just be of the mindset of like, I'm not going to micromanage you, I'm not going to tell you what to do. You just play purely off how you're feeling. Like, if I have full faith in you, he's been around for a long time, he's played in some great teams, like he obviously was a stand-in for Na'Vi for a while, playing with some of the best players on the world, so he's learned a lot. Got a bit of the short end of the stick, I think, was scapegoated pretty hard in that team, if I'm being completely honest. He got a raw deal, to say the least. And so yesterday he took over. We saw earlier on Mirage, that peak up on ramp, played the spawn, basically was in conjunction and playing in tandem with Glaive. So clearly there's a lot of trust between the two of them, and that's, I think, something they're going to need to rely on if they do want to make it through this best of 3, and maybe potentially, go up against Astralis and, who knows, maybe even qualify for the Major, but that's a long, long way away from where they currently sit.
Yeah, I guess also the question with that is, it either could be SDY realizing himself, sometimes I've just got to take more initiative, or it could actually be Glaive kind of saying to him, I need you to do this. Like, I need you sometimes to make these plays, especially in that Mirage round where it seemed like it was Glaive flashing him in. wouldn't be surprised if it is Glaive that's saying, okay, I think we need this sort of different look. Let me flash you in. Let me see if you can actually get an opener for us. So it's always hard to know from the outside looking in. You know, we can go either way with it. And it's probably a bit of both, if we're being honest. That's normally the way it is. But I think over on the bait side, yeah, it's hard to know what they can really do going into this map, just because our recent history, what is so fresh in our minds, is just Fnatic getting trounced by Ents. And I think Fnatic were even trying their aggressive plays at times, and even those were getting shut down. So normally you'd say if you're the underdog team coming into a map, you just try and get a little loose, you try and get a little crazy with it. Against Ents, it's kind of hard to see that working because they seem so well drilled and so structured on this map.
They do. It feels like a map that they have a lot of confidence in, and they have a lot of reps on as well. You know, like we were saying this yesterday when they played against Fnatic. I think one thing additionally, though, just to turn it back into the hands of bait, is that, yes, they did take Saw to double OTs. We actually casted that game, and that was the game where Story went nuclear. He was insane on the AWP. And so you have to really factor in here, as you highlighted, I think it's a really good point. They haven't played since February. And so have they been workshopping Anubis? Is this maybe a false narrative? Are the stats lying to us a little bit about how good bait are actually on this map? Because that was also, to go back to that map that we saw, and that's really the only bit of information that we have recently. Headtrick had a rough game as well. Like, he was basically just being outsniped by Story, but that was like, I'm not going to say a life game for Story, but we don't see those very often from him. So you have to kind of factor in, like, bait could be a lot stronger on this map than we're giving them credit for. And they also have the firepower and the ability to take over games. My one concern, though, is Alex was pretty much the invisible man on Mirage. And so if he is struggling individually, any weakness, you better believe Glaive is going to exploit.
Yeah, definitely something that we're going to be keeping an eye on, and something I'm sure bait fans are hoping improves throughout this series. I also think on the bait side, the thing that can kind of work for them on this map is I really do feel like they're at their best, based on what I've seen, when they kind of keep things pretty simple and just group up fairly early in rounds. And you can absolutely do that on Anubis. Like, even on CT side, if you wanted to, you can group up and go for aggressive moves pretty early in a round. So I think that's when they're at their best. I actually think their timings when they work together on those simple sort of pushes are actually pretty good. I think sometimes when the round gets a little more complicated, maybe they can struggle a little to keep track of things. But I think that can work out for them okay here. But yeah, it's really going to come down to seeing exactly what sort of level we're getting out of bait here, because we know that Ents will be good.
Well, let's find out. Hawk are about to jump onto Anubis. Here we go. Ents playing for their tournament lives, whereas bait playing for an opportunity to face off against Astralis. And Ents on the CT side getting close already. 9-2. Oh, they nearly lined up for him, but Poddy gets 2. And now Sumdai Young has been baited in. They had no idea about this triple setup, and he will punish them. Ents off to a quick fire 1-0 lead.
Yeah, those sets of dualies on mid, that is so cheeky, having those 2 sets so that the first man swings and then the second is just waiting in the wings. Lovely work from Poddy. And then this is the dualies I was talking about of SDY, just sitting in the corner, waiting patiently. Really nice shots there, especially from Poddy initially. Once he gets those first 2 kills, it makes things so much easier. And so bait getting entirely shut out from their pistol. I'm glad that after bigging up Ents, they've come in with a pistol round like that, because it might have fallen a bit flat if they ended up losing straight away. But immediately showing us the class that they have on this map. And here is some of that SDY Glaive aggression that we were talking about. Ooh, Glaive struggling ever so slightly. I'm sure the other players will happily mop up the mess.
Good news as well on side of Ents, they don't lose any players, and they did purchase 3 rifles coming into it, so it could have been a bit costly. But as you highlighted, the dynamic duo of SDY and Glaive outside being proactive, knowing the lack of buy was more than likely on bait and making the most of it and punishing them. And that's going to be a recurring theme. We saw SDY push connector a lot, try and get middle control a bunch of times as well, so he is a very confident player when it comes to Anubis. Like, clearly he is feeling this map a great deal lately. Oh, for a spray, that was good. Glaive gets it. And although a lot of damage to Kaspersky and Glaive, they both back away onto the B side safely.
Yeah, and that's something they are going to have to be ready for, is those little prods of aggression that you so commonly see the CTs go for on Anubis. Also, we've seen plenty of rounds where there were opportunities for teams to just take these B main fights. There was a brief moment where I thought Alex might have that same chance here, but smoked off, and now look at how dynamic ENCE are playing with these weak weapons in the mix in this third round. They're going aggressive out through A, and they've spotted that it's completely clear.
Glaive, he just dips into the smoke. He's like, peace, boys. Houdini's himself into connector. I don't think they have any idea about this. I'm not sure if they heard him. But they are watching Con now, which has been smoked. And it may not be a case they know about Glaive, it's just anticipating a rotation through on the canals. And although Glaive has got himself the frag, plant is down, however it falls upon Alex. Important for his own individual confidence that he starts to kick off this round with some kills. There's a second. The spray is good through the smoke, but it's unconfirmed. He doesn't realize just how much he peppered SDY. But it doesn't end up mattering a great deal. Even without the kit, they get the full defuse down. A bit of a greedy defuse, considering SDY was stood behind there with the kit in hand, but it's a 3-0 score, whichever way you want to spin it.
Yeah, nicely managed by ENCE, getting that mid-round aggression, but importantly, getting off to a good start as well with Glaive on that fight. And then this span through, that really secures that ENCE are going to have a great chance on this retake. Having the players in so soon makes it difficult for Bait to get into proper post-plant positions, to get into those crossfires that could be really difficult to overcome. Definitely seeing a completely different ENCE in all honesty. You can just see the confidence this team has on this map. And it's continuing. Now it's Kaspersky's turn to go aggressive. Cutting off this mid angle, which might be unexpected here. Ooh, they run past, they run back. And PL will think of coming back himself, and that could be an AK recovered. Oh, Poddy wants this. Meanwhile, fight's over on B, but they're going the way of ENCE.
No reason for them to dial back the aggression here. Well, the Sentinel does have a smoke in his eyes, so has to back out from the A main side. They do know that weapons have littered the canals that maybe Sentinel will be interested in delving in, but a solid shot from Poddy. 8 kills already on the half, averaging 2 per round. And yeah, you are just seeing the ENCE. Like, if we had worries about their Mirage performance, sometimes looking a little bit disjointed, a little bit off the boil, this has been about as solid a start on the CT side as you could really ask for.
And you see a nice backup plan to Kaspersky's aggression getting dealt with is Poddy just holding with that orb and knowing that he'll want to go for that gun and that he can deny them. And landed some solid shots there. Other utility down from both teams. Some nade damage actually onto Kenz, I saw. When they're on that A side. With those AKs out again. SDY will finally be forced off mid, so maybe this time Bait can start to get that early map control that you need on the T side to really make the defense uncomfortable.
It's a good pop flash. Ken's Iser actually was already preemptively turning his back, so not affected by that one. Doesn't have to worry about being pushed. Smoke behind it. And although there's a minute on the clock and plenty of time, it's, I think, going to be a bit concerning for Bait that they don't have that much map control. Like, other than being in A main. But the CTs can still burst back out there. SDY! Oh, double spray from him and Yetu! There was nearly a 3rd kill. Unanswered. Oh, it just gets harder and harder for every passing second here for Bait to get any kind of foot into this map. Even in positions where you expect them to get an even trade back. It's so one-sided. Every duel goes the way of ENCE, and it's another clean round. No casualties. SDY, yet to die. Glaive, yet to die. Bait, they are in real trouble early on.
It's crazy how much of a difference just the map you're playing on can make, just in terms of like how the individuals look. Because I think throughout that first map, you were not seeing stuff like this from ENCE, where they're just winning every fight, and it doesn't even feel like bait are firing back. Wild how convincing this has been after such a close first map. Again, bait able to scrape a buy, but it's Galil's across the board. Netu this time dumping early utility because he hasn't really got assistance right now, but he's got to be careful. They're up close and oh, they haven't cleared him. No headshot for Netu though, so only the one kill, and that A site is now open.
Only hoping for a glimmer of pixels to expunge, but instead Glaive getting aggressive, leading the charge for his teammates. Maybe a little bit off timing though, because no one could really follow him in. I think he was just trying to cause some chaos and havoc and catch bait as they try and transition out that post plant into their positions for crossfires, but instead he just gives himself away for free. Loads of cash for ENCE. But they realize it's still fairly early in the half. We're getting to that midway point. So they don't want to be throwing away weapons, especially when they have an AK. Kaspersky's a little bit more expendable, and he's got the kit as well. He's going to try and draw this one out, smoke down onto the site. Not like this bait, but they do come back in, and Head Trick denies that from being a possibility. All the players going down with the ship apart from Essential, so economically damage is inflicted. But bait, somehow, some way, have picked up their first round.
Yeah, that panic at the end could cause real issues, though, for bait. As you said, they already had Galils in this round. They might struggle to get AKs into this follow-up round as well, despite winning this one with how much damage was done. Yeah, they've literally only got the one AK out. That is tough. I think for ENCE, not too much wrong with that round. I just think Netu maybe should have got a bit more out of his position. Felt like he could have got a quick headshot and then maybe a second kill. That would make it a completely different round. Meantime, Glaive on a one-man mission to take over sewers right now. He's got that control, but decides he can't really go any further. Decent nade from SDY. Couple of bait players tagged early. In the meantime, ENCE again with even more aggression. This time, though, not the full commitment. And bait have just been sitting back this whole round, trying to manage what ENCE are throwing at them, but now they will begin to group up outside B. Still the counter util here, though.
Yeah, exactly. Kaspersky's just jiggle peeking with the smoke. He's going to throw that down the second he sees anything, or he can hear grenades coming in. There it is. Oh, and couldn't even get the first pick on top of it. Now, because his magazine's depleted, they may feel compelled to push in, but there is second and third players up here. The contingent looking good on ENCE. As Glaive called into action, a weakened Essential finished off. Now Alex walking over the corpses of his teammates to try and remedy this round, but it is going the same way. Bait may have struck once, but it is a one and done. And TAC timeout called to try and get themselves out of this whirlwind that is ENCE's CT side, man. Like, they are so on point.
Yeah, it feels like there's some pretty big holes in the bait ship right now. They got to get the buckets out. They got to get the water out, or this ship will sink very quickly. And we'll head to that third and final map of this series. Ancient, if it's required. But yeah, honestly, hard to be a bait fan, I think, right now on this map. It's just always so tough when you feel like you've had to work so hard to win your map pick. And you come into your opponent's pick and it just feels like they're breezy. And even just the way ENCE are playing, like, it looks like they're, honestly, I know I'd be enjoying the way they're getting to play right now. Like, they're just taking initiative every single time, and every single time it seems to be working. And that's always a good feeling.
Put it in perspective as well here, Hawker, by the way. Bait collectively have 9 frags. Poddy has 10 by himself. That's how dominant this half has been. How utterly ravaged Bait's T-side has become. No player over 3, and that's Alex. And now Glaive. There's going to be a bit of a shooting gallery if he wide swings this one. The flash is a little bit off. That one's better with a Molotov, and Glaive comes in for 2. And a third on top of it. Runs out of ammo and HP. He'll be feeling pretty good about how things sit right now. MPL gives him a bit of a shock to the system, but that is short-lived as Poddy moves up to 11 kills. And I think we're really seeing why the two of us were painting a picture, a narrative in that first map of how important it was that Bait did not let Mirage slip after having a 10-4 lead, because we knew Anubis was coming up, and we knew that Ents are a monstrous team on this.
And I'm glad we're getting to see that on the server. I feel like sometimes we can hype up a team a little too much, and then for whatever reason, it just doesn't happen for them. It's been a joy to watch this NCT side so far. Oh man, the double nades onto Kenzai's down to 17 health. And that's not even the end of the issues that Bait might face, because here comes some B aggression. Alex didn't have his weapon out, but he gets it out in time to deny that push. It just feels like Bait are constantly on the back foot, having to hold on to what they can, and again, the aggression goes against them.
I think Ents making a real case for this being their best map, you know. Like, I've seen a fair few of their games. I think they're obviously a pretty good team when it comes to Ancient. This Anubis is looking rock solid. Lots of damage as well, like head trick, Essential. Barely seeing an enemy already spammed down to below 50 HP. Head trick finished off. Alex is going to try and keep this round alive. Molly down on the plat, but it's going to be a flash up and over from SDY. Kaspersky has been dealt with though. SDY in the process switches across, but he's also going to be found and put down. This is looking much better for Bait. Finally something to get excited about this T side. Maybe this is what will ignite the T-half. But Nate2's still alive, not for much longer. And Bait have doubled up their rounds.
I was saying earlier, I think Bait are at their best when they can group up, just use some simple utility and just try and brawl their way onto a bomb site. And I feel like that's a good example of it here. Even with Poddy getting that first kill, it's a nice trade. Again, the spacing is pretty solid from Bait. You can see it's not exactly a set play. It's not like something that was masterminded earlier in the round. It's more just about making sure they're working together so that those Ents players are quickly traded out on the site. And Ents actually take a tactical timeout here. Their money's still pretty solid. I guess if they were to lose this, it might start to become questionable. So I think they just want to make sure that they can continue to win this in dominant fashion. Headtrick finally with an AWP, by the way. Only one kill on him so far. Not used to seeing him so low on the scoreboard. And that AWP might actually be a pretty good answer to what Ents have been doing so far, because Ents have been pretty damn aggressive. You can basically guarantee they're going to go for some sort of info play fairly early in the round, so maybe Headtrick's AWP can counter that.
That's a good point. Oh, and it will. Why swing in? Poddy will be disappointed. The way he's been playing right now, he did have a second or so to react to that. Rapid fire from Headtrick, though. Take nothing away from him. And maybe Bait have a sting in their tail yet coming through. If they can get this to a 7-5, who knows what can happen. And they're slowly sneaking their way onto the site as Nate2 will find out firsthand. 3 kills unanswered. Starting to see what we know that Bait are capable of. And although Glaive has shut down the flawless round of Bait, he's not going to be able to do much about the 2v4 when the post plant in. So it will be a save. Their vast amounts of cash is now been brought back down to reality. Accountant humbled. And here's the other thing as well, by the way, Hawker. Like, even if Bait do get themselves back into like a 7-5, something else that is going to be a little bit concerning for them is, keep in mind, when we saw Ents absolutely annihilate Fnatic, they got 10 rounds on their T-half. We barely even saw their CT side that time, so we know their T-half is also razor sharp.
Yeah, of course. It's going to have to be a real grind for Bait at this point. Anubis well known for how many T rounds you can often get on this map. I think you see here, though, just the difference the opening fights make. I know it's going to sound silly, but getting that man advantage is just such an advantage. You can't even really begin to put it into words because Ents start to have to adjust their setup. They leave that A side of the map completely vulnerable. And it means that Bait can just find those gaps that are now opening up because of that clean opening pick. Comes the aggression, volley, Kenzazor in trouble, he's in the flames. He just about gets away with it though.
I think it's safe to say this aggression is starting to get a bit telegraphed now. I mean, you called it, right? Like, you can almost guarantee they're going to go for an info play. They're going to go for an aggressive play and try and push and probe and make you uncomfortable. And Bait have slowed things down. They're now watching these bottleneck areas, the A main, the B main, the middle pushes. And Kaspersky is about to get taken out. MPL's like, come on, bro. You were watching the angle, but hey, at least Alex did avenge and didn't whiff out on that spray. That would have been terrible if he died too.
Yeah, you're frustrated if you're MPL, but the actual outcome into a 4-on-3, it's not really too bad for you. Even if Alex could have maybe been a little wider just to make sure it was a clean 5-on-3 advantage. Lovely bit of camera work showing that orb of Poddy. In the meantime, SDY makes his move forward, as does Glaive. Two Bait players caught off guard. Now they have to go into this orb, and Poddy hits the mark. It's only Kenzazor remaining, and in a matter of seconds, the round turns in favor of Ents. They've spotted this final player. He's going to try and sneak up on towards a different angle. York might feel uncomfortable, but SDY is so close by, and SDY swings at just the right time. Oh, Bait, it looked like they were starting to figure this T side out, but then, out of nowhere, Ents' aggression still works.
And I'm alongside with you, what you were stating at the start of this round. Like, the importance of getting the opening pick on the T side of Anubis cannot be understated. And they got it. A2 got killed in A main for free, basically, through the Molotov. And you still lose. And not just lose, but with 3 players still alive on Ents. That is an embarrassing twist of fate. And Bait will be ruining their missed opportunities because they really could have got this into like a 7-5 score. In the meanwhile, though, they have to try and put that to the back of their mind. It looks like all 5 players are about to execute onto the A side. 2 players pushing in. Flashbang's going to proceed to peek, but the Itio turns around just in the right moment. 2 kills and a ton of damage that Poddy will exploit. As he vanquishes away the invaders, may die to NPL, and there is a smoke down on cams. So there's a way forward for Bait here. This round may not be done just yet. It allows them the luxury of pushing onto the site and getting the plant in, but they're deciding against that because once that plant starts to get dialed in, it effectively becomes a 1v3. Now it's a lot more manageable. SDY gets aggressive into the crosshair of MPL, and Bait will return the favor. A 2-kill advantage for Ents with a very weakened third player, but let's not get ahead of ourselves because that man, Kaspersky, is still alive against Headtrick, who's had a rough first map, just 3 kills to his name. With 40 seconds, he's baiting himself out as if he's gone to the B site. And Kaspersky has bit down on this fully.
Yeah, Headtrick's still not moving. I was wondering if he might come back to B a little later, but he was just waiting to see if the re-aggression would come. Now he will just walk on to A. He's even gone for the fake plant just to make 100% sure because he knows Kaspersky's either stuck around or completely rotated. And now he can play this post plant from wherever he wants.
One potential problem, though, is Kaspersky has a HE, a smoke, and a flash. And if he clears these close angles and feels that A main is where Headtrick currently is, even if he has his trusty AWP, he's very likely going to get smoked out here and a HE behind it if required. And on low HP, that could be the deal breaker. Kaspersky's taking a long time, though. Flashbang tossed in. Full defuse comes in. It's going to be a 1-hit. You have to bring him off, but he's come off the site. Does he even have time to do this? He panics. Oh, and he's lost the round off the back of it. Bait will take the last round of the half, but Kaspersky, he could have had it.
I honestly think he might get that if he locks it. Because the nade just bounces. He was hoping to wipe the smoke head trick. It didn't end up happening, and with that AWP, it's so difficult. But obviously no way that Kaspersky can know it's the AWP in hand. I think I might have just stuck it, though. I might have just taken the risk. Either way, an 8-4 half. Gotta say, Bait did a good job recovering that off the initial 2 kills against them. But I feel like for Ents, that setup, they had the Rifler in the corner, then you have the AWP up on towards that fountain area. But when the Rifler takes first contact and gets traded, you see how hard it is for Poddy, who is now just alone with that AWP. He can get 1 kill, but then they can really quickly close the distance on towards him. I thought it was going to be the AWP shot first, and then maybe the Rifler setting up to Bait. Ended up the other way round. Maybe that's part of the reason why Bait got the site so soon. They scrape together what they can, but again, it's not exactly a convincing round win for Bait at the end there, and it's still 8 for Ents. Don't get it twisted. They will still be delighted with that half.
It goes to show as well, like, look at the ADR for everybody at Ents. Everybody above 80. So, like, Poddy has, what, 14 kills, and he was bottom of the ADR charts for his team.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Glaive is at the top once again. In these big moments, he has big performances. Essential thinks better of it. He's heard so many footsteps as well. And now they're going to have to lock this one down, or maybe not. Poddy delivers the fatal damage onto Essential, forcing back the CTs, and to add insult to injury through the smoke, Kaspersky takes down 1, trades back though from Bait. They are unrelenting. They're not giving this one up. But Glaive has control over the bomb. And there's still so much time. They can just rush to the A site. And the HU has already pulled himself ahead of the rest of the pack, and he's going to go in there, clear this one out. They're starting to realize it on Bait. And they're making moves back around, but the HU is already going to be up in heaven as this plant comes through. And they have a flashbang as well if they want to utilize it. No kit for Bait. And first in is Alex as Glaive lands a beautiful one tap. He may have been low, but still... instantaneous decapitation. Hetrick's been spotted. 2 separate angles to deal with. And now Glaive can start to play the time. Bomb planted perfectly for him. This headshot needs to come through quickly. It needs to be instant. Goes back onto the site once more. Glaive playing the time perfectly. Baiting out with a jiggle peaks, but the headshot does come through. And Hetrick should have just about enough time on the clock. Huge moment for Bait.
It looks so good for Ents. Hetrick just has time, so close. But Glaive was trying to play the clock, trying to play the bomb, and yet Hetrick lands some absolute stunners in on that retake. Not knowing where that first player is exactly and still getting that reaction shot, very impressive. And I thought that was the moment from Glaive that would settle it. But look at how Hetrick's able to find the one-on-ones. Still had to be so clean, and it looked so good from Glaive when he ran all the way back. He figured it's unlikely there's a kit, but that jiggle up close, he was hoping he could just get the info and tuck back in. He did not expect Hetrick to swing so wide and be so quick with his kill. Ents will force it. Quick move, but SDY shut down.
Oh, Poddy with a scout though. Beacon Kenzosaurus finalize the timing on the smoke, and the HU wins out against Essential. From 0 to 0. From a monumental performance onto Mirage onto just the 4 kills, and he'll be bitterly disappointed he didn't win out on that trade because he knows this map is hanging by the balance. This would be a broken economy. This would be Ents stampeding towards 10 rounds already on Anubis. They have to win this, and Alex at range. The adverse of Essential had a rough first map, but is one of their best players here on Anubis. And is keeping a main as a threat. Kaspersky, though, has the angle and the spray to back it up. And so it's looking good that Ents may very well take this round and instantly push Bait away from any kind of economy being built up here. Oh, that's so tough. It's such a bitter pill to swallow, Hawker. Like, you finally feel like you're getting yourself back into this, and you just get wrecked by Poddy Scout and a really important trade in con.
Yeah, I wonder if it's one of those where it didn't register quite quickly enough that there was the force buy-in from Ents, that there's the chance that there's a weapon down there that's good at range. So like once you've got that advantage and you realize it's a force buy, it might not be entirely necessary to go for more. Oh, it's a nice shot there just from Poddy, but it's one you'd expect him to hit. And then that follow-up fight becomes everything. And you don't want the round to hinge on just that one duel, because as soon as it goes against them, Ents get into a really good position to deal with bait. Timeout taken by the CT side, realizing they kind of have to force at this point to try and stay in it. If they don't win this round, it does feel like Ents should just run away with this. Bait really need to find a way in on this one. And they've only got the one premium rifle in the hands of Headtrick.
This is where you need someone from Bait to really step up and deliver. I mean, Headtrick, one of the reasons we highlighted his very rough first half is because of what his capabilities are, as he showed in that pistol 1v2 with milliseconds to spare. But you need someone like Kenzazor to start to have more impact, MPL to have more impact, but they're going to have to deal with this straight up A hit, and it's the classic gamble stack. It allows Bait to keep their weapons for the next round, but Glaive has called a perfect round as they just run straight onto A site without any worry, it seems. Like, they just head first, dive in, and they get their 10th round. Bait can do nothing about this, so they will just save. So we'll pretty much just have a carbon copy of our standings into the next round, just with Ents one step closer to securing Anubis.
Yeah, of course, allows Bait to at least have these guns in the subsequent round instead. That's why you see these gamble stacks taken, but when you're 9-5 down, I don't know if you really want to be conceding a round like this. Even if it does mean you get to buy in the next. Felt like you kind of needed to win that one, but they took the calculated risk. Unfortunately, the maths was off. Well, I'm sure Bait will play a little more standard in this round, at least across the map. Because whatever happens, they will be able to buy in the next. So we shouldn't get a repeat result with no kills going down. We may get a repeat round, though. Ents leaning towards A early.
There's only one player here. So Alex with an MP9 has to basically face the world. And that is too tall and too heavy a task for him to lift. That Molotov, a little bit awkward from the A2, but it does kind of throw Bait into an awkward spot if they're up in heaven, not anticipating that push. Doesn't really come to fruition, though. And you are in a position again here, Hawker, where if you Bait, you're like, do we go for this? Do we save? They don't have a kit. They will have a buy into the next one, though. But it is looking like it will be a slaughter. Bait unlikely to save too many players. Headtrick will be trying to hold on to this A1S. It is the only real premium weapon. There's MPL on that FAMAS, but oh man, Ents are just running away with this right now, and I think you're spot on. I think this round was pretty much the last chance for Bait. Yes, they're going to have rifles into the next one, but it's a 6-round lead. And Ents look so in their zone, in flow state on this T side.
Yeah, even there, I think they missed that heaven smoke. It lands on the site, but it doesn't even matter because they've just got that kill so soon, and because of the CT setup, it's very easy for them to just get full control and push even further in. Successful in and around those smokes as well. For Bait now, it is mission impossible to come back. No! Oh, no! No, man.
Oh. It's mission impossible, and they choose not to accept it, there, Hawker. Headtrick's like, just get me to Ancient, boys. He just nails his IG on the back of the head.
There's got to be like a comedy movie that's like Mission Impossible, but like a parody version where they're just slipping over each other. Like, that's maybe what we're watching. Okay. Well, at least he's on point. Oh, hello. Jumping MP9. Maybe we got ahead of ourselves. Maybe Bait is still fine.
Body is low as well, so I mean, this is very winnable now, especially as they just got another 2. So perhaps Headtrick was just sacrificing MPL to the CS gods, and they have answered. And they say, okay, you can have this round, but the rest is up to you. Poddy, though, still alive. I doubt that he wants to go down with this AWP, especially as a double AWP setup could be pretty interesting for Bait. Not sure if they'd even elect to go for it, but the one saving grace he has is that the bomb is under his control. So as he slowly creeps his way into Con, if he can get this kill, if he can shut down Kenzai in the back, there is maybe a plant that can come into play, and then maybe he can do something truly amazing. But Kenzai is going to have the shutdown on him. The timing works against Poddy. Understandably, they decide not to go for the double up. Fair enough. 6-11 the score.
If someone like a Nade King or any of those YouTubers are watching, this might be the perfect round to put in those, guess if it's a pro game or a matchmaking game. You get the team kill, you get the jumping MP9, some shenanigans. I think you could probably still figure it out, but definitely a wild round. One that I'm sure we won't see too often. That's big damage early. Big damage onto Bait. A couple of players chunked down and still have their buy. Poddy waiting patiently, but the smoke will change things. In the meantime, a much more passive start to these CT rounds from Bait, not taking too much map control, not taking on too much aggression. They have just lent a third player over towards B, so perhaps they could push there at some point. As it stands, a much slower round so far, which we honestly haven't seen too many of so far, Vince.
Yeah, I respect this. I think this is a really solid call. We've seen straight up A rushes. We've seen a lot of mid control. So Glaive keeping Bait on their tiptoes. Also, what this does is it draws away most of the utility from the CT. So when you get to that late round, there won't be too much to play with. You can already see a head trick. Ascenti will have nothing, only a flash and HE on NPL and Kenzai Zor respectively. So the bulk of the nades is in the hands of Alex here, who's over on the A side. And they're tossing some of those in as well. I like the call, but what can they get done with it? It's all well and good getting into this position, but what's the execution going to be looking like? Typically, for Anubis, on the side of Ents, it's been incredibly good. The Kenzai Zor, slight angle to try and exploit, he will with Ascential. It's pretty clean, but now Ents bounce back. 10 seconds on the clock. Denying the bomb plant may be good enough, and NPL is going to do just that for a few more seconds, but Glaive bodyguarding him for his teammate. Bomb's now been planted, Poddy amongst the smoke, misses the flick, and will be punished with his life. Bait fighting, still surviving with 7.
Yeah, just winning a couple of those key early fights. And even though there was a slightly sloppy follow-up spray, Kenzai Zor doing good work alongside Ascential initially. And even though those kills come back, as you said, the time is just so low. This player emerging on the side of the smoke just causes all sorts of chaos. Alex able to force the bomb planter to reposition. Realizes he can just push in and put pressure on the other player who doesn't have a teammate to help him because his teammate is preoccupied planting. And yes, Ents still have some money, but all of a sudden, we went from sort of joking and almost like laughing at the team kill, thinking this game was over. They turned that round around. It's 7-11. They're still pretty far down. They're still on the unfavored CT side. But maybe it's not completely done.
I have to think as well, Hawker, you know, if Bait do the unthinkable, they bring this back, they end up taking this series 2-0. Ents will go back and look at that round where NPL got nailed in the back of the head when the map was basically theirs and they lost out in not just having the opening pick, but also mid-control fell very quickly in their favor, and they'll be ruining that missed opportunity. Now, there's a long way to go before Bait even get close to that mark. But who knows? Often CS is a game of just moments, of milliseconds, of one split decision. And in the qualifier, the EU qualifier for the Austin Major, that's very well what it could boil down to. Of course, the winner of this game, for those of you that are unaware, just tuning in, is the 8th place decider match. The winner of this will play against Astralis, and the winner of that game will qualify for the Major.
Yeah, we've had the other regions qualifiers ongoing, of course. Over in the Americas, we've had Complexity and Wildcard already make it through. And we've had some of the Chinese qualifiers on today as well. Lin Vision and Tai Lu making it. Very happy for Jam Young. I believe it's his first major. Very talented player. So definitely exciting times right now. A lot of qualifiers to watch. A lot of teams to keep your eyes on. But only one spot remaining in EU. And 3 teams that it's between. One of these 2 will be eliminated at the end of this series. Back live and back with the buys. ENCE with a couple of limitations, but not too bad. LET smoke down, a little lurk smoke is something that Bait have to be wary of in the meantime. A distraction maybe allows SDY to feel more confident pushing up into E-box, where there's another T smoke for him to take this area of the map. The rest of the team not alongside him though. They're focused on mid right now. So SDY might just try and poke and prod that B side of the map while the rest of ENCE take mid.
Oh, Collat! 2 for the price of 1, and he's just gone back in. He's greedy. And this time, it's good. Bait instantly into a 5v2. ENCE, hot off the back of a tech timeout, are really struggling. SDY thought for a second he was going to get wide swung, but it is an even trade back and forth, and that leaves Natew on 10 kills with the bomb in a familiar position to where Poddy was just a few rounds prior. Way more time on the clock, but there's 2 players already here, and fast rotations allowed as soon as he gives his position away. Now Essential, oh, he somehow survives that one. I think the shot just grazed the stone wall before it hit him in the head. Regardless, Bait have an 8th. Oh, that was such a good play from Headtrick, but they did kind of line up for him as well, just walking out of middle, totally punished.
Yeah, it's like if you're still in that doorway, it's a little more understandable. You can't have really got onto separate angles, but they'd had a bit of time through it. Yet they're still not quite able to get onto 2 separate angles. Obviously, you have to be concerned about the peak from the other side as well, but it does feel like ever since that team kill, Headtrick has been hitting a hell of a lot of shots. And now the stars starting to align for him here. 11-8 now, pistols for ENCE. These rounds can still be dangerous, of course, especially when teams like to up the pace, and that's what ENCE will do.
Quicker into the AKs. Labored sprays, but still, superior firepower coming out in the lead as expected. And although 3 players are low, including 1 HP for Essential and 2 for Kenzai, there are no casualties. So they're able to hold on to 3 of their AKs, the AWP and the M4. No plant available for ENCE, but round loss is starting to build up, so they'll have another one into this. But that vast lead that they had, Hawker, is now down to just 2. And it'll start to feel like the wind has been knocked out of their sails.
Yeah, it'll start to feel very real now for ENCE. A game where they were looking so confident, so assured. They need to still have that mindset. It's harder when it's 11-9, and there's the aggression out from Alex and MPL. The flashes are fantastic, but Kenzai also pushes elsewhere. They had the man advantage. It is quickly lost, and Essential will have no chance in a trade. That player tucks back in. So it's even numbers, and that might make Bait feel uncomfortable because look how spread on the map they are. Essential has 2 angles to watch, but he watches the right one. Kaspersky pushes before his teammate can help him. The bomb's still back, Vince. The bomb's still back here.
Yeah, that's really well indicated by the observer, because although Glaive is onto the site, and he's like, guys, the site's clear, Natew has to go back to spawn and pick this up, and if he keeps running, well, Essential was closer. He's actually backed away, so I don't think he will hear these footsteps. But this is so much time. As far as Glaive is concerned, someone could have come through middle into cams onto the A site. This is all going to take more time when you start to clear out the site, but getting the kill by pressing up aggressively from Glaive is huge. It's a really good decision. It alleviates that pressure, allows him to go back onto cams again, but he is sprayed down, and Natew has a decision to make. Does he still go A or does he go back to B again? 25 seconds on the clock. Both players pretty low. It is still a winnable round. But as far as Natia was concerned, there is one and potentially two players on the B site. And Essential's about to get back into Temple. 10 seconds. He's not going to have the opportunity here to fake the bomb too many times, but the Molotov will buy him up a little bit of time. Whoa. Essential, what are you doing? You don't have enough health to pull that off. Oh my god, he may have just thrown this round, thrown this map. That is a wild decision.
I can't believe it. The molly was up for a fair bit. It's not like the molly lands and he's in it. It's not like he's forced to make a quick decision. He had the time to figure, do I think I can make it through here? That is unthinkable, Vince. Unthinkable. Could have waited for his teammate, but he assumed he could get through. And the calculations were completely wrong. Netu set up for a pretty easy clutch in the end. What a devastating way to concede map point over to ENCE. The comeback was looking so strong. Now they might be about to bow out here. The MAC-10 finds the drive-by alongside the AK, and Essential goes down as well. This might be it, Vince.
Miguel's going to try. He's going to try and get a bit of sanity back on the server, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're just ultra-tilted at this stage. Potty shuts down head trick after dropping in the back. And now Alex has to channel something special. Something heroic if he's going to pull this one off. Knows where two of the players are now, but it's not going to be good enough. And ENCE will take the map. It was such a strange end to a close back and forth affair, but to a third map of Ancient, we will move.
Yeah, I think ENCE deserved winners. It's just still shell-shocking the way it goes down at the end there. You said it can come down to those small moments, those small decisions. That's exactly what we see. And yeah, I just sat there for a second after, like, genuinely head in hands, like, oh man, because you can't even pretend, like, your teammates are watching, man. You can't even pretend that it was something went wrong. You just have to sit there and be like, oh, I messed up.
The only thing I can think of, like, to maybe give him the benefit of the doubt is he just lost his mind because he knew both of him and his teammate were low. And so he's like, I don't want to let him get the post plant in, and then us both to be low in a really awkward site to retake, which B is. But, like, dude, you had, like, 40 HP left, and the full Molotov was down. And it's not like an incendiary, which has, like, less space it covers. This is a Molotov. You're against the T's. You know it's a molly. So, I don't know. I think, you know, we often talk about the pressure of situations like this and what's at stake and what's on the line. I think that is encapsulating perfectly what we're discussing. In the heat of the moment, do I think he makes that if he's playing like an online tournament that doesn't really matter? No, I actually don't think he does. But when the pressure is on and there's so much up for debate, I should say, I think that's where you see things like that happen, and it just sucks it happens now, and he's gonna have to live with that. Like, they have to be tilted, Hawker. I have to assume that they are, because they just come back into that match. They are on the brink of potentially taking ENCE to OT or just winning in regulation themselves. And that just killed it off. Yeah, like the momentum was fully there. And also, like you said, if that happens and you're already like 12-5 down or 11-5 down, you're like, okay, listen, that was silly, but it didn't actually feel like it was that doable. That started to feel very doable. That started to feel like ENCE themselves were struggling. So, I mean, definitely a big moment, big talking point. But at the same time, as you said, you know, you can tilt for a little bit, sure. But if you're bait, you've got to make sure that you get outside, you know, refresh your minds and get ready for this final map. Because at the end of the day, we were expecting ENCE to win this. And honestly, at the start, it looked like it was going to be very convincing. But yet again, Bait showing us that they've really got that tenacity. And yeah, just definitely hoping that they can bounce back. I'm sure they'll be able to. I'm sure they will. It's just still like, you almost don't have words. You almost don't have words. Yeah, it's hard to formulate that. And, you know, from our perspective, we're perplexed, we're confused. Imagine what the players are going through right now. So let's see if they do have that sort of mental fortitude and if MPL can get the troops back rallied again, because Ancient is our third map. And it is a good map statistically for Bates. Like, they're not out of this series by any stretch of the imagination. But we'll find out the answers to those questions, guys. Can they bring it back, or are ENCE now going to secure their spot against Astralis? First off, though, we'll be cutting to a quick break. When you rejoin us, we'll be live for Ancient. Don't miss it.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
It comes down to Ancient between these two teams, and it's been a bit of a roller coaster of Counter-Strike, some scrappiness, some odd decision making. It's been a roller coaster of emotions, if nothing else, Hawker. Imagine what the players must have been through, the adrenaline surge, the adrenaline dumps, but it all comes down effectively to this one map. And they do have some history between the two teams when it comes down to Ancient. This was one of the maps they played in that best of 3 we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, just a few weeks ago in a different important qualifier, and it was Bait able to win it fairly comfortably, 13-8 in the end. And it was really the second half on the CT side where they dominated. They won 8-1 in the CT side, and that's what took them over the line. That was with X-Kaspersky and Glaive both having a pretty atrocious map, though. So I think for ENCE, they can at least look at that and say we shouldn't expect that low level of performance again. And of course, you can see there, a map that both teams play quite a lot. I mean, the stats were suggesting that the win rate there for Bait is definitely a little higher, as you maybe would expect based on that history. But I also do think that's largely against sort of, teams that are decent, but maybe not at the top level. So it's not like I would expect ENCE to come into this and say Bait are, unbeatable on this map. And you never know. We've already just seen maybe the pressure and the stress of the scenario affect Bait just a little bit. If that starts to happen again, if we get into those deep waters, it's hard to say if they will have that sort of, issue come in again.
Whereas I think it's safe to say that we know Glaive isn't, and Sundai Young is a player that has a huge amount of composure. It's something we'd actually discussed when they played against Fnatic. Interestingly as well, though, although the stats definitely do favour Bait and their previous incursion against ENCE, ENCE have played it 4 times already in these qualifiers. So they are clearly very confident. They're not scared to let it float in those BO1s and now in the best of 3. So do keep that in mind. And as you said, I think it's safe to say we're not going to have a bad performance. However, let's get into Ancient to see who wins this match. Orca, gun to head, who wins this game?
I think Bait are going to have the edge. I do, but I wouldn't be that confident in it, Vince. I'll tell you that.
Fair. That's fair. Yeah, we saw some cracks developing, I think it's safe to say. Even on Mirage, which did still go in their favour. Kaspersky, one of the players that we highlighted, having a rough performance last time. He's going to be able to get 2 this time around to kick things off. A good trade, but eventually falls prey to Essential, who will want to make amends for what happened on the previous map, and he's done just that. I suppose there's 2 ways of looking at it. You can get tilted, you can get inwards, you can get a bit sad and emo about things, or you can use it as fuel to fire. You can get angry, annoyed, pissed off. And that seems to be where it's going. But ENCE, they bounce back with authority. Kenzaisaw gets nailed by Sundai Young. And it doesn't matter how Essential feels, because ENCE dial in the first round regardless.
Yeah, some really solid shots throughout there from ENCE. Dooley's getting involved early. Always nice to have those Doolies in the cave. Even though the trades were coming in and looking sort of okay to begin with, you just see how many ENCE players are able to catch these bait players off guard, get in and around mid, suffocate that T side. See the odds very close in this one. Very hard to call which way this one's going to go. Bait with just the save in this subsequent round. Always a little frustrating when you can't even get that bomb planted. But at the same time, you can just save one, get the AKs out, not the end of the world.
Glaive will be licking his lips at the prospect of putting that MP9 into an anti-eco position. HE's got damage written all over it. In actual fact, it has a kill attached. And now Glaive wants to try and funnel his way into some frags and build up a nice back balance for himself. They also don't want to just run purely into a trap of 3 separate angles, because that's where things can get a little bit sticky, a bit sketchy. But the A2 is going to funnel in with Kaspersky and a quickfire 2-0. As you highlighted, though, we are going to have AKs coming up right now.
Interested to see if we get the aggression out from ENCE in this one. If we get those SMGs maintained, could make it difficult for Bait to run whatever they have in mind for their first gun round. Because teams often coming into a map will have the first couple of rounds planned out on the T side. They might have some weaknesses they think they can exploit from their opponents. And run boost across from ENCE. We did see this Briar, and Poddy spots that man at mid. Spray through for one. And decides that that's good enough. He doesn't need to peek too aggressively, especially not with that molly in his face.
Perfect start to the round, ENCE.
Ooh.
Oh, he's actually pushed up. Head trick. He's getting a lot of intel. He's getting a lot of forward positioning right now. Real estate in favor of Bait, but they still need to contend with Glaive up close. He's got one, and he's headshotted the second player. And considering the player advantage still in favor of ENCE, they are not able to deny the bomb plant. The Kaspersky's put it into a 1-2 with a Sentinel on 28 HP. Stay away from the Molotov, please. Not needed. It has faded away. 2 flashes. He knows where one of the players are currently residing, and that's in cave. The second is stuck behind a smoke, and that's Nietzsche. Now he's going to start to push through. The smoke's done its job, though. It really has stalled this push in. The Sentinel, so low. Had to be proactive. Had to go for the wide swing. And that will allow ENCE the luxury of a 3-0 start. But a little bit close, though, considering that they did lose the first player in the round.
Yeah, I think that just goes back to the SMGs having, you know, some struggles, you could argue, anchoring the site. I was scared of that for a second. I thought Glaive might end up getting a dink and then just get headshotted, but he was jiggling on that angle. He did really well, actually, there, Glaive, as that anchor, just getting 1 kill and damage onto the second. And delayed long enough to allow Kaspersky to sneak onto the site as well. Once Kaspersky takes down that player who just planted the bomb, the final man low, makes it much easier for ENCE. So well managed with the SMGs, and now Glaive getting forward, but maybe not expecting so much weaponry here from Bait. The Tech 9 takes him down. Molly in, Netchu only able to get 1. This looks like a round that Bait can now compete for.
Goes open the smoke, but he was looking at the right side, not the left, which is where the T's scampered off up on Donut. There are kits, 3 of them. 3 smokes and 3 flashes. Low players on Bait. And I think Nietzsche would have called and relayed that at least a couple players here have been tagged. So there's every reason for ENCE to at least try and half go for this. If they get a kill back onto the site, they can wrap around from Donut on middle. Kaspersky, though, is a little bit too slow. Needed to move earlier because Subdai Young is trying his best, but there's just not enough time. Oh, ENCE will concede a round that really should have never been getting close. But Bait, better late than never. Arrive on Ancient.
I thought Kaspersky would realize he needs to run from the bomb once he got dinked by that MAC-10, but no, nothing saved there on the ENCE side. And that is a big breakthrough moment for Bait. This was the initial aggression that got handled. So you're only able to get 1, and then a little gap on that smoke. And I've also got to say, credit to Bait for playing so disciplined there. They really gave no fights to ENCE, and it almost felt like as you said, with Ents taking so long, they were kind of expecting Bait maybe to give them a jiggle or to give them some sort of fight. But the disciplined nature of the Bait after plant works wonders for them. And now we get this quick crunch on mid. These donut players need to be careful. It looked like that player was blinded. And MPL has got the first headshot. Now SDY also follows. Kaspersky gets one back, but that might be too little too late here. They've left the bomb behind, though, as they go towards A.
Oh, Potty. That's unfortunate. Was not expecting the close left angle from Kenzaizo's perspective. And although the bomb, as you rightly point out, is dropped back at T's spawn, there's tons of time, and with this advantage, realistically, Ents try and get aggressive. Kaspersky, a nice attempt, but NPL is there to make sure that that kill is not for nothing. They've spotted, down to 7. Having a struggle. We've seen a couple of moments from SDY as well. Like, he is on 4 frags, and don't get me wrong, he's had a decent series. But it is a far cry from the performance we saw against Fnatic. A couple of trades, duels that you'd expect him to at least get 1 kill, and nothing really is collected. So, Bait into a solid start on their T side now.
We haven't quite seen the same standout performances, really, on either side, I would say. I'd say Head Trick has been pretty good, especially on that first map, and obviously Essential. But outside of that, maybe not quite the same starring performances so far. 5 USPs for Ents means they will take a risk. Alex, oh, he went off the angle at the wrong time. Actually gets double dinked, but look at that. Kenzaizo should be able to clean up the mess. They actually recovered here. Poddy, wow, doesn't even need to get the kill. Kaspersky gets it for him. That's 2 AKs recovered. I would not be surprised if Ents look to hold on to those.
Oh yeah, they desperately want to just grab both these AKs and accept the gift that was handed across.
I mean, how much do Bait want to hunt, right? Like, their money's a bit awkward too.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a tough one for Bait, because you really don't want to let any AKs trade hands. And to be fair, Essential's position is never going to get checked, and he will get both. Ents were worried about being pushed in from the T side or middle, and Essential closes them down and does not afford either of those AKs to traverse into round 7. So there is the answer that we were looking for. And, you know, people are going to focus on that Molotov play that Essential made mistakes with, of course. But keep in mind, on Mirage, he was a man possessed. He was the best player on the server by a mile. And he got 17 kills on the T side of Mirage. So if we see that Essential show up again here, that could be the difference maker.
Ooh, looked like Poddy maybe flicked slightly there. Shot certainly not on the money. Last opportunity for him. Oh, and look at that onto Alex. Ouch. Down to 5 health. Kaspersky looking for a bit more. The spams. Not getting too much out of that. But Bait have certainly been stalled on their approach towards mid. Here comes some aggression from that AWP.
Yeah, problem here for Poddy, though, which is being corrected. There's 2 players, so it's a bait and switch, but they have nobody in cave right now, Hawker, and that is going to be a serious issue. You can see the 3 of them now backing off. All 3 were down on ramp. Like, you cannot stay there for long, because it takes 1 player to wrap around cave, and this entire round unravels.
Mid play finally coming in from Bait. Taking a big slowdown here in this round. We've got SDY holding this angle from Donut. Can be a little tricky sometimes, but he's got Netu here to help him. Player softened up. SDY with a big spray and the bomb dropped. And now Bait have to really struggle to get back into this round.
Good spray from Glaive. I think the A2 also saw that all 3 players, so it allowed SDY to continue his spray with the A1S. MPL caught in a pretty bad spot, but the smoke allows him to isolate and dissect Glaive. I can back away to try and save the AK. I mean, the round is done, regardless. That's not going to change anything, but he will be able to save onto the AK-47. And that does allow some options now for Bait in the 8th round. Yeah, in the 8th, you were seeing multiple players peeking him. So, I mean, typically with the A1S, you want to be way more precise. You don't want to spray. That's what the A4 is for. Well played by Sumdai Young. And good info from Nietzsche. Tactical timeout. Bait have just tossed in. And understandably so, because their economy is hanging by a thread. Really important moment in this entire series.
Ants could come away with a very good CT half if they can win here and just win a couple more throughout. So big moment for Bait, who were on a bit of a streak. Suddenly, though, this becomes one of those swing rounds we see so often in CS. The loser of this round will certainly have some issues with their economy. Faster pace this time from Bait. It took a while to get the mid control last time. This time, the utility ensures that Ents do not want to fight for this. So now Ents have to play around the fact that they have lost that mid control. Maybe want to go for some information elsewhere, but maybe it won't come quickly enough because this A split is currently being set up here. And Nechi's pretty alone.
Yeah, hence him backing off. I actually like this decision from Nate2. He knows if he stands out in the open, he can so easily get dealt with. This way, he can stall it a little bit longer. Oh, that Tech 9 dink around the corner. That's filthy. Disgusting. And it plays hell with Nate2 now. He might have wanted to peek out and see if he can get a kill or two through the smoke, as it's so often been the case, but instead, it's going to be Glaive that goes through with the smoke of his own, blows it open with the HE, but he goes down for only the 1 kill in return. A weakened purchase by Bait. Looks like it could secure their 4th round, and already Ents starting to back away on low HP.
Yeah, and it looks like they are just giving up on this. Kaspersky looking for kills, but might be better off just focusing on your own economy. Saving 3 guns could be very important for Ents here. Nice shot from Poddy. That's a very favorable fight. Surprise here, the second player sticking around, but MPL, he is hungry for these kills. He's got 1. He's to hit this, and he doesn't. MPL may fall with the bomb, but he knows he has done great work because now it's only 1 gun saved. And now Ents have no choice but to eco this round. Got to say there for Ents, you can definitely play retake on that A side of the map, and that's what they were trying to do with Netu hopefully being able to stall with that smoke. But look at this, the Tech 9 did crazy work. And I do think that that spray from SDY was maybe a little dangerous. Really was hoping he could get a kill on the cross. Because even if you can play retake, 5v5 is still going to be pretty hard. But once they lose those players, you realize, oh man, we're in real trouble here. And now it is just that 1 saved AK that Ents really have to work with.
And credit to Kaspersky as well, by the way, because he was one of the players that we highlighted last time they played each other. Had a stinker, if we're being honest. He has been by far their best player. There's the caster curse. Sorry, Ents. MPL goes down. That could be a rifle traded into, but Poddy on 32 will be thinking of saving rather than conquering this round. That being said, though, Netu with the Deagle is up close. He knows that it's going to be an A-sided hit. Hasn't had too much success or luck when it comes to these temple plays. Are they really going for this? 2 AKs in play. Like, if they hold on to these AKs, they're going to have a really solid buy. You've got no kits, no grenades, and the 82 now has no life. I think that's probably the moment where they do pull the plug.
Yeah, at least he can have a look first with the Deeg, and the AKs can try to save. I say try because not sure Glaive's going to be able to cross here before someone cuts him off. But it's good awareness from Glaive hitting the headshot. So Bait bouncing back into the lead for the first time on this map. It's been a solid turnaround for them and a fair few rounds on towards this A side of the map, which is going to make Ents maybe second-guess things slightly. Do they need reinforcements there? Maybe they can't leave Netu there completely alone. as they have had to in some of these rounds. Or maybe ENCE will try and just contest a little more heavily for mid. It's definitely an option on the CT side. But ever since the gun rounds, Bait have been the dominant team here. They've been clearly in the advantage. Looks like it will be a pretty similar setup to start the round. This time, Bait not contesting mid as heavily. Instead, it could be a quick burst onto B.
Oh, instead it's a quick aggressive play from Glaive, but a flash lands dead in his face. Spray corrected by Poddy. The head trick comes steaming back in for one. Trades favoring ENCE for a few moments, but now that's been spun on its head, and there's more than enough time for KenZysor to get the bomb plant down. 100 versus 75. Next bullet may seal the deal if it is from KenZysor, though, because AK-47 is an advantage in this spot. However, there is a smoke and a flash for KenZysor. A smoke as well for Some Die Young. He could smoke the site and go for the full defuse. However, the bomb is planted for the wallbang spot, but he's using it as a bit of a reprieve. Oh, KenZysor assumes it's a fake, but it isn't. And he loses the round off the back of it, having faith in his position, but it backfires.
Yeah, trying to just call his opponent out, call the bluff, saying, I'm sure you're going to fake this. But I do think with where it was planted, SDY was just hopeful, and I think he maybe did have just a little more cover from that wallbang than you usually expect. These were the trades from Poddy initially, very well done by him. I thought when Glaive peeked with that molly in hand in ramp, that might have been the costly moment. Because that's what really allowed Bait to trade their way back into that B site. But SDY locks in the 1v1. And now it's ENCE's turn to take aggression out through B again. They've got all the information, but they've got to scramble to get back to this A site in time.
Netu is going to try and get back into there with the FAMAS. Needs to be very careful. Tread on thin ice. And it's broken underneath him. Cracks under the weight of head tricks. AK-47 and KenZysor doing his due diligence, watching the donut push. Must be like a lizard with one eye staring in one direction and the other, because he's also watching CT at the same time. Credit to him. And in doing so, two pretty clean entries and a plant. There's not much that ENCE can say about this. Money is in the bin, so they kind of have to save. I'm getting a bit of deja vu here, Hawker. How many times have Bait planted on B, or A, pardon me, and ENCE have to just save almost instantaneously?
Yeah, it is becoming a bit of a problem. Netu as that A anchor hasn't been able to get too much going. The utility that round, devastating, but then he just walks out into the open. Seemed a little lost in his positioning. And even with the AWP there to help, it's not enough for ENCE. They have had to work hard to get their lead in this half. But they have been winning the majority of the gun rounds. 6-5 in their favor. This was that shot from Poddy. Then desperately trying to get back in through the smoke. And I mean, desperate is the way to put that, because it was never really going to work. So one round the difference right now. And MP9's brought into the last round of this first half. Still the M4 and the AWP of Poddy at least. This time a slightly more forward stance taken by ENCE over on A, with the AWP of Poddy there to help Netu getting to that position. But Bait are just slowly working the map this time, and oh boy, SDY taking damage.
So the Glaive. Solid oof on ENCE. Good news is, though, it is unconfirmed and no player died. A free pick at that stage would have been horrendous. Netu in the meanwhile, though, gets the drop onto KenZysor, and I'm sure his heart fluttered for a split second when he didn't get the kill instantly. And Senthio evens the odds. This is where the weakened health bars on ENCE could prove to be the determining factor. Nice replenished smoke onto ramp, though, keeps them at arm's reach. And managed to stave off the onslaught for the time being. Once that smoke clears, there's not going to be a huge amount of time left on the clock, so Bait may feel compelled to start pushing, especially as the Natsu is the snake in the grass, and he's coiled up, ready to strike in. Spots 2 players, all 3 line up for him, and he's nailed all 3 of them. Beautiful play from Natsu, and pretty much single-handedly takes this round for Ents. It should be a 6-6 scoreline come the second half. And although Essential has had another good T side, there's so many angles for him to cover with only 18 seconds on the clock, and Poddy says no. But take a bow, Natsu. That is an exquisite round.
Yeah, and sometimes you see players struggle on that flank to decide, when do I pull the trigger? When do I commit to these kills? I want more than one, but I don't want to over-egg things. And he did a nice job there at knowing, okay, I've got 2 lined up. I think I can get this spray well enough. And that third player tries to swing, but it's too little, too late. I think from Bait's perspective, though, they saw that man pushed all the way through A, get that kill flanking mid. I think at that point, Bait either had to decide, we're committing to B now, before that flank, before that becomes a real issue, or we need to get some map control elsewhere. And they kind of ended up doing neither. They just got stuck outside that B side. It meant that Ents knew exactly what was coming, and they can salvage a 6th round at the end of the half.
MPL even performing wasn't quite good enough to get them that lead. 110 ADR and 107 on Poddy. That's very good news as well if you are on Ents, because him on that T side is going to be a thorn, a pain in the backside side of Bait. But I mean, you called it, Hulk, right? I said guns ahead, who wins this? You said Bait, but by a small margin. It's going to be a very close game, and so far it has lived up to that mantle. Let's see if it continues in the second half, though.
Underway into Ents' T side. They are leaning towards B, and there's a decent stack here for Bait.
Kensai's over those Julies. Goes back in, but he's missed his first opportunity. And now Alex is going to have to try and pick up the slack, and he'll do just that. Keeping himself alive at the back of the site is so integral. And as they try to retreat, Headtrick is able to connect the headshot, spills the bomb back onto the deck, and Glaive on 10 HP is praying, hoping for a miracle. That lightning itself will strike down onto his adversaries. Couple players low enough that will be finished off by it, but Headtrick will seal up the second pistol, and Bait will regain the lead once more.
Yeah, big stack from Bait, and it's just so many angles to deal with. You see Ents almost start to second guess things. They're like, oh, maybe this isn't it. Moving back towards ramp, but it's too little too late. And nice to see impact there from Headtrick, who himself had been having a bit of a quiet map. But I think he can often find a lot of his success on the CT side. Bait will be hoping that's the case here. Good thing they didn't commit into mid, because Kaspersky was able to stand behind that molly in the midst of the smoke. He's got the only weapon. So it should be pretty easy pickings for Bait. Do have to wonder if, for SDY, this is maybe a slightly more meaningful game even, just because, obviously, as a Ukrainian player, he's watching this all-Ukrainian team on the rise. He's got international SDY, wanting to maybe find more success. That's something. Kaspersky actually set up with this Deeg for a couple of kills. Not a great deal. Yeah, I think if SDY were to watch it, a Ukrainian team knock them out and then maybe even make the major, that might be pretty tough for him to take, having gone international.
Yeah, I think probably a bittersweet moment, right? Like, you want to see your fellow countrymen make it too. And your day, sucks to say, but you got to be selfish, man. It's about you. It's about Ents. And so far, his team need him to step up on this map. He's had a great tournament. A little bit quiet now, though. 6 kills. Bottom of the scoreboard on Ents. Has AKs to play with, though. Essential. Thinking of getting aggressive. They will hear that tick of damage, though. They'll know he's up close in the cave. Hence the spray, but not landing anything. Second Molotov down. Stuck between an island, but the first one has gone out. Essential surviving on 23. Not quite the moth to the flame this time, but the damage has been inflicted.
Ooh. Speaking of damage, I can't believe Ascenthiel goes back there on 23 health, and he nearly takes Kaspersky out of the round. Down to 7 health on that wallbang. It's not like he had a rifle for the wallbang either. The MP9 doing what it can. Just under a minute left for Ents. They haven't made too many inroads on a bomb site, but they've taken mid control. They'll leave SDY there on the lurk. They still need this cave control, but Ascenthiel is so low. Just one shot to the body will do the trick. It's not found though. Ascenthiel with a double dink, and there was no trade set up for Glaive there. So sure, Ascenthiel's trapped, but they're taking their time, their sweet, sweet time. Finally, they get the kill, but it allows Headtrick in position. It doesn't matter though, Kaspersky was holding for it.
He's low though, 4 HP. There's not much time left. Really important kill from NPL. If Alex can get a kill out of this one, it's huge. The flash is perfect though. It is timed to perfection. Pops in the eyes of Alex. And although there's a TK, they had to snatch the kill because time itself is running dry. Depleting. Good kill in from Kenzai Zor, but Poddy continues to have an impressive, stellar map as he moves up to 13 and clutches out, and the entirety of Ents can breathe a sigh of relief.
Can really feel the intensity of this map as we get into this second half. There were a couple of moments there that round could have swung. Kaspersky low on health, hitting that headshot. MPL clearing out that position. The flash was fantastic. And then this lineup. For a moment, you think if both kills come in, it's Bates round for sure. But instead, Poddy does just enough, even if there's a team kill in there. And sneaking through the smoke, it of course comes down to the 1-on-1 that Ents are able to hold on to. Now Bait take a timeout. They must know that Ents had to reinvest heavily, and currently you can see just the 2 AKs on the Ents side. That means if Bait buy, I mean, they'll probably have a slightly worse buy, but it's pretty similar. It's not that different between the two teams. This could be a very important swing round early in the half.
I just wonder if we'll see another stack, Hawker, because this is something that Bait have done over the duration of the series, that they stack together and then try and save. It doesn't look like it from the start of the round. This seems like pretty default plays, more aggression towards middle. So no, they're playing default. They're playing to win this round outright. So this is a very important moment in this series. The winner of this round could potentially extend a significant lead. Everything to play for, everything on the line.
Looks like another slow approach from Ents. But look at the re-aggression from Bait on mid. They were thinking about going further. There would have been 2 different angles to deal with. Instead, the timing's good for MPL and Headtrick. The lineup there on the rifles. Finally, Kaspersky gets one back, but surely it's too little too late here. A 2v4 to recover. Oh!
5-7 at that range. Insta headshot, and Alex will clean up the rest. It was a gamble, it was a risk, but my goodness has it paid off on Bait. They will be delighted with that outcome. Ents' economy is in no position to get a solid buy. The only reason they'd buy at this stage is if they think that Bait is still in trouble. Ooh. That is such a crazy shot, isn't it? They've pulled attack lovely as well.
As you said, though, yeah, they buy up knowing that if we win, this is the position we're in. We know that Ents will likely have little into this round, and it does put Ents in a tough spot. I assume you just have to pretty heavily save here. Like, if they want to get a gun round in the next, I don't think they can even invest a great deal in this round. And if that's the case, you might effectively be conceding 10 over to Bait. And we did say earlier, in that previous matchup between these two teams on Ancient, it was Bait's CT side that they dominated on. They won 8-1 on their CT side to beat Ents 13-8 in total. Or maybe it's Bait's CT side that's going to carry them through here again. Because as we assumed, Ents have very little in this round.
I was very interested if Ents would force. Because they know Bait's economy is still not great, but it's the risk versus reward. It's tipping the scales is it worth us going all in? If we lose, we're in real trouble. It's like 11-7 kind of territory. So they elect against it. And maybe it's for some of the reasons you highlighted, Hawker, because last time the CT side was so damn good for bait. It definitely tips the scales more in the favor of just saying, save, good shot from Essential. But for all intents and purposes, realistically, this will be a 10-7 scoreline. Unless bait horribly fumble and throw this round.
Yeah, I do think this is the correct call from Ents. I think unless you have something you're really confident in, like a pocket strat that you think has got a very good chance of working, or at least getting you like a bomb plant and some more damage, it's just so much safer to say, okay, let's at least just rely on our gun rounds. Yes, we'll be 10-7 down. Yes, maybe bait will build up a bit more money. But you always want to be relying on the gun rounds, the rounds you actually practice for. The majority of your time goes into. Interestingly, bait are actually playing quite passive here with 30 seconds remaining. If there were smokes, this probably would be a bomb plant for Ents. With the lack of utility, might be more tricky.
I spot them as well, so they know exactly what's coming up. Fast rotation through, 4 players going to be here. And it is going to be a massacre, as anticipated. 10-7 the score, but Ents held fire to get this by. Downside is, though, I mean, they're going to have full AKs, but it's not going to be perfect. Like, ideally, you probably want an AWP for Poddy. And maybe a couple of missing grenades here and there. You can see a flubbed Molotov thrown in here as well. Not that it really mattered. Yeah, dropping down to 2 Galils instead. Only a Molotov on Glaive. So you've saved up, and although you do have plenty to play with, it's not ideal.
Ents really need this here. 3 rounds down. They lose, their money will be awkward, and they've lost the early fight. Poddy in the smoke. This is chaos, but it's Poddy with 1. Out of ammo, and in the meantime, MPL cleaning up on mid. This could be the moment. MPL with a triple kill. And just like that, Ents' gun round that they saved for is gone.
Itu is full HP and does have the bomb. Still tons of time, but he's being flanked. Headtrick is making moves behind him. He's a goner. Whether it be Headtrick or MPL, the end result is the same. And it feels as if Ents now have a 1 foot out of this qualification match. Bait are so close to the finish line. Ents will not really have a buy in this. Unless they full send it. But it's more than likely going to be some Deagles and Tech-9s and not much else. Bait are in a glorious position.
Yeah, listen, at least Ents have utility this time and pistols across the board. At least it's not a complete whitewash of a round. They can go for an A execute, but it looks like Bait are pretty well prepared for this right now. Already 2 CTs on A.
Smoke has come through. Molotov's there to greet it. Yeah, that's a really good Molotov. It's going to stall them, stymie them, and Headtrick surgically removes them with an AK. It's clinical. Crisp and clean. Headtrick on for the ace. It gets denied, but he will not care. 5 match points. 5 elimination points for Ents.
Bait looking so ready for what Ents tried to throw at them on that A side. This is so nice from Headtrick. Gets into a more advanced angle than Ents were ever expecting. That AK wreaking havoc on the A side of the map. And Ents facing elimination from the Blast TV Austin Major European Qualifier. Bait looking to secure the win and secure that matchup against Astralis for the final spot in Europe. It is the guns out from Ents. They'll do what they can. Kaspersky sneaking through the smoke while Essential still tries to spam, but it is Ents leaning towards that A side right now. Doesn't look like they want to commit to that. And in the meantime, those wallbangs have been pretty brutal for Ents.
Just rattles the dome of Kaspersky, concussed through the wall. And also, he would have heard that dink. So it is intel on top of it. Flashbang through. Kenzai Zor's not too bothered about it, but can't quite adjust the aim, but they line up for each other. And Headtrick, hot off the back of a 4K, has now dipped back in the bag to pick out 2. Kaspersky, he goes down without a fight. Essential has put the one giant step towards winning this match. Netu and Glaive have it all to do. And they're slow on the approach here, Hawker, but there is only Hedrick here to greet them. I say only Hedrick. He's been a man possessed these last 2 rounds.
It's good awareness from Hedrick. Get that info and immediately fall back. Don't give away the fight, but now he goes down. Glaive gets one. Netu with one of his own. But look how low they are. The rotate is here, but Alex can't find it. Essential has it all to do, but they're pushing Donut. They're moving in towards him. Essential holds for the first. And now Netu needs this, but it's Essential to hold on and secure victory for Bait.
And he has made amends for that previous map. Don't dwell on that. Dwell on the fact he had 2 great maps out of 3, and Bait have got it done. They're not qualified yet, but there's only one more hurdle to get past, and that will be Astralis up next.
Oh man, it looked like Ents for a second had the way back in, but just at the end, they pushed Donut into the waiting arms of Essential. Ents unfortunately eliminated, but fair play to Bait. They did what we thought they would here on this CT side. We said that it's so strong for them. It really came through. MPL with a monster performance, but honestly, it was a bit of a team effort. And I think towards the end there, the last couple of rounds at least, it was Hedrick who took over. And we said he can be so good on the CT side. He can be solid with the rifles as well. We absolutely saw that in that second half. And I think for Bait, it's also nice. They closed it out quite convincingly in the end, so we didn't have to get down to the really high-pressure moments either. They didn't have to go down to that. They were pretty confident towards the end. You could see them really building up that steam, and yeah, Ents just not able to find the way in at all.
13-8 last time, 13-7 this time. And huge amount of credit to Bait, by the way, who was 0-2 down, looking dead and buried in these qualifiers. They're now 4-2. They've won 4 best of 3s in a row. Can they make it 5 against Astralis, Hawker? Is it possible?
It's not going to be easy, especially when you have these back-to-back games and Astralis have been sitting there watching, taking notes, warming up themselves. But I do think that towards the end there, we started to see the Bait players show up to the level that we know they're capable of. And we didn't necessarily get that throughout the entirety of this series. But I do think there's still moments where I honestly feel as though Hedrick could be able to get more done. Like if he were given the AWP earlier on, for example, or if he would just put into better positions sometimes, I still think we could see more from him. I still think there's even more that we could get out of this Bait team. And we know that Astralis aren't invaluable. We've seen it. We've seen them struggle at this qualifier. They've been either very good or poor, it feels like. So it might depend on what Astralis shows up as well. But yeah, just with how Bait were hitting shots at the end there, that's the thing that they've got to try and carry on over, right? You've just played a series, you're feeling warm, get out there early, put Astralis under pressure, and just see what Astralis you're going up against today.
And hopefully Bait can get a little bit of respite, because they must be knackered after that best of 3, mentally exhausted after all the gauntlet, the roller coaster they went through. But again, they get the W. Commiserations to Ents. It was a valiant try. They had moments. I think they'll be bitterly disappointed after a pretty close first half that they just kind of faded away. And I honestly thought that their T side would be maybe opting for a little bit more, but Sundai Young had a rough map, and he was one of the carrying pieces. I don't know if I could single him out because he's had a really good tournament, but I definitely think that hurt Ents in the end.
Yeah, it was just so many early fights going against them. I think they were making pretty quick calls, and just you saw like the amount of rounds where Hedrick's able to sort of get ahead of it and just get a little double spray down early on. Like those are the moments where when you lose those early fights, it's just so hard to come back into the round. So it really is a shame for Ents. I think they'll come away from this, and their performances at times were pretty decent, but at the same time, they would have been a team who would have had their eyes on that major. And yes, it's hard in Europe. We know that, you know, with only 6 spots, it's hard with how many teams there are here. But like some of the other teams eliminated, I'm sure they will be looking at themselves a bit and saying, okay, you know, this is obviously not what we wanted. We were fairly close, but still not able to make it through. And yeah, it's tough. We'll see where they go from here. But, you know, they definitely had their moments. I think that's the annoying thing, Vince. To me, this team, it feels like that they're close at times, but maybe they're just missing those 1 or 2 things to really make them that true contender.
Yeah, we saw flashes of brilliance for Ents. I mean, in terms of like even the calling from Glaive so often, especially on Anubis, which by the way was a really good performance, and they look like a legit Anubis team, able to play with any of the teams on the planet on that and do well. So there are definitely positives. There are things that you come out of this event feeling pretty good about. But I feel like you said, a team like Ents realistically is coming into this event and they're saying like we got to make the major. Like we're too big of an organization not to make it. Whether this roster will stay together with all of the crazy shenanigans of roster manias will be yet to be seen. But there definitely were some positives. That being said, though, they are eliminated. They're done. Bait still in the tournament. Astralis waiting in the wings. We're done for now in our 8th place matchup. There's only one more to go. It's going to be a break coming up, and then Astralis take on Bait to see which team will secure their spot at the Austin Major.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payout.
Well, the road is almost at its end. We are one step away from the Austin Major. Texas is calling and everything's bigger out there, but the question is, who is the bigger team and who will make their final spot known here in the European MRQ? We started with 16, 5 have already qualified. Now one more will join them between Astralis and Bait. Only one can claim glory. My name is Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne for our playoff proceedings and our grand final matchup. This one is going to be an epic if we get our way.
We are talking about two players on Astralis of Device and Cadian that played at the first ever CSGO major 12 years ago, Jay, facing off against a team now as teammates that have never been to a major before. We are talking about a real David versus Goliath story today.
Most certainly, and there may well be some Davids mixed in with the Goliaths on those rosters, but look, at the end of the day, you are looking at one true favourite when it comes to experience and caliber and who's been playing at the higher end of the scene in the last few months here, and Bait most certainly are not them. However, look, that's not to say they completely counted out this matchup, Blake. They've had a hell of a run thus far.
Indeed they have, and for a Bait side that have been working so damn hard, you can feel that this young and inexperienced squad full of 3 19-year-olds are rising to the challenge. I mean, to be down 0-2 after day one, it is miraculous to be able to win 4 best-of-3s back-to-back.
Yeah, most certainly, and that just adds to the impressiveness of their position right here. Obviously, the Bukol's going to hamper them pretty hard when it came into their matches, but even their match against Ents, of course, was a victory earlier on today. So they've earned their position in this final matchup, in this last chance playoff final. And look, for them, it's certainly going to be a kind of career-making victory for them if they're able to do so. For the Bait organization, they've fielded rosters at several different majors. They've had 5 matches where they've been within the qualifying position, and they have failed each and every single one of them at the Rio RMR and the Paris RMR. Maybe third time's the charm, Dwayne.
Indeed it is, and it comes to a squad that have kind of made their name known a part of this organization. Alex started on Hellraisers but went over to Bait, and that's where he made his name, ended up getting benched, played on a couple of different rosters, got brought back. Essential, mate, we'd never even heard of him before he joined up on Bait. For MPL, he had a little stint on Na'Vi, Hetrick, a bit of a stint on NIP, but for the majority of these guys coming back down in that lower level and trying to push Ukraine towards the top, it's the goal and the expectation of qualifying today.
And the team that will look to try and stop them is trying to represent the Danish region. Of course, a great name in terms of Counter-Strike and a great organization in terms of who they fielded in previous editions of the team. Astralis are a legend among men here. 4 major championships in the organization's history, and some of the players on here as well. Device especially has been partial to that. Device directly partial to it, but a very different team than what they've had before, and unfortunately not quite as successful as that era-defining roster.
And we have seen some giants struggle in this MRQ. Take Fnatic, 17 major appearances. They didn't make it. Take Big, 8 major appearances. They didn't make it. Astralis, 10 major appearances. Can it be their 11th? Well, I'm sure the Danes hope it is today.
Yeah, that's also mentioned as the fact that they're trying to break a little bit of a streak of not going to majors as of late. You can talk about the history and the grand scale of things, sure, but remember, they've missed out on 4 back-to-back majors. They do not want to make it 5 today.
No, they don't. And let's even consider the last time they were at a major, how different the lineup is looking from now till then. That was when Zip was still on the team, Glaive, Config, BlameF, and Farlig out of all players. Astralis have been making these moves to try and push the team towards the top. It feels like a long time coming, and it feels like it's an important job to get it done today.
I mean, look, let's put it this way. Device, they made all part of this roster. The last time he was at a major, he wasn't even part of Astralis. He was with NIP in Stockholm. So, like, the difference of just how far things have moved, how different things have progressed for this team is so stark and so contrast. And it does sort of throw some questions into the mix in terms of how much favoritism is really going to come out to play here in this kind of matchup when you are so high pressured. You've got a bunch of people who are expecting big things of you right now.
Well, I would consider Astralis to be the only tier 1 team going into the MRQ. I think Gamer Legion is kind of tier 1.5 for me. Big is in the same sort of conversation. And then the majority of the other teams are all tier 2. So when you've got that spotlight on you, you need to deliver. And I'm sure I'm looking at someone like Device, who's got so many majors under his belt. I mean, this could be his 17th major today. That is an astonishing career, but the job's not done.
Well, for Hedrick, of course, only the one major, as you mentioned before, Paris, was where he was able to play with NIP in a bit of shared territory in terms of that team for both of these two players, obviously not playing with each other, but playing on same home territory. And for him, obviously, it's a case of defining a bit more out of your career than what you've seen so far.
Hedrick's been impressive across this MRQ. He is averaging a 17.8 kills per map and has the most clutches won in the tournament at 7. This is a guy that was putting up highlight moments with the Big Green, as well as round-defining moments in that series versus 9 Pandas yesterday and the series against Ents that we had a little bit earlier on today.
Well, look, for him, obviously, he'll be one of many different people that you'll be looking at in terms of trying to make that impact happen because, look, it's all about impact here and now. Our best of 3, that's all that separates these two squads from their major and from their elimination. So, Dwayne, I mean, I don't really know what to expect out of this matchup. Maybe with the slight exception of potentially a bit more fire under the Bait side. I want to say we've seen that over the course of the last couple of days. You know, the rookies, the youngsters, they've been coming up. They've been making spots, finding spots in the major, and they've been doing so with such style. Thinking about Namiga, for instance. Well, Bait have got extra motivation to them. Remember that back in Shanghai, they faced Astralis in the elimination game of that RMR. They went down 0-3, which was the key disappointment for them in terms of that. So for today, maybe payback's a bitch.
Indeed it is, and this is time for revenge. Now, we know that Train is always going to be insta-banned for Bait. They don't like the map, they don't play it at all, and we know for Astralis, they don't like their Anubis, which was actually quite an uncomfortable map in that last series for Bait up against Ents. Now, in terms of the picks, Mirage is god tier for Bait. They are solid on Mirage. They are really, really good on that map, so expect a Mirage pick, and then in terms of Astralis, it's normally going to be their Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, Mirage was played out during that previous head-to-head as well there. So Bait have got a little bit of history in terms of winning that map against Astralis. And yeah, have obviously progressed in terms of both teams so far. But considering those win rates from the Astralis side, considering who they've been struggling to, of course, they lost out to Big in yesterday's best of 3s during the round 5 matches. So that is potentially a weakness that they can exploit. So yeah, Mirage will be coming out, Inferno in as our second map, the pick of the Astralis side. And our final one today is going to be Ancient if we have to go there.
So Astralis pick a little bit of Ancient. We actually saw a really good Ancient coming through from Bait just in that last series against Ents, especially in that second half. I thought that's where Hetrick and especially the in-game leader of MPL just started firing. We just started getting multi-frags, some really good sequences. They're currently on a 4-map winning streak for that decider, so I'm sure Bait will be very happy with how this veto's gone down today.
Does that give them the edge in this series? I know that Hawker and Vince were sort of saying that they feel like they've got a little bit extra over that Ents side in the earlier matchup today. So do we feel like they've got a little bit extra against Astralis given how the veto's played out?
I believe for Bait, the hunger's going to be there. I think the desire of failures are now with the chance of one best of 3 going up against a team that eliminated you last time around. I'm going to back Bait on this one. I think that they've got what it takes. I think that they're able to cause the upset today.
Well, this is certainly a battle for their destiny and certainly a battle to change their destiny in the case of Astralis. So for both of these sides, there's a lot at stake. I think there's a bit more fire behind Bait, but it's that case of deciding who is, which element is going to be stronger right here. Is it that fire? Is it that motivation? Is it that desire to make it to a major? Or is it the experience on the other side of the board? Is it guys like Kanian and like Device and the core of Heroic who have been to many, many majors between them, and therefore they have a little bit more in terms of chops to make it up to another one here today?
All you need to look at is Bait, LAN events, HLTV. There's not many. There's a few major qualifiers in the RMRs, the odd LAN here or there, but it's not a frequent attender. Whereas for Astralis, they've got so many more LAN events than they do online. The difference here for Bait is that they've missed opportunities in the past, and that just only pushes the lineup further and to get more hunger. I think for Astralis, though, going up against them from Bait's point of view is going to be the toughest match by far. Every single team that they have faced in this tournament has been tier 2. Now you're going up against a tier 1 juggernaut. This is where MPL as a caller needs to step up to the plate, and Hetrick as the AWPer needs to step up too.
Well, an appropriate step up for them to take. Let's see whether they can mount to the challenge. It's our grand final of the MRQ. Will it be a 5th missed major for Astralis? Will Bait take 3 wasted opportunities to make it to 1 themselves? Let's find out in the grand finals. And the pistol of our first map, Mirage, is live. Astralis on the CT start of things. They've got Kanian posted towards Apps, spotting players in that position, and Bait are going to quickly make their moves on right here. B-site is the target. Kanian is going to fall back, not hitting those accurate shots. His teammates in the back lines are going to tag down Stown. It's Kentizor with that first frag in. Kadian to fall, Kentizor low, but a 5-on-4 for his team.
15 pistol rounds, 1 from Bait, and only 9 lost in the tournament so far. That's a good track record.
1 right here to start things off on the right foot would certainly be positive all the same. Essenthiel has been traded and they're taking damage quite heavily, but the kills keep trading back and forth for 3-on-3. Alex in the apartments, quick drive-by on Stown. Yabby gets trading of his own right, but Stairs picked up and Yabby falls quickly after the fact, and it's a pistol win for Bait.
And not only have Bait now won their 16th pistol round of the tournament, Jay, but they have the highest round win percentage in round 2 conversions. They have lost just 1. So anytime oppositions try and force against them, they're not getting the leg up. And I wonder if Astralis, in terms of preparation, have read that and probably decided to full eco come this next round.
Well, our odds at 1xBet have Astralis as favourites, and they certainly are going to value the experience above the fire today. The value of the buy certainly will be pretty significant as well for Astralis. They will be forcing into this second round, so this could set them back, or it could momentum swing. Are they going to be the second team to take a second round break over Bait?
I'm going to be looking at Device and Stown for their individual impact across this series. We're talking about Device with a positive 35 KD difference, a 1.23 rating, and Stown at positive 31 and a 1.15 rating. The 2 go-to guys, the highlight individuals. Bait taking mid control, getting a couple of players to come out from underpass. You've got a boost to get Kadian into ladder with that 5-7.
Underpass established from Essential's Mach 10. Down, great nature's position. Looking for a quarter HP, but not much more resistance here from Astralis. They don't have the equipment to do so.
Yeah, Senthiel's waiting for that first contact, and I was well impressed with his individual ability in that last game against Ents. It's a tough matchup for the young boy. He's got, what, 400 odd maps played on HLTV, hadn't had a pro team before joining up on Bait, and he was outclassing the opposition at times. And that first map, he made quite a statement. Slow, careful, scale up short. Contact should come towards Con.
Sprays through, stair tag to 16. Alex trying to find him. The HE comes in to try and deal with the man. Doesn't quite get that kill, though. Alex with a good kill out of his own. Yabby takes that 1 responsive, but that's as far as it will go for Astralis. The Device takes the second man as well. A triple to be found. Yeah, becomes expensive for the Bait camp, but Astralis did force the issue. Device needs to go full on 4K. And he just doesn't have the chops to hit the headshot, so Bait will continue to hold the second round.
Bait have one of the largest map streaks out of any team that went into this MRQ. They have won 11 Mirage officials in a row. The track record in the last 3 months is speaking volumes. 85.2%, that's 23 wins and just 4 losses. They might be one of the best teams that we have in all of Tier 2 on this map.
The reason why Bait picked it. Confidence brimming on them. A solid point for them in this series. Astralis upgrade pistols into the stack on the A-bomb site defense, and M4 for Yabi is playing on a bit of an unorthodox boost here at Danger, seeing a couple of players taking one of them down. Can't convert onto any more out here. Player at Dark's been undetected, unaffected by that Molotov, and Stair can get a kill out of it for it. MPL trades him from range. Ascentfield struggles for that CT individual, but both Yabi and Cadian will fall eventually. Advantage taken back by Bait, 3-on-2. They are low HP in this one, so there might be some work for Astralis to prod around the edges of the bomb site. The Deagle from Connector fighting. The M4 of NPL takes Device down. That's a quadra of him in the round. That takes any potential for a steal on the CT side.
What a superb recovery that was from Bait. Consider the moment where the M4 at the back of Triple gets that first kill. They try and throw the molly out, but it doesn't quite reach all the way, and it allows the M4 to track back quite easily towards spawn. And the underbout player, a Stair, close range, gets one, and you feel that early on in this game, pressure's getting towards Bait, but instead it's MPL, the captain, that steps up. And I guess if you followed Tier 2 quite frequently, Jay, over the last few years, there's been a few names that we talk about, high-fragging in-game leaders. Body is certainly one that always comes to mind with what he was able to do on Double Pony and now on 3D Max. I think MPL, for the better part of 12 months, is the #1 highest-fragging in-game leader we have in the scene.
His early numbers definitely do it justice. Dealing with mostly pistols, however. Giving Astralis away from a true steal at this moment. Maybe the rifle rounds might offer some more successful than the first one is up to play for here, and you can already see the AWP is out for Device. One of the greatest in the game on this weapon. But will that greatness show up here today?
Yeah, out of the 16 majors that he's played, Jay, 15 of them featured a stage appearance. I mean, that's saying something. Constant playoff runs, always pushing for top 8s at minimum. Now, the only time it wasn't the case was the 12th to 14th back in Boston of 2018. I'm sure he'd love to try and get this organization and himself back to a major, and perhaps this is the series where he needs to be a takeover player, needs to be the guy that's going to carry them over the line.
Now that he's got the AWP, perhaps this is the possibility. What's the weapon that his captain Cadian used to love himself, but no need for him to carry it in the SMG for this round. Of course, the limiting factor, because Yabi did buy the Hero M4 in that previous round, so that's where the limitation is going to balance out.
Yeah, even to talk about the experience of Device versus the rest, the majority of guys on Bait have got about 600 to 500 maps played on HLTV. Device is knocking at 2,200, and he's got over 1,400 on this one organization. So when it comes to just the individual impact from Device, you do expect him to be able to outclass the majority of players on Bait. So it's going to come to a calling perspective on, first off, how do we slow down Device, and where do we find the weaknesses elsewhere on the team?
He's placed on defensive line initially to the back of the A-bomb site, so they're expecting more of an A hit. And the split play certainly seems set up for now. Don't see those players in mid, but they're just walking their way forward towards that smoke. Device now about to see those counter smokes in. Down with another CT smoke. He's missed the mark with MPL, but him and Kenzizor do not expect him to be pushed up so far. Device strikes on Alex in the meantime. 5-on-2, traded back by Headtrick on one casualty for Bait, but there's still so many more to gain in this clutch scenario. They are spread out from each other. Two different entry points onto the bomb site. Stair keeping himself away from harm's reach, but still sandwiched between the Bait players here.
And that timing on the resmoke in bottom com was just perfect, because Bait had already started throwing the util out from A ramp. They'd committed towards that split. They had no other option but to go through it. They would have hoped to fade the smoke to have a good timing, and instead they just give up a couple of freebies to Stown. It's a complete collapse, and it's Astralis making a statement in the first gun round.
Oh, awkward spray from Ascentfield, cannot recover a kill. Headtrick can get 2 out of it, but 9 HP for the next 2, and a backstab that Yabi is ready to post up. Knife pulled out, M4 instead, quick swing, and a frag found to give Astralis their start in the final.
Bait will just look at that last one and say, okay, will gimmicks work against Astralis? That sort of high tempo, more aggressive play style. We attempted it. I mean, the splitting A with 1:30 on the clock. Very quick. And very fast for it to be shut down and completely over. Astralis will be pleased with the result. Maybe not too pleased with how expensive it got towards the tail end there against Hetrick.
Damage up against both sides here. Fast play in towards short though for Bait, and they overwhelm Device and down real quick. Cadian stands alongside Yabi on the B defensive. They can get 2 kills out of it. Cadian needs one more. Yabi can trade him back to 2 versus 2. Burst fire running out of ammo against NPL, and Stairs rotation comes in just in time. The nade from Yabi will close out his triple, and it's Malik stuff, chaotic into the execution, but Astralis get on top of the situation.
Bait do everything right with the entry paths and the kill towards Con. The issue that they find is that they're up against multi-frags, and that might be something that starts getting in the mind of Astralis. You've had back-to-back gun rounds in which anchors have had huge levels of success. You've got the Con player down previously getting 2, and then you've got Yabi out there with B-Apps that gets 3. Bait, they know that they were so close to breaking that. The spacing was pretty good, but just too many players, and they couldn't drop 2 in a row, and now the money, well, it's just completely disappeared.
A strong, solid 3-round start from Bait, evaporating before their eyes. Because you're right, there's no way they can resist what should be an even scoreline for Astralis, minus a miracle coming in on these Glocks.
You got to imagine that Captain Kirker is sitting there crossing his fingers today, just hoping that the boys get over the line, because he was a part of the organization for a very long time. I know he's playing now out on Kono, another one of those Ukrainian teams that's playing a little bit more in the Tier 2 to Tier 3 scene. But with what he achieved with the previous iteration and now see them 1 game off, I'm sure that he's really proud of what the run has been for them.
He was part of those rosters that made the 5 match opportunities in Rio and Paris. Alongside Alex666, the guy in server, his teammate. He's there for all of that history. Cheering the boys on from the sidelines as MPL strikes first up against Cadian. That's a positive start. Yabi trading back against the pistol players. There's no Kevlar, so no resistance, but a bomb plant out of this one should be satisfactory. MPL's going in for a little bit more, though. Down peek forward from short. Senfield is going to get caught. Incendiary to drive the man back away towards the bomb site. From range, this Deagle can still find fights on towards the short position. A tag towards Down. Device swings forward and deals with the man. A 1 versus 3 was never going to get one. All about taking a 3rd player out, which was also unsuccessful. But they do get a bomb plant out of this, so the buy for the next round is going to look good.
Yeah, MPL has previously been to a major. He was there at Paris with Na'Vi. Got to play with Simple, Electronic, Bit, and Perfecto. I'm sure he learned so much there and has tried to bring it back to local divisions. Now, this is a guy that his numbers are just astronomical. 27 maps played in the last 3 months of Mirage, and he's averaging a 1.30 rating. I mean, for a sample size to be that large with the officials, and then the number to be so consistent, I'm expecting him to be basically the winning condition, whether they can take Mirage or whether they can't. I mean, he's already 10-4, but you just want to see a little bit more from him in those rifle rounds.
Well, like I said, a rifle round will be available for Bait now. Astralis answered back in kind when the weapons came in for them, so maybe a few more responses to generate from Bait, although they have picked up a couple of AKs for Astralis. You've talked so much about how AKs are deadly in CT side hands, so how much worry is it now that Stown and Stair have some?
I think it's a worry with how well Astralis are playing. There's very few teams that can contest Bait on Mirage, and maybe it comes to that conversation of only playing Tier 2 on the lead up to this final game. I mean, look at the matchup that we saw earlier on today versus Ents. We had an 8-4 T-side half from Bait. Are they going to get 8-4 this time around? I don't even think they're going to get close. They might get 6, they might get 7. But that's on the occurrence of kind of keeping it neck and neck from the start and then eventually disrupting the economy line. I mean, we're seeing everyone up and around 5k from the CTs. So I'm doubtful that you're going to get that sort of lead. And I mean, even that, 8-4, you expect to close it down quickly. It went to all rounds in regulation. It went down 13-11. It was a test.
The ultimate test here in the finals. Must be greater than any of the others prior to this point. And a small technical issue, as you can see, Cadian is restarting his router, is what I'm being told.
Well, let's take this moment to appreciate the run from Bait in some of the big names that were dropped and eliminated because of them. Paravision, O2 matchup in a best of 3. James, both him and Kickit are major winners. 8 majors for James, 6 for Kickit. A BC game, we've got Jacob with 9 majors, Nexa with 4. He was in a major grand final. 9 Pandas, they qualified to the Copenhagen major last year, couldn't attend. Krad's been to 4, Shalfie's been to 2. And then Ents in their last game. Glaive, 14 majors under his belt. Ents as an organization had 7 and been to a grand final, their very first one in Katowice.
Well, Glaive led Device to his 4 major championships. Significance. The names that have fallen before the feet of our underdogs today. One more scalp to take. It's dead set even in the early quarter of this match. They're expecting Astralis to try and make some plays to force disruption against their line of engagement. It's down the man that's first forward, takes some damage. Returning a little bit more, quite a lot more by comparison.
And quite a lot of activity on this City side from Astralis. Not afraid to take map control away, get aggressive, got on the front foot. A window smoke being lined up and a retake of mid from the T's. Now, mid was taken, it now gets brought off. You've got Device who's peering aggressively with the AWP into the apartments, so he can maintain that aggressive angle, and then Yabi can keep pushing forward of it.
Oh, what a swing from MPL. Device just clotheslined out the apartments. Didn't see that coming whatsoever, quite literally. At least Yabi can start to take apartments right back, get some map control and information towards the CT side line, who have pushed on towards a ramp over on A. The jump of Sentinel was looking for Stair, gets his head taken off. Stown could trade on Kentazor as well, but Alex responds to a 3-on-3. Now is the site defenders, still one man back here at Tetris, engaged by Alex. You've got Cadian next up. Head triggers his back turn, but the smoke comes in. Cadian pushes forward of it. No one's watching. Alex checks it now, and he wins the engage. Yabi now alone, 1 versus 3. Can isolate that first pick back at ramp. Both remaining T-side players will turn their attention to him. Head trick, first port of call. And the AWP sits on the bomb site, just baited out by a quick peek forward from the Dane. Takes it slow, checking for the second player, unawares of where MPL is hiding at the moment. They both hear him, both back at the same angle. Finally peeks back towards Hedrick, who connects his kill in the end, and Bait reclaim the lead.
I just get the feeling that this is going to be a game on sharpness. Some of the shots that are being hit right now from both teams are ridiculous. I mean, that first one from the apartment swing, right? You've got NPL just swinging against the AWPer. You then have Stair, who hits a blinder on a jump spotter there from Essential. We have got a machine on both sides of the party right now. Bait, a good recovery, a good effort there from Yabi, but I guess with the cautious nature of that 2v1 in the post plan, he just wasn't offered anything.
A heavy reinvestment from Astralis into round 8. A couple of pistols for Yabi and Cadian, so limitations are still in true effect. Especially the top frag of the board right now. Yabi at 11. A 5-7 is all he can do damage with here.
Yeah, Bait have been able to take mid without any contention at all. Now, Device had the AWP in the apartments in the last round. Now he's maneuvered it over towards Ticket and watching into Con. When will that AWP strike? Is it this kind of round where he can work an opener?
Shot on for Device, head trick down. First to fall, got that pistol close range. Alex going to sneak forward of the smoke. Slip past the CT line, but Stair can deal with him. Kentazor next to task. Try and look for him back over at dark. Seeing the shoulder, seeing the man spraying through. But Yabi strikes on MPL. Kentazor can deal with him quickly, but they've still lost the man advantage here. And the AWP of Device chimes in. Kentazor needs a full-blown ace to hold this round. He'll tap it, try force a fight from Device, but Cadian sneaks forward first. I think that was a shot just beyond the connector smoke, just as it cleared. So Astralis even just as quickly.
And I remember only like it was yesterday, Jay, when Yabi qualified to his first ever major back in Stockholm of 2021 playing with the Copenhagen Flames. They had to play that 7th place decider against Fiends, and it was a hell of a best of 3. It went to, I think, 3 overtimes on map 1, all rounds in regulation on map 2, and you kind of get the feeling again that these decider matchups, loser eliminated, winner goes to the major, you are in for a fight. You are in for a proper challenge. It is not going to be easy.
Back and forth thus far. Bait solidity challenged by Astralis. Responsives found very quickly after the fact. There's only pistols available for Bait now. Economy limited for Astralis all the same. Can't build it up until they get a decent and confident round in on this one. Would prefer to go casualtyless.
Yeah, Senthiel, a player that was being talked up quite frequently in that last best of 3. 0-7. I wonder if that's going to be a slight issue for Bait as this best of 3 series continues onwards. How much more impact he's going to be able to achieve. Astralis, you don't expect them to give away too much against the lighter bar here.
Looking at those upgrade pistols if they are going to lose anything. Particularly on Kensizor, the Deagle in his hands. He'll try and lead his team slowly into the apartments. There's no utility at all to go in with the execution. So he's going to have to dry fake it, and Orcadian's ready for them. Couple of frags found. AK from range on Stown. PL gets 1 Deagle back. Can't quite connect the kill shot on the second. So it's just 1 pick against Astralis as they now have the lead for the first time in the final.
And this is a chance for Rugger in terms of preparation to try and get Astralis over the line. This is a coach that has been to many majors under very different organizations. His first one was Dignitas, went to a few with North, went to London with Optic, and then most recently Rio and Paris with OG across the last couple of years. Astralis getting themselves ready for the battle, and Bait, well, they've lost the lead. They'd like to be able to answer back to a tied-up score.
Double AWPs in for Device and Cadian. No AWPs for Bait. Initial defaults are cut off by utility. Simple stuff in terms of Astralis' defense. Mid-control access will be given towards Bait pretty handily here. They're focused pretty much on the passive defensive line of that AWP, or both of these AWPs, in fact, and that push towards ramp.
Yeah, Bait have struggled to gain connector control without losing bodies. That's normally been what's happening in these previous gun rounds, and here it happens again.
Perfect shot from Device, swing forward, second connection doesn't connect, so Headtrick can take him back. Down to 60, tap first, eventually gets overwhelmed, SMG up close, but still cannot get the frag from Stare. A 4 versus 2, Cadian still firing blind, but the bomb is going down safe from Connector. Yeah, we can get 1 pick on the bomb site, so that's Headtrick picked up, but Ascent feels so quick to respond all the same. The peak from Yabi getting nothing, and now the captain's got to save his weapon, a 1v3, which he can't retake with. And no true leads being gained over these two sides. The best advantage we've seen is Bates 3-0. At this moment, it's 5-5.
Well, what we're noticing, Jay, is how quick the punishment is of missed opportunities, aren't we? Every time there's a player that's not quite getting the kill, it's just an instant death. Right there for Device on default. He gets that first kill towards Con, misses the second shot, and then he's just instantly out of the picture. Great entries on the split in A. Yabi only gets 1. Astaire was struggling, so was Stown. At least they keep the AWP alive, but now I'm looking at the economy with double eco on 1. They'll definitely buy back, but there will be limitations.
We noted buy back here for this round. Force for the last of the half. What a shot for Ascentio. Okay. Didn't see that part from Yavi's angle, and he didn't expect it either. Bates. See if the weakened elements here. The FAMAS up for Stare. Still going double AWPs. Devices got 1 sent towards him. Do damage towards Alex to kick things off. There'll be no cash available for the last round of the half, so if Bait win this, It should lock in a 7-5, although the reverse does apply.
Yeah, we got the chance of casting quite a bit of Essential when it was the early days of Bait, when he just joined up on the team, and they sort of put him into a lot of the hard anchor roles and late lurk on T side, and just didn't get a lot of impact. And then slowly, over time, especially with some of the changes in the roster, they've given him a bit more resources. They've allowed him to be a bit more active as a player. Get more impact out of the 19-year-old. And Kenzie Saw in top mid isn't seeing any aggression at all. And this is another one of these slow rounds from Bait. And we're constantly only seeing contacts, I guess, towards A-Ramp and Com. We're never really seeing out in mid at all.
The war contact here towards Spawn is going to get Stare a ton of information, and therefore a 3-man defensive from Astralis on B. Device will hold back in case there is a mid-play to connector. Cadian is holding the AWP on the B bomb site itself. Check all timings, everything. Cadian lands on Alex. Meanwhile, the execution is inbound. Yabi gets his pick in. He turns back towards Kenzizor and deals with him the same. Wonderfully held down by Astralis. Confidence on this defense. Bait should have no way to break into the B site, and MPL will find that out the hard way. Head trick on 4 points of health. Dead to the HE. Astralis are about to win the half.
Well, it was a lovely info play. Anytime you've got 3 defenders on B with the read, it should just be impossible for the T side. No matter how crispy your entries may be, there's too many crossfires. You just can't break it. Even Yabi, notice the turn. So he gets the first kill towards the apartments and then instantly transitions back behind him. Now that's just game sense. That's just awareness of the split coming into B.
Definitely somebody called something. I imagine Device may have seen a pixel by that smoke was giving up the information. And the first tactical of the series is called for Bait right here. And I guess appropriate because they started pretty solid, but they're about to lose the half. The buy does not look pretty. They will have a few rifles, but only 2 of them are AKs. And a MAC-10 for Kenzizor. Essential hasn't bought yet, but he can't afford much.
This is going to be a real test for Kenzizor to see if he can deliver in the most important games, because he's a guy that's played in mainly Tier 2 and Tier 3 with Na'Vi Youth, Iron Branch, Ikla, the Anita roster, Kono. Getting the jump from Bait is easily the best team that he's ever been a part of.
Kenzizor will lean them forward. Faster players coming in from Bait. They had quite a bit of success with the pacey style, and they will get away with a kill on trade, but Cadian continues to hit his AWP shots back from market. The B site has been cleaned up. They're just clearing out all those corners here, and they will get the bomb down for it. Advantage still for Astralis on the retake, though.
Yeah, Head Trick needs to try and slow down these CTs. They've got to try and get some pulling power on a kill somewhere. Cadian timing, Stow not clearing ladder all the way. This is good from Alex.
Times it well. Device still in mid to deal with, though. Shot connects from the AWP. Man advantage regained by Astralis, but Cadian gives it up again, and Head Trick doubles up. Stare has fallen. It's Device on the retake. AWP not great for the situation, especially with the HP being as low as it is, which is at 5-7, but it's still not got enough in it. Essential will close him down with his second kill of the game. But 6 apiece on the board.
I don't think Bait will be too satisfied with that first half performance. It felt quite difficult. With the 3-0 beginning, you'd hope to try and get a lead moving into the second half, but it gives you a glimpse that there's not going to be much in it. Bait very rarely lose this map, and you just start considering that for the first time in a long time, they are being pressured, and then they're going to have to try and, I guess, give an A-star performance, because otherwise Astralis are knocking on the door of trying to upset map number 1.
It's like you said at the start of the day here, Dwayne, this is probably the biggest challenge, definitely the biggest challenge that Bait have had to take on here in the MRQ. I mean, you talk about the success on Mirage in terms of their win rates, and you look at the teams that they take on, and it's just a Tier 2 competition. So not to disparage anybody in that record, but this is Astralis we're talking about. They are definitively Tier 1. And Bait, you're right, they need to bring their A-star performance, but I'm not certain we've seen it as of yet here. The start was solid, but now we move over to their defensive line where things are going to have to get a whole lot better.
And realistically, since that rematch that happened in the RMR for Shanghai, Bait have not had the opportunity to play many Tier 1 teams. They played, what, G2 online at the Blast Bounty? And that's kind of it. Outside of that, you've been playing a lot of closed qualifiers, CCTs, ECLs. There's no Tier 1 teams in any of those tournaments.
Stark contrast to today. Astralis moving up to position. Damage done towards Cadian and MPL. Low HP on the CT side, so Stan and Yabi can pick up those couple of frags. Cadian holding back here in the ladder room. Struggles to get the kill on Kenzie Zorb. He's managed to defend himself pretty well. Finally fragged out, but the A site's been gained, and they've got a lot of map control here, Astralis.
Oh, good pick, though, from Kenzie Zor. He's recovering this round. Now, he needs to get a little bit of help from this con rotation. They've got to try and deal with Device first. They know that he was out there towards jungle-ish.
It's the jump. Kenzie Zor still hits him, though. That's a triple foul by the man. Head trick looking towards CT spawn, where all three players are going to form up, lean forward. Kenzie Zor takes some damage. Stare just about able to dive out of the way. You saw that kit on the floor of the site as well, so they're going to have some time here, Bait. Stare looking towards the left and right, takes down Head trick at last. Kenzie Zor falls all the same. Essential, good flick to the head of the first man. Is he aware of the second? He is now. Yabi playing for time, and he baits him into a fight which he cannot win. As Astralis take the pistol, they also take the lead.
That's an excellent effort from Kenzie Zor. There was real belief in that retake once he gets those first 2 kills and gets out there towards Spawn, and you feel for just a split few seconds, it's on. What an effort that was. Essential just couldn't quite get that finishing blow. For Astralis, I think the concern is how easy the bomb site was taken. Just getting that bomb plant, there was just no threat at all from Bait.
They go away too easily, so now we're down to the USPs and the follow-up as well. 157 ball for Kenzie Zor, but not part of a forcing best or a half buy with Kevlar. They are focusing on the rifles early. Astralis will get an easy time in the opening 2 rounds.
Yeah, even for Astralis, 12 pistol, 1 and only 7 lost in the tournament. That's a pretty good record for themselves, so it might be good to keep an eye out on the pistol rounds 1 across all 3 maps in this best of 3.
We're 1-1 for now. Bait didn't lose the break rounds. The force buy came in from Astralis in the second. There'll be a true buy in the next one for Bait. A site taken pretty clean once again. Alex casualty of the round. And Bait were heavy-handed towards the B stack anyway, so won't lose much. Again, it's just an eco, so money will stack up. The buy will be inbound. Astralis will go up 8-6. And Bait will have no choice but to resist.
Yeah, this is Bait's real 3rd chance at qualifying to a major. I think back to the Blast TV Paris Major in 2022, the 0-2 loss that they had against Apex in that 2-2 game of the EU RMR. Then you consider Rio, exactly the same thing, same game, 0-2 loss to Gamer Legion. Now there's some parallels, Jay. Both of those best of 3s, they couldn't take a map victory. Felt like they always got outclassed. And yeah, the lineup's been slightly different. The first one was Wrinkle, Captain Kirker, Amster, Alex, and Hutcut. And then the second time at Paris, that was Wrinkle, Captain Kirker, Amster, Alex, and Owner. Alex, 2 for 2, will look at this one and say, right, let's at least take a map. Let's at least go 1-0 up in these games.
Start with those improvements. And build off the back of that. Smokes in towards ramp to kick things off for Bait's defensive Astralis. We're expecting there to be some aggression, but none are coming through. They have just hunkered down on their defensive line, expecting there to be an executioner set piece, which, well, one is on the way, just a case of when they pull the trigger.
Well, it might just have to be a cancel. 2 back-to-back re-smokes towards A main.
Molly sent to Dark, Alex waiting, flashbang goes over, and Alex is going to get picked up for it. Smokes towards CT, covers off Head trick, but still he pushes, and Cadian punishes him for it, but Cadian's about to get punished for a push of his own right here. MPL is waiting for someone else to come his direction, and this could be it. This could be the 3-on-3. He almost whiffs the spray, and he loses a lot of HP for it, but he made his teammates a chance here until Stown shuts down Kenzie Zor. He now leaves it on Essential really to do the heavy lifting. 2v3 officially. 1v3 realistically, and he decides he wants to grab some utility and fall back from position. It's not worth throwing away these weapons. The money's still not good for Bait. Astralis will push up to a 3-round lead. And they're getting dangerously close now to victory row.
Yeah, we're just getting glimpses of that quality that Astralis could offer because they're a tier 1 team. Notice the site util, okay? you've got quite a lot of smokes and mollies going in, but you've got the breakage of the HE and a perfect flashbang. That first encounter out there towards A ramp, you would expect close range is going to be pretty good for a CT individual. Instead, Alex cannot see a thing. And then Hetrick tries to work on the edge of the CT smoke, and he's just being pre-aimed. MPL has an excellent spray transfer to get 2 kills, good trigger discipline, but it's back-to-back rounds, sort of from the pistol and now the first gun round, where we're just noticing that the site holds are being collapsed. They are really struggling to hold on to bomb sites at the moment.
Won't get any better here in this round. Bai is looking weak. Scout, Eagle, 5-7. The 2 M4s saved on a Sentinel, and MPL will need to do something to steal the round back.
I get the feeling that Yabi's been a bit of a silent killer. I mean, 20 and 8 is an incredible kill count, but we haven't sort of felt the X factor. It's just the team play for Astralis has been the outclassing element. Again, 3-0 beginning to now 6 to potentially 10 down. It's a big contrast to the score.
That's the difference in quality here. Ooh, Hetrick's landed the kill. Kenzie's taking device. Howled the phone. There might be some quality left in this CT round. A 5-on-3 has been gained. Kenzie's trying to bail out a short control. Stown is hunting the man down from mid. Tapping through the smoke, but receiving nothing in the kill counts. About to swing. That Deagle does some more damage. Stair takes even more damage to one of the riflers here. Kenzie's is finally fragged out, but the situation may still fall apart for Astralis right now. Both the rifles sat towards the bomb site. Stair picks up one. Ascent Deal trades him right back. It's a 3-on-2, and they're on the way into the apartment. Alex will hear them. Catch off Yabi. Quick headshot found. Now where is Stown? Seen towards the bottom of the stairs, and he will fall the same. A wonderful steal from Bates.
They needed a bit of a break, and it came just there, just to relieve that pressure, to give yourself a bit of confidence. It was timing of the close range pistols doing a lot of damage. The tag from the scout, and the pistol player close by of Kenzie's. And then it just starts getting a bit messy. Stairs low HP. The timing for Alex on that backstab. 2 kills, even fairly long range with that 5-7 for the finale. Astralis take a tactical because now even their economy state doesn't look great. Stown's got plenty of cash. Katie in the same. Device 2, he can get an AWP up. But Yabi on 1900, Stair on 2500. Not ideal.
Lopsided is the word I use. They should pass some weapons between each other though, but you can see the sacrifices they have to make. The Mac 10 for Yabi to give Device the AWP. The Silent Killer may have to use some less than loud weapons. What a recovery for Bait. 2 AKs held into the next buy-up and a serious chance to return the favour. It's a good thing it happens now as opposed to later on in the next rifle or the rifle after that, where at that point it becomes dangerously close to the end of the game for Astralis. Could be game defining for the CT side.
Astralis just know that an opening kill is going to give them a lot of an edge in this round, because anytime Bait is on the back foot and they're down by a member, you start frantically trying to make info plays and you start gamble stacking. It's been very cautious going into round 17. A re-smoke's down from mid, a Sentinel jump spotting out towards the apartments. It seems to be a B take with a late lurk from Cadian.
Jump face, C device, AWP fires back just to confirm it. Mac 10, first man out and first man down. 3 players still held up in apps, 2 rifles on the crossfire. Third man is just coming in towards market. Now, Stair drops up with a stunning headshot and swings with Cadian support. Traded by MPL, can't hold on forever though. The AWP head trick brings it into a 2 versus 2. And that bomb is on the site. The HE will be misplaced to the right-hand side. It was planted down default. Alex is still rotating in as well.
They got that player on the close right-hand side towards Electric. Headtrick's got to get some assistance from Alex. He's got to try and break this crossfire to get the AWP in.
Cadian still unknown. Stown reveal. Cadian spotted. That flick does not connect for Hetrick. It's Alex alone. Quick burst. Spray through on the 1-man. 4 HP. But an AWP for Cadian. 1 shot's all he requires no matter what the weapon is. And it will be connected with the big green gun. Astralis on double digits.
I feel for the anchor there on B. What was it? Ascential trying to backtrack. He's just been killed mid-air by an AK. That is pure RNG for Stair. That's holding down Mouse 1. after what was a pretty good hold. Let's see it again. I mean, come on. There's no shot that happens in the game to qualify you to a major. Oh, the heartbreak. The swing round potential that had. A Bait can buy back, but now we're seeing even more limitations for them. The AWP is up. But MP9 for Kenzizor, I think this is last chance for Bait. Not so much in Mirage, but in this best of 3, Jay. If they let this round slip and go a map down in the series, I don't think it's recoverable.
The worst part about that dropping kill is that it wasn't even like a hold mouse one and pray. Like, he just tapped. And you are right about the situation that Bait find themselves in. Mirage is their pick. Their strongest map in the pool by quite a margin. So I was picking into Inferno next up. I'm not sure the Bait are going to resist that. I thought if it was going to be their favor, it was going to be down to a 2-1 affair.
And just quickly, Jay, missed window smoke, and Stown holds the angle and still gets the opening kill towards the area.
Responded to by Headtrick at least. Kenzizor now on the bomb site defensive. SMG alongside Essential. Device just beyond the smoke gets the kill against him. Essential trying to strike back, but now he's being sandwiched, flanked by a player in from Market. Here's him coming. Device needs to make noise to drop down. Stair is challenged and dinked to 10 HP. It's a 2 versus 2 recoverable, but I don't know whether Bait would have liked to have the man advantage in this one. Might not have been given a choice. Now Device has been seen. HG sent his direction to keep his HP low. 24 HP, but he still connects his shot. 2 kills to his name. An Incendiary to come forward now. A smoke to try and block him, and it will force the man out. He gets Stair. Down to 66 HP is Alex. 1v2, seeing the man. Device is locked up, and he's taking out all the same. Baits hold 8, and they keep themselves alive.
It's probably the last person you want to be up against in a clutch, isn't it, Device? Alex toys with him, baits the AWP, makes it uncomfortable and gets that finishing blow. That looked to be the ticket. And that was some good trades. Decent hold out there from Essential on B, just to try and stay alive, to waste as much time as possible. Here it is again with the multi. And then the dink off. I mean, he was on red HP in the first place, and he gets that dink against Stair.
These rounds coming down to tiny margins, and you can see how that reflects in the economy game. Astralis on pistols, +1 rifle on Device. The AK in his hands. Initially looking set up towards an A play. 3 players are over there right now. No mid control established by the T's. No map aggression from Bait either. They're not going to start pushing and giving themselves up. They're going to wait for Astralis to make the move.
And Bait just know that we need to keep that pressure up until the reset comes. And we are noticing from both point of views, the first 30 to 40 seconds on the T side has been extremely passive from the first half and the second. Another set piece. You've got the AWP deep in spawn. A close range player towards sort of that underbalk area of Alex. Now, how they can drop the util is going to be important. That's a resmoke towards Palace. That's well timed.
Considering they have a couple players looking to split in. Utility for the set piece starts coming out. Head trick, here's them coming. Gonna get smoked off, so suddenly a lot of pressure rests on Alex. He does get flash blinded. One does come through towards Head trick, but it fades, and he can connect the first man. Spot the second, missed out Yabi. Sees a player inside of that smoke. Alex put it at USP. Got a kill against Cadian from point blank. Finally down, runs down the AWPer. It's a 4 versus 3 though. Bait still have an advantage, and they haven't dealt with that backline just yet. Counter HGs will dish out some damage. MPL gets his kill. Alex strikes from the back, and the last man is down, has run out of ammo. So Bait can deal with the 4s. Astralis down to Eco.
A very cheeky timing that Alex found there. So Headtrick is pretty much suffocated on the bomb site, completely alone, no teammate inside. Rather than Alex trying to play on the balcony, he gets into Palace. He somehow works a timing that he can push forward of that smoke, and it pulls so much attention back towards that area. Astralis eventually try and take CT control. They nade the smoke, they try and force fights, and they just can't find the connections. And Bait are now in the perfect position to tie up the scoreline at 10 apiece.
Astralis not allowed to pull that far ahead. 3 rounds has been the best advantage between these two sides. Astralis is about to get negated. Back and forth, blow for blow game. continues to deliver here on our first map of the best of 3. Not much that Astralis can do in round 20 for them. No utility to bolster up these pistols. An upgrade on Stown is about it in terms of the buy. And Bait are just waiting to mow them down.
Yeah, Bait need to make sure that they don't drop anyone in this round. You want to try and keep the economy as stable as possible.
They will do just that. Picks found, 3 of them untraded, not a lot of damage done to Kenzie Zorst. Down does take 1 pick out of the CT forces, so a little bit of reinvestment on Alex. Not SMG kills out of that round though, so money should sort of flow a little bit better. So the main weapons stay in for the Bait camp. Astralis have been evened against. Now they'll have a chance to reinvest, a chance to return back to an advantage, and in a round that may well decide if Bait can get to map point first.
A lot of players going out towards A. This might be a bit more accelerated from Astralis than what we've seen previously. A single player in from Palace, everybody else out in A ramp.
Alex get caught with utility in his hands as well. He wasn't expecting him to be so fast. Yabi can take him. That's an advantage game by Astralis. Bait, what do they do from here? They were so heavy-handed on the B half and mid control. Yabi moving towards CT, flashing from Headtrick, about to give his teammates a chance. NPL just caught device through that smoke. Molotov sent it, Sentinel charges forward of it and gets a second player on the drive-by spray. Kenzizor follows it up, and it's all on Stown now. 1v3. He thinks all 3 are coming from CT as well. Oh, but he blinks for a moment, and the taps start coming in. He bursts and sprays through. NPL goes down. The second man doesn't do so, though. They rain thunder on him with the HEs, and Bait have the lead.
Sentinel may have had a slow start to this map, being down 0-7, but he has just hit 2 insane jewels with that flash assist that Hetrick sets up at spawn. Astralis try and slow down the CTs with that molly. And you'll see it on the replays with just how much Sentinel was able to get. Look at that double!
That's ridiculous. The man as well, who this is basically his first team. Played in a few mixes from 2021 to 2023, but his signing at the start of 2024, like, this is his professional experience on this squad. And in just 1 year, a little bit over than that, May will be on to qualify for a major. If he continues delivering rounds like that, and if he can step up a few more rounds delivering like that, then Bait may well have no problems. Tactical called in by Astralis. I think that was their 3rd and final one. And Galil's are the extent of the buy here. Bait win this, they'll lock in Mirage.
Yeah, only 1 map on HLTV is featured by the likes of him without the organisation of Bait. That just tells you all of the mixes that he was a part of never got deep, never got to the spotlight. Yabi, fast, out towards B, but this is a fake. You've got 2 players walking down mid towards Connector.
It pulled so much attention away as well. The short players looking back towards the site, a player at market rotating away from A. Kenzizor missing the booster, turns back, adjustment, doesn't take much damage, but doesn't return anything either. He'll get back to the top of the ladder room and try and reaccount, and the Bait side will just reset back into standard lines of engagement, although I say that, and they're once again leaning into the other bomb site, heavy-handed on A.
This has been very fakey from Astralis. This is the first time from both teams that we've seen a round like this. It's normally been quite telegraphed, quite default heavy. We haven't had this kind of a gimmick before. But they are running out of util. I mean, what's left? A couple of pieces for Cadian, Stown, and Stare. They need to find an answer. And the bomb is going to go B. This looks to be a little bit of an A fake into what is going to be another play into the B bomb site.
Senthil is supported. Headtrick takes some damage towards ramp. Peeking from Stown has drawn in that 3rd player at least. So again, the fake continues. There's still 2 on defensive. Kenzizor and a Senthil. The 2 men out. Kenzizor strikes first. Senthil not detected towards jail. Some attention pulled away. Headtrick lands the kill against Cadian, and Kenzizor makes it a double. Big round from him now. Stown is alone. Nowhere near the site. Nowhere near the round. And nowhere near enough time. It's 12-10. Map point for Bait.
That was proper, mate. What a read that is from Bait. For them to not over-rotate, consider the circumstances. 11-10. In a match to qualify to the major on your pick, and you're not over-rotating. The comms aren't manic. They stay. They calm. They get the idea that that's just a fake towards A. proper round in from Bait and Astralis. I mean, they get nothing. Absolutely no success in that at all.
Not even a whisper. At least the loss bonus is stacked towards another set of rifles, but 4 Galils this time. We saw what they got with 5. Set piece. Already the smokes are coming down. This might be a very fast execution. The smoke is at least timed well to deal with the Palace presence. They're not going to act off the back of this, though. A Palace dive seems to be the call.
But it's a double pump. There's still 2 smokes there for Stown to work with. This is another fakey round from Astralis.
Here comes the second wave. Counter smoke set towards ramp this time. Wrong place to pull it out. Arcadian working his way up towards underpass right now as well. Alex sees him coming. Here comes the flash for Stown. Counter utility right there as well. Another smoke on towards Palace. They're going to start diving in right now, though. AWP shot connects perfect from Hedrick. Can't get a player close range, though. Needs support desperately. This still gets yabby, and Alex finally strikes. Kenzie's follows it in. Hedrick's looking for a triple. Stown is all alone. A 1v4, regardless of who gets the kill. The map is over. Astralis fought valiantly, but Bait fought better. 13-10. They take map 1.
Just when it looked like they were going to crumble, just when it felt at a stage at the start of that second half that Astralis were backtracking with rounds, getting the scoreline in their advantage, you thought that the inexperience was going to outclass Bait, but no, they stand strong and they show more. I think we got a much better performance from them in that second half than we did in the first half completely.
Most certainly. I mean, there's many reasons to be disappointed in how Bait performed throughout their attacking line, but the defensive side, mate, even Ascenthiel was stepping up. He was bottom of the board, like 2 kills in the first half, and then he had 1 decent impactful round, stepped his numbers up overall. A lot of great things went well for Bait there in that first map, and that's a huge, huge victory for them now. They're going to avoid the 0-2 elimination in the MRQ today, and now they can try and play for a little bit more. They're still taking that first step on the journey to the major here.
And just knowing that you've always been hit by those failures. You've always been hit by close to qualification, but it never happened. Now you finally get a map in a best of 3, and that's going to be a lot of relief to know that our chances could never be better. Our chances right now are on to win this best of 3.
Indeed, and it repeats from last time as well. Again, remember how Shanghai went down. Mirage was the opening map of that best of 3, and it went towards Bait in 13-11 fashion, so it's still a laboured effort, but they got it past the finish line. The second map was also a 13-11 win for Astralis, so I'm expecting things will go more back and forth. We'll continue to see some close map-ups here, but it is Astralis' pick up next here, Dweg.
It's nice to see that Alex has stepped up too, because this is a guy that's a little bit more of a supportive piece. Don't often see him in the spotlight. It's normally always MPO and Hedrick that's talked about, but for a guy that's on his second stint on Bait, that he's been there with the failures in the past, for him to put up a performance like that, it tells you that the hunger is here to try and prove everyone wrong and trying to prove that eventually we're here for the success.
And it seems like right here, success could be very well on the table for them. Again, it is Astralis' map pick up next, but Bait have thought a little bit better to kick things off in the best of 3. Will they continue that excellence? We're going to head towards a short break and find out, because when we return, it's Inferno.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Well, map 1 kicked off in the way that we hoped this series would go. A back and forth, blow-for-blow matchup that ended 13-10 to Bait, taking their map pick of Mirage. Now we move to Inferno, which is where Astralis want to play their home territory. And Dweg, even though it's a good start for the Bait side, I don't think they've done quite enough to show it's going to be a 2-0 series.
No, they probably haven't, but the way that they closed Mirage was very impressive. I mean, winning 7 out of the last 8 rounds puts a bit of a damper on what Astralis' performance was across that first map. Now, I look at Inferno and think Astralis pick this quite regularly in the Tier 1 circuit, and for Bait, they struggle against quite a lot of Tier 2 opponents. They've lost to Metasport on this recently, they lost to NIP, they've lost to Paravision, Sinners. It's a 50-50. It's an okay map in the map pool for them.
Yeah, and that's, again, just part to the point of what I'm saying, is that this should be a 3-map affair in my eyes. Like, Astralis picked this for very good reason. They are the veteran team in this context, and they still gave a very good fight over on the first one, so I'm expecting this one to be not quite a blowout per se, but I'm expecting them to walk in with quite a lot of confidence now into our second map of the series. In terms of who did particularly well right there, obviously there were a number of players that really stepped it up in the second half for the Bait side. So, of those guys, who's going to be most pertinent here in Inferno?
I think it has to be MPL and Hetrick. I think it always has to be, right? Especially when you're going into a map that's not your map pick, you need your 2-star players to be difference makers. I think Hetrick with the Ort, we started seeing some real good X factor from him towards the tail end of Mirage. Didn't really see a lot of it in the first half. This is now the chance to see if Bait are 1 map away from qualifying to the Major. Can they get the 2-0?
It's a very good question, which will be asked and answered within the next 45 minutes or so. Bait are on the CT side starts. Astralis will take to the pistol round very quickly indeed. We've seen some very big blowouts on this map that have actually converted back into comebacks over the course of the last 4 days. So, you're missed to write off anybody off the back of an opening half. Bates would love to get a decent start. 4 players on the A-bomb site defensive, which is where Astralis are leaning to.
And the stack's in play, and Stound's util is going to have to be important to get them out of brackets, the flash in particular.
Initial prod from 1, flashbang is sent. Mackenzie's all gets that opening kill. MPL also chimes in. Alex is fragged back by Device. They lost Stare on the Astralis side alongside Yabby as the first casualty. See, 3 versus 3, not quite to a returning frag from the Bait side. Advantage for Astralis. They storm onto that B bomb site. MPL will be the first man to receive them here, but smoked off at that cross. Will blind fire and hope he can connect. The HE was sent there. Open up that smoke. C1, not quite connect the shot, so retake is on.
A lack of composure there from Essential. Tries to rotate too quickly and just get caught in the act.
Good shot from MPL. Mackenzie's all now drops. MPL, I think, is aware of that third man. Device going to be the most open threat, though. Cadian is hiding back at dark, and Device takes that chance to swing. With his back turn, it's an easy enough frag, and the pistol will go the way of Astralis.
And you do wonder what sort of small little rookie errors we're going to see from Bait because it's an uncomfortable map in the pool for them. That pistol round didn't have much in it, but as soon as they deal with the banana player, the round was just over. Astralis get the good timing on the reposition. Ascenthial's just way out in the open there.
And that pick back to return the advantage to Astralis. Not the advantage at our 1xbet odds. Favourites shifted over to bait. Started on Astralis' part of things. Making map 1 has certainly given them a nice boost towards their confidence. Great flash in for them as they try and prove that still applies here in the force buy. Kaden and Device are taking 2 trades back though. Advantage sits for Astralis, 4 versus 3.
And they try and accelerate out here towards brackets. MPL needs to slow down this pace and get impact.
Finds Stare. Back will be turned towards the apartments player of Yabi though, who quickly trades it back. And the A side doesn't have anybody on it right now. Going to rotate it in Alex, who's inbound. And Kenzie's all still holding Banana, the smoke on towards the arches, indicating that this is going to be an A-site play. Both entryways are smoked off.
Yeah, just hold and come down bottom Banana. If a kill presents itself, then there might be workability in the round, and then if not, you just save onto what you've got and bring it into the next. Astralis just being quite patient, but the bomb could get dropped on an awkward timing.
Oh, Sketchy's Device is spotted. Burst fire from Alex gets that kill. Instant smoke back towards mid. They'll leave Diaby to back up here and try and look for a kill from range though. But against the Galil, it's actually advantage for Kenzie or Cadian's been tagged low in the meantime. The bomb has been lost to them. Cadian's trying to go back for it. Kenzie's got to pop forward, gets his kill in as Cadian reveals himself. Bomb dropped again. It's Yabi now. 1v2. Both CT players are tagged to half HP or much less than that. The first man out towards mid is seen. A spray comes in, 1 out by the T side, but where's that second player? Yabi doesn't know. His back will be turned, and Kenzie's will pick him out of the air, giving Bait a quick steal in the break round.
Oh, that is a gutsy way of playing a 2v1 like that for Bait. Rather than being together, rather than being in trading positions, they separate. Alex gives away a bit of a freebie, and then it's just time stalling coming through from Kenzie's. Oh, you could just feel the moment right here. A Device, I mean, he was so close to getting into brackets, so close to getting around that corner. A perfect steal from Bait. And that's a hurting one there from Astralis. Don't get close to the bomb side, don't get the bomb down. Double eco, have to buy it up. I wonder if we look back at that round 2 break and say, what if?
Certainly would be if Bait start running away with this half.
Well, let's consider for the moment, Jay, Astralis' online results in 2025. They played the Baus Bounty. They got knocked out by Na'Vi in the round of 16. They went to the Dallas EU closed qualifiers, got knocked out by Heroic. And then they had the Rest Showdown where they qualified to Blast Open Lisbon. But that's only 1 for 3 in online tournaments in which they could have had qualifications and only made it happen.
Discuss the difference between online and LAN play. Teams like Big is a perfect example of that. Come back to that in a second. The Device is giving this round a go in his hero AK, but Kenzie's has just mowed through 3 players at brackets. Has offered up a secondary AK to the 2 players that remain, but still a 3-on-2 that favours Bait for this retake.
That's a massive hold. He needed 2, maybe 3 to hold off there, and he gets himself the triple. And the bomb going down towards the backside. Cadian, at least they got double AKs, but they need kills. They need to slow down the CTs on rotate.
Hear them coming in towards short. Molotov against Stare, going to drive them into the open. Cadian wins a fight against the first man, but blinded off court, switching to weapons eventually, overwhelmed by Ascenthial, but Stare is still not fully known to them. Waiting out this smoke, they've got a kit in play. Ascenthial takes his fight, but NPL finishes him off with the pistol. AK picked up and everything, and plenty of time for the defuse. Bait will convert upon their second in a row.
And when we look at the maps in the map pool for Bait in recent history, they play a lot of Mirage, they play quite a bit of Ancient, even Dust 2 is up there. Not many reps for Inferno. Now, 5 wins and 5 losses for them. Now, an interesting stat is how good their T-side round win percentage is. They're nearly up at 60%, which is quite large for a team that don't often play this map and don't often win it. So if they get a good first half out of themselves, if they give themselves a little bit of a leverage, then perhaps we've got a bit of a game on our hands here. And it's an unorthodox rebuy. Astralis, because they got the bomb down and 4 kills, they are going to go and invest again.
They're probably recognising the potential in this first half for the Bait side, so tries to see if he can shut it down early. It carries its risks, but the rewards could be massive. You are right, it's very unorthodox considering the first stage of loss bonus they were in the previous round, and therefore only 2 stacked up right here and now. Device catching Kenzie's off guard, so he gets tagged low and Apps forced to rotate away to the A bomb site. Stare and Device, the two men that take tag damage on Astralis in the meantime.
Well, finally some B pressure. We haven't had much of that at the start of this map. It's mainly been brackets takes from Astralis. Now that one little insertion from Cadian's going to buy some rotation room, only keep 3 defenders on A. NPL getting a bit more aggressive, and they are searching.
Smokes and flashes to indicate it's still going to be an A play, but NPL looking down mid, seeing nothing of the T side. Yabi, flash sent, NPL dives back out of the way, and now he looks to escape. The B bomb site is the target, and they're setting up the utility to go for it. Again, 2 low HP players for the 2 defenders to deal with.
Yeah, even though they're seeing nothing towards brackets and mid, I'm surprised that they haven't over-rotated any more bodies out towards B. Astralis are going to be up against a site hit, and Ascenthial doesn't really have much util to stall. They might have to give the respect to the plant.
Oh, Yabi still hits the headshot on head trick. NPL takes him back at last. Ascenthial pushed all the way back over at the coffins. Alex Dark. Ascenthial still baits, still finds down, baited in by the presence of his teammate. A 3v3, but low HP across the entire T-side board. NPL can just about blind spray. The smoke starts to fade, and Cadian gets picked up for it. Stare low, peeks in. Now he's dead. Device has 10 seconds to plant the bomb. Good tap on Kenzie's Orb, but it will not equate to anything for Astralis. And Mac 10 even being saved right here. He might even go down after time. But they're going to take him, just within the timer margin. And so they'll have 3.
NPL had a pretty average game by his standards on map number 1. And now I'm looking at map 2, and I'm thinking he's 8-2. He's got the AK in his hands. He's making plays. He's searching. Could this be the time where NPL shows us everything? He just shows us what he's made of. Astralis will be gutted about that round 2 break that they had, because now they are on a massive back foot and they are forcing again.
I don't know what's going through Cadian's mind right now.
This is super unorthodox. They're wanting to force the reset. You can tell that the double eco reset is going to be quick, but when are they going to break them? When are they actually going to be able to win a T round?
And as well as that, when you start cutting your losses, because if it doesn't work out, if you lose all 5 with no casualties, then they build up their economy state. You don't have enough to truly force another buy, and even if you do, what are you realistically going to gain out of it? You won't get a reset, most certainly. Astralis at least been given a little bit more breathing room to take mid in the apartments. There's a little bit of an angle to hold from the outside of the apartments from Bait.
Notice how it's a bit more passive from Bait in brackets. Previously, they've been playing under porch and close towards long. This time, they're sitting back quite deep on A, and they've got rotators coming from B out in CT spawn.
Leaving Ascenthial to watch that banana access. Swinging from Kenzie's Orb gets nothing. Yabi, stellar headshot. These Tech 9s are proving to be deadly for Astralis, and with that, that's the cue to go in for the execution. Alex past the smoke, finds down, turns back towards short, sees that bomb carrier. Stare and Yabi getting trades back, and Alex is struggling to pick up this man. His support now arrives for the T-side line, and Device will deal with the man. Ascenthial on rotate, a 1 versus 4, even caught through the smoke as Astralis smoke Bait and finally find the force buy win that they're looking for.
Everyone struggles individually there. You've got your first contact out to the apartments, just warranting an easy opening kill for the Tech 9. And then just Alex doesn't quite transition to dropping that bomb straight away. They needed to get that kill a bit quicker out there in Porch. It's not a double eco, but Bait are still going to try and rebuy. Now they've got a lot of MP9s to back up this M4 of Hetrick.
Astralis started with Tech 9, so why can't the MP9 do the same? Great HE placement deep over at Banana. Counter util will do some damage to return towards Alex, but Ascenthial is the first key threat. He'll move forward. Alex going to get caught by the blind sprays. Acadian, though. It's Kenzie's Orb to strike back in apps. Pick up a rifle. Kenzie's Orb with an AK.
Yeah, it's starting to get really messy between the two teams now. We're just starting to see them send it with pace. One player out there at the half wall, swinging manically out there in brackets. It's a man up. Ascenthial needs to find a return. Hetrick gets one. This duel is everything in the half wall, and Cadian loses it to the MP9 at close range.
I am so surprised that went down as quick as it did, and I'm so surprised that Cadian is the man that lost it. Stare now alone. Bomb was dropped there towards mid. The aggressive fights from Bait carrying so much risk. I thought it wasn't going to pay off for a second. It seemingly has. A 1v2 chance for the day, and he'll go back for the bomb. He has access towards the B site from here with no resistance from Bait, who have decided to go double up towards A, and Stare will play right into their hands.
That timing looks good here for Bait. Astaire should not have much of a chance in this one. 2 players to line up, he can't transfer over. Bait with the chaotic nature, with an excellent duel that Essential wins at the half, will redeem themselves and give themselves a 4th. The economy is just all over the place for Astralis, and I want to pose this general wondering, Jay, who's got more pressure in this best of 3? Is it Bait because the major spot's on the line, or is it Astralis because they need to qualify to this major? That someone might be getting kicked if they don't qualify to this major. With how long it's been, with how big the drought is, with the players that they have, losing today is not an option.
I would say the pressure's definitely on Astralis. At least Bait have had opportunities that they've missed out on. They've never been to a major. Astralis is a name that everyone knows is synonymous with greatness in this competition, in this game, in this esport. And esports in general, for that matter. Oh, Stown has just seen one of Alex. HE sent to him at the cross, 47 HP. He's the only man on the defensive line. The MP9 all alone. May have to stall for some backup here. He's got Incendiary and a smoke. Util will get sent up and Incendiary will get placed up towards them, so they'll drive and scatter them, so it will cancel the execution for now. Alongside that secondary smoke, Stein force some rotations away.
Yabby's quite pressed up deep into the apartment, so he might want to try and take a contact first before they commit here onto B. Now, previously, he'd won it against Kenzizor, and Essential was making the info, the timing. No one's watching this backstab.
Down is now, but he checks it for timing, and Essential dips in, gets the kill, and dips right back out. He knows that they're stacked up towards Banana, but Yabby, his lurking apps has finally come good. M4 recovered, saw that from us, crossing in from Library. Decent dink down at 1 point of health. This is an easy kill for Essential. He comes in good as well. The T's were considering a rotation towards A, but they're once again going to try and commit towards B. They've got NPL now on the defensive. The SMG of Alex is tagged towards the back lines. That smoke missing the flower pot boost, but no one's there to support it. NPL just put an Incendiary down as well. Device trying to walk on the outskirts of it. Take that kill. Drive-by sprays doing damage towards 2. Astralis are now on the B-bomb site.
Estaire's watching out for that flower pot's boost, trying to see if any of the CTs get the high ground.
Wary of it. Not to be. Essential considering a wraparound towards the backstab from the A bomb site, but he's going to rotate towards CT and join his teammates. NPL is searching the bomb site. He is the only man that has a kit at the moment. Head trick takes charge. Essential starts charging forward himself. They're all held in the back lines of the site. Stare, swing, kill, found. NPL trades it. Device with his pick back. NPL, oh, he's just domed. The triple for the veteran, the triple from the 4th-time major champion who puts 3 rounds up for Astralis.
Kenzizor's having a rough time against the Absolurk, isn't he? We're seeing quite consistently Yabby get the one up over him. Now, Bait was set up perfectly in this round. This should have been a 6-2 scoreline with the way the economy runs. Instead, it's just a bit of a collapse. A great work for Device, excellent pre-aim, and get themselves out of trouble. And we're getting both teams just hard resetting one another. We have not seen a clean gun round in terms of weaponry at all here on Inferno.
Tactical timeout called in by the Danes. That's 2 used, 1 per team in this map.
Now, we've been talking, Jay, about the head-to-head that happened at the Shanghai RMR, the elimination game that Astralis was able to put down the hurt against the opposition of Bait. What about happened to Astralis in the last game of the RMR? Because they didn't qualify to the major. Who did they get knocked out by? Passion UA, Fear and Jambo and the other Ukrainian squad. So I'm sure that there is a bit of revenge from both sides there.
Well, if they win this map up, then like I said earlier, payback's a bitch. And plenty to discover for the Bait side right now. Astralis quickly into the apartments. Device just got the kill with the wallbang. NPL's SMG strikes in from Boiler, though. They were so focused on the 5-7. The advantage tips the way of Bait. Are they on to counter-steal and certainly make this next round difficult as well?
Just when it felt as if Astralis had the util and the spams on point, the reaction is better. 2 players on B and close behind the smokes. This could be looking good for Essential's MP9.
Flower pot smoke lands this time. HE the smoke on the cross. Down kill found against 1. Essential trades it before he falls. 2v2 and AK is picked up by Kenzizor. NPL is walking into the smoke. He's not going to push forward of it though. Both players have to join together for the retake. A second smoke comes down though, so Astralis are stalling out as much time as possible.
Now, Kenzizor's got 1 smoke, so he can either put that down towards Banana or put it onto the bomb.
Aware of where Device is, so he'll keep him at bay. Run forward, Cadian picks one up. Flash to support. MPL's not blinded by it, but he can't stabilize his spray, so Astralis will keep control of the round, maintain against the force up, go 4 apiece on the board, and there's not enough cash for Bait to force another investment.
Yeah, this has not been clean from Bait, and it certainly hasn't been for Astralis. Both teams will feel that the game is coming down to a bit of X factor at the moment, a bit of late round success. This is 2 rounds in a row in which we've seen that sort of back dark position be really pivotal in post plants for Astralis.
At the very least, this match is delivering in its back and forth nature. Scrappy as you might want it to be, both teams are going blow for blow as they were on that one. Astralis not allowed the easy walkover. Bait not even going to be allowed many of the easy opportunities to turn around some of those walkovers. One pick was found by MPL on Yabby, a low HP on Stown and Cadian. Cadian is close. USP of head trick though, really not a lot of stopping power behind it. Yeah, Cadian jumping, Mac 10 will get his kill in. MPL might hunt down a second player as well, but his objective is to save this gun into the next rifle buy.
Astralis just know we need to start working consistency on this T side. We've got to get a feel of the timings, start getting into our element of that tactical depth, how we can force over rotations, where we can exploit mistakes. MPL trying to do his best to hold on to this AK and make sure that they've at least got an upgraded rifle. And he's doing quite well, but doesn't quite escape it. 5 up for Astralis. The buyer can come back, and we will finally see the AWP out from Hetrick, because it's been a slow start from him.
Samfield started slow in the previous map up, head trick in this one, and even then as a second player as well, he's also on 2 kills. A lack of early performance from Alex will be one of the limiting factors, because MPL is charging ahead, top fragger in server alongside Device. 14 kills for each. Investment for Bait still doesn't look clean. For Marson, MP9 available. Nice HEs on NPL as well, having the M4 in his hand. The Sentinel's going to search towards Banana, but see nothing. Head trick about to receive with the AWP. Smoke's coming his direction. No flashbang in, but he peeks back up away anyway. HEs will get sent to center of mass, and that should do some decent damage to the core of players, but it leaves his teammate Kenty's all alone. Isolating Device for one decent frag. Needs to win that second because he's being flanked real quick, and he just doesn't do so quick enough. 4v4.
They're getting trapped out of the arch and library smokes, and eventually it looks like a safe call's coming in. Kenzie's all really did need that secondary kill. It's never easy when you're getting wrapped by long players and from short, and you just don't have a teammate in sight. It was heavy towards Banana, and when A's being taken quickly, you've got no other option. You just start feeling that Bait were in such a good position. If they forced that reset earlier on, they would have been 6-2. Instead, now they're down 4-6, maybe 4-7. How many CT rounds is realistically going to get gained in this first half from them?
You said a good half could be decisive for Bates. Won't be able to run away with a key advantage. Won't even get any advantage here. Best they can do is tie up 6 apiece. How Bait would like to end the CT side.
Well, we've seen Astralis pick Inferno in their last 2 best of 3s in the MRQ. They picked it against Big, they got 5 rounds on their T side, and they had an easy second half. But yet when they took on Metasport yesterday, they got 6 rounds on their T side, but couldn't quite close in the second half. I wonder what changed between those 2 best of 3s. What allowed them to be a little bit more successful?
Momentum shift in some capacity. Force weapons of Bait will keep them in with another buy. Head trick lands the first of Yabby. In from mid is where he seeks. Device tapping, Stown moving up. Ready for the SMG. Ascenthia will dish out minimal damage. Alex and a FAMAS as well. Ascenthia comes in with a side swipe, so their attention was turned the wrong place at the wrong time. But both of these defenders are now low. A third man's going to make his way in. They flash their way forward to that smoke, and they get nothing out of it. Alex is fragged out. Stair does not know where to look. Device is searching. He's revealed himself. He doesn't get looking towards Kenzie's always on rotation. 4 versus 2. The backstab's in for NPL. Doesn't get what he wants. The HE comes closer. That should finish off the job. Not quite for Stair. Either way, him and Kadian are low HP, burning inside of that Molotov to 4 and 34. Smoked off, so they can't make their way out. The blind sprays of NPL finally deal with Stare. Cadian is not going to clutch this. This will be number 5 for Bait. And they are well on their way to evening up the half.
One of the rare occasions, Jay, where we see controlled chaos. Now, while Bait might be swinging quite heavily and over-peaking, they're doing it in a good fashion. They're behind utility, they're playing as 2. They never gave isolated jewels to the opposition on B. Every time the MP9 comes out, the CT player does the same. MPL comes on the backstab only when contact is made on the bomb site directly. And that's good work. Astralis and give themselves a pretty good looking buy into round 12. No ult for Device and no AK for Cadian, but everything else looks good.
Looking fantastic for Bates' investment though. 3 AKs held, head trick, what a flick. NPL fighting on Stare, struggles to get that returning follow-up, so it's a trade back for the Astralis cap. 4 on 4 established. Stairs hunting for more though. May well fall to the head trick casualties. Essential again tries to get aggressive towards Banana, unsuccessful in that one. Stair just got fragged out of the brackets. Alien and Device taking tag damage over in this Banana challenge. They'll try and force Essential back, but they won't punish that kill.
The B players are doing a good job of just counteracting with the util. It's sending Astralis a bit quicker into A. Now Yabi's previously been very successful with these late lurks out in the apartments.
Orp leaning. Dig forward. Spot Device. This is what the Orp is trying to do. Edric got to play double duty though, because Apt is also a concern. Kenzizor is waiting. Oh, tucked away. Device gives himself up. AWP needs to strike now because Yabi is in the danger zone. Canian's alone now. Oh, they want to spray. Can't stabilize. And Bait will indeed make it a 6-all half.
Bait redeemed themselves with 2 good rounds to close out that half. That's going to put the positivity quite high. That's going to feel like the belief is really here and get the idea that closure is possible on Inferno. Astralis, I mean, from their point of view, look, it's a scrappy first half, but it's still 6T rounds. I think both teams can kind of shake hands and say, yeah, we're fairly happy with what was demonstrated, and now we've got to put it into building come this second half now. Now we've got to actually put it into evidence.
It's the T side line that Bait will need to focus up on. As you said earlier, very good T side win percentage, but the caveat always is against those tier 2 squads, that tier 2 opposition. Will it also apply to Astralis' tier 1 nature?
I mean, we saw Bait have a pretty shocking CT side when they played their opening matchup on day 1 versus Metasport. They only got 2 rounds in that first half, transitioned into the second, and at least gave them a little bit of a run for your money. I mean, when you're working with that sort of score, there's not going to be much leverage, but they ended up getting another 5 T rounds. So this is definitely a lot more leverage, a lot more room to work with.
Like I said at the start, a good opening half from Bait could well decide their series in a 2-0 fashion. The question on our mind is, was 6-6 good enough? We're about to find out. Second half pistol is live. Astralis and Device funker down the initial defensive contact, looking down from mid. No one's watching Apps though. Finally start rotating players back from the initial prod towards that Banana and B position. Device backs up all the way towards the fountain. Stare and Stown on the defensive. Centralized towards the bomb site. HE's land to do a minimal amount of damage. Players close towards bomb site. Kenzizor draws out first blood. It's Stare with a return. Essential will get him back. Device's blind taps do not connect their kills. They haven't checked long, so MPL can strike on 2 more. Extend his top frag count to 17. Now even outpacing Device, who's forced to run and hide as Bait take the pistol.
And something to consider too, in the last couple of RMR chances that Bait had to win in just a single game to qualify to the major, mate, they were on LAN. Imagine that. Imagine playing LAN versus an Apex or versus a Game Legion, some experienced players crackling under pressure. When you come here to tier 2 and you play online, I always say you come to the den. You come to the comfortability factor. Astralis, I wanted to start the second half off with a lead, and instead they're going to be on the back foot. And again, I'll read it off. This has been 15 out of 16 round 2 conversions won by Bait across the tournament. So if you force buy against them, you need to show something really special if you've actually got the chops to win the round.
Especially as they've gone 3 out of 4 in pistols in this series. Well poised to lunge ahead. Forced by success for Astralis that may well be required here. The last thing they want is to concede a 2-0. One thing to lose out a close and contested 3-map affair when Bait took advantage of a few pocket strats and a few things went right for them. If they got outclassed in this second half, and all those fears for Astralis would come true.
They're up against a fairly heavy stack out here on B. You've got Cadian with util down in spawn, just trying to bait him in, try and get that re-smoke down and try and drive those T-side players through the smoke and up against the MP9.
Molly sent, Stare backed up, fight the SMG, gets the first kill on Kenzie Zor. They are suppressed behind the smokes, heavy damage sustained by Cadian and Yabi. And Bait just stop. They apply the brake, they put it in reverse.
And they don't know if an info play has been made elsewhere. This is where they need to stabilize in the mid-round and make sure that they've got good trading in some of the spacing out here on B. Because they're low, they've got to get a move on. And Cadian's making the info play. This is where the T's need to act, and they've got a good timing to get in.
Wrap around from Cadian's going for a backstab. No one's watching this. It's getting even better, especially as Yabi goes downstairs, takes one device, takes one more out with the USB. Cadian still closing in, though. They don't know of the danger. The bomb's planted for Banana as well. Tap, tap, tap away, but they do not deny the bomb plant. Head trick in a 1v3. Here's them coming. Device. Scout on the other side. A bit hurt scoped in, moves up towards position. He still lands his shot. I think Cadian called the info. And Astralis will convert upon the break round. So they've had the most success out of any team when it comes to turning back some of these second conversions.
Indeed they have, and Bait, there's been a few times in both the first half and the second half where key chances just haven't quite been converted. They will be hard done by in that one. And not only have they not done a lot of damage, but they've given 2 free Galils and an AK to the opposition. Now, you don't actually need to be force buying here because you're not double eco and you got the bomb down. But I guess with the scoreline being tight, with them trying to keep the pressure on, they might decide in this moment that it's better to force.
And they do. Galil for Kenzie Zor, Mac 10 on Alex. Tech 9 and 2 Deagles. It's certainly not a pretty bite. A little bit better than those 5 Glocks though. Quick up for NPL. Incendiaries from Device. He spams down Stown. So close to contact against him. Got body block for a second, but Stown gets the kill to kick things off. Oh, Alex, another jumping shot. The third one we've seen in the series. But Device has control only for a moment's respite. Essential takes him. The quick deagle to the head. The 3-on-3 established. But map control being stolen away from Bait all the same. Yabi in particular, SMG versus the Galila Kensizor. Headshot angle maintained, but not towards the stairs. He sees that contact. He now knows that that backline's been cut off.
And now Bait are funneled into A. They just can't retake Banana because of that smoke and that timing that Yabi has. Really clever repositioning for him to go down the ramp before he faces into brackets and make it a bit of an off angle. Kensizor, Essential, and Alex, they've all just kind of got guns up here. They need to deal with a long player first.
And they do. Cadian found one more man. Stare on the A defensive against a packed T side. He knows it's best to back away and hope that they haven't split. Mac 10 from range, not the best weapon for this engagement, so Stare almost gets caught on the reload. Gonna have to back even further away. He isolates Essential and lights up Kensizor. Bait steal is denied. Astralis are now in control.
Oh, cold round there from Stare. That's a moment for Bait where it feels as if the job is kind of finished already. 3v2, bomb side open, they try and search. Alex plays a bit of an off angle, and then rather than just committing to the plant, they want to try and run down the short player because they know that Yabi was somewhere there on B. And they line up, they body block, and they allow Stare to have an incredible round of 3. Oh, what a chance that was, getting wasted from Bait.
And that might be the momentum swing that Astralis need. when Bait were considering a 2-0 series here in the finals of the MRQ. An eco to go their way, a couple of rifle rounds, and just like that, they would have locked in Inferno. Fast out of the apartments goes the T sideline. Alex will get fragged for it. Kenji's on head trick also drop. That bomb trying to make his way in from shorts down. Takes his USP to task. There will be no bomb plant for the Bait side, but the loss bonus will stack up to an investment here. They trail by 2 rounds and they take their second tactical of the map.
Well, for Bait, they've got to try and do what they did to both BC Game and 9 Pandas and win a best of 3 in 2-0 fashion. The best of 3 series they had against Paravision on day number 2, it went to overtime in map 3. And then that series that they played up against ENS a few hours ago, that also went to a decider. It's been a long run and not easy to win 5 best of 3s in a row to qualify to the major. And it's the final boss, the final challenge here against Astralis. It's been a quiet start from Alex. It's been MPL that's been producing the majority of impact, the majority of magic. With 2 rounds the difference, they are desperate for a gun round win.
Full rifle sets, a rarity comparatively to the scrappy match that we've had. Their force buys have been rife, and steals have been frequent. AKs across the T sideline and AWP for device at the ready. He's posted towards the B defensive. Watching and waiting. The first contact on the Bait camp. Shot connects, Kenzizor down.
And now for Bait, you got to wonder, do you just cancel? Do you try and get a bit of a brackets lurk in there? What's the option? Senthiel doesn't even know if the CTs are retaking Banana. Gets caught by the flash. MPL gets close towards the brackets now. And it's a regrouping setup. And notice how Device is just instantly rotated. Got the first kill from CT, and now he's going to be defending short at Amps.
Smokes on, Molly's towards that long position. Device is posted. Cadian trying to hold for first port of call. Shoulder Bait out, doesn't quite get a decent fight in for the T side line. Last bullet in the mag to get a double. And Bait seem like they're running out of steam now here on T side. Senthiel and Alex 2v5. Make it 1v5 as Alex keeps his shoulder up to Device. Senthiel might have the bomb on his back and might have a slight position that you can work with here. They know he was somewhere on long, so they'll account for all the breathing room that he could possibly take. Even if he did take it away, there is just no time to go for a plant to hold on to a clutch. This will be number 10 for Astralis. Last second hunt from Yabi. Will he reach it in time? No, he won't. But Bait have got many more problems to deal with. 3 trailing. And 3 to go for Astralis to push us to a third map.
Well, we're noticing a parallel from map 1 to map 2, and that's that the second halves aren't really competitive. Bait won 7 out of 8 rounds to close that CT side, and now what have we really seen from Bait in the second half of Inferno? Not much. We haven't seen that generating threat. We haven't seen them really give the fight back to Astralis like they did in the first half. Astound, aggressive, spots 1 out there from second mid, didn't spot the 2 from underneath. Senthiel's got the hero AK, and you've got to expect in a round like this, not only are you looking for damage, but you're looking for a round steal. You're looking for the break.
They lose this clean, then we're looking at 12-7 on the contrary. Right, looking for a lot out of this one. Fantastic frag. Senthiel to pick it up. MPL, close quarters against Stound, does not go all the way into Boiler. Was searching, but didn't see anybody. Wraparounds will start coming in as Cadian goes passive on the B defensive. That puts Yabi and Device here on defense. They're ready to receive.
Look at this raid. This is something that Astralis have done such a good job out on the city side, is just stacking up bomb sites.
Great flash in. Alex reveal himself in the apartments. Head trick just barely gives up information to Yabi's great timing. Shot from Device lands on Alex next up. Flick towards the dropping player. Doesn't quite connect. They've got flanks in, but Stound and Cadian deal with them. Senthiel once again left to hold on to the rifle. HE sent his direction. They forced around his save, but he won't save today. Astralis on 11. And Bates, they'll have the loss bonus, thankfully, to buy into more AKs, but this really is last chance saloon.
And tactically, Bait have looked poor in this second half. Astralis have read them easily. But we've seen so many rounds of 3, even 4 players on a bomb site before the execute comes in. And that tells you the default doesn't have the depth. And it doesn't have the ability to confuse the opposition. And the economy is just so strong for Astralis too. Bait need a few rounds in a row to break it.
Stair takes early HE damage in the start of this round. Some return to Kenzie's Orb, but not nearly as much. Flash forward for the CT side to check for him. They can't spot anybody though. It's not an opening frag, but at least it's some advantage for Bait to play off of here. Easy enough pick over Stair. And Bait start establishing a bit more presence in map control. The first minute ticks by.
Astralis have played Inferno 19 times in the last 3 months on HLTV, and 17 of them have featured the map pick. And there's a definite reason why it's the go-to, the #1 map in the pool for them. Good util usage just when Bait was starting to get ready. And now, do you cancel? Do you go through this?
Gonna push it. No flash supports. Yabi and Device get 2 easy picks out of it as well. AWP searching for more, and he lands on Alex. Cadian comes in, dives through the smoke to provide bonus support as Bait only have a 1 versus 5 for Head Trick now. There's an Astralis' map point. He's lost the bomb. He's lost his teammates. He's lost positional advantage. Gonna isolate individual engages, but they won't mean anything for this. This will be 12-7. He will save his gun. And Bait need to bring back 5 in a row to stop Astralis from pushing us to Ancient.
This might be the first time in the entire MRQ, bar day #1, in which Bait have been completely outclassed, in which they have not been able to compete against opposition. I mean, even the map that they lost against Paravision on day 2, that at least went all rounds in regulation. The map that they lost versus Ents earlier on today, that was quite close on Anubis. They look like they're drowning. They're playing, but they're not here to compete against Astralis at all. And this has been a rough second half from them.
All they want is the pistol. Second round break record be damned. Lost both the second round breaks here in this map.
Yeah, definitely out of their depth.
A hard-fought battle to take their map pick. Astralis was looking laboured in the first half, but eventually they got their act together. Eventually they found their confidence. Eventually Bait just lost all manners of control. Beyond the smoke, Head Trick taking damage. Nothing seems to be going right for these boys. Kenzie's or flash blinded, dead. The HE support of Cadian. Yabi takes the opening start in the round. 4 more kills to go.
Just getting so desperate now. All of these advances are losing opening duels. Device has been so consistent on that big green. 22 and 10.
Kind of aggressing. Cadian that takes the fight on long. Secondary and force down. Doesn't quite get as much success. Device has missed any angles over towards the short challenge. They heard a player drop off towards the apartments as well. He's there at mini pits there, still finds his frag. The player still working out of apps is finally going to drop in, get a kill. Device is back here though. P250 at range, gets Essential. 20 HP for Head Trick now. Doesn't quite get shut down by the big green. There's a chance to plant that bomb, but again, such little HP for what needs to be 2 stellar fights. Swings up, doesn't get Yabi. Cadian can start moving now. Open position of the bomb plant. The flank is on, the headshots gain. The last man still unknown though. He gets back towards the bomb site and Cadian can close it out. Astralis will push us all the way in our MRQ finals.
Yeah, well done to Astralis. That's a good performance. And I think that's a little bit more like what we would expect and what we've seen in some of their results so far in the MRQ. The 13-7 versus Paravision, the 13-3 versus Ents in the best of 1. And then, especially against Big, what they played yesterday in a matchup that's sort of 2 tier 1 teams that play at a similar level to one another. They just completely stomped them on map 2 and map 3. So this is a lot more like it from Astralis. This is a threatening side today.
Indeed, and now I have to look back at what we've seen in the series so far and have to sort of take stock in totality of what we've had, right? We've had a very confident map from Astralis just a moment ago, and we had to have a bit of a back-and-forth battle for Bait to get that second map, the first map rather, over the finish line and take their own pick. So now we're looking towards Ancient, and Astralis, in my eyes, have played the better series thus far.
Yeah, they probably have. I don't know if that means a massive amount going into a decider, because you've got to remember that Inferno is a lot weaker than what Ancient is for the opposition of Bait. And I think that's going to be a key factor going into that decider.
Well, of course, that will be the final map of things. Before we get to that, though, a quick stock in how things have looked in terms of Inferno. Device very well performed there on that second map. Currently a series MVP nomination at the moment.
Yeah, he was a difference maker in the CT side, and you could just feel that it wasn't so much the individual kill counts, it was the reads. I mean, Cadian was just getting such an easy idea of what was going on, where the defaults were. So I think the most that Bait can look at in terms of a response and how to reflect on map 2 moving into map 3 is we just need to be a little bit quicker. We just need to be a little bit more tactically in depth. I think that they let themselves go a little bit there on Inferno, and for the first time in a long time, they looked as if that they were just nowhere near the level of Astralis.
Indeed, and that tactical depth may have to really improve between maps 2 and 3, but you've got 15 minutes or so to improve that and get your heads back in the game. It's Ancient to close out the series and close out the European MRQ. Astralis bound back with confidence, but can they finish the job, or will there be another return from Bait? Do not go anywhere. When we return, we'll find our 6th team in the Major.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
On to the next one. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
It all boils down to this. Astralis and Bait have been locked in battle. Horns locked for one final spot at the Major from Europe. The first map was a laboured effort from Bait, but the Astralis bounced back with a very confident affair on their pick of Inferno. Only one round scored in that second half for the Ukrainian team, and now it's Ancient to decide who is going to take their spot among the greats. Bait's win rate looks fantastic on this map, but Astralis have that plus the victories in the tier 1 space. So, Dweg, how do we look at this map in totality to this best of 3?
Well, I can understand that people might look at map 1 and map 2, especially in the second halves, and say, mate, it was a bit of a snooze fest, right? I don't think this is going to be the case on Ancient. Both of these teams are really strong on this map. I mean, for Bait, they've played it twice in the MRQ, haven't lost it. For Astralis, I mean, we're talking about wins against 3D Max, against FaZe, against Big, against Falcons, proper tier 1 teams, and some of them have been blowout wins for Astralis. So I'm looking at this decider thinking both teams are going to really lock in and give us one hell of a showing.
About 3 months ago, we got to see them take the distance on Bait side of things when they beat out G2 on this map during the Blast Bounty. So I want to see a little bit more of that quality if they want to try and edge out Astralis right here. They still went down to 16-13, so by no stretch am I expecting this map to be a blowout for them. Neither am I saying the same thing for Astralis. I still think that both teams could deliver us one more time here, Dwayne. But in terms of who has the edge over the other, who have you got?
I guess it's got to be Astralis, right? I mean, think about how many times they've been in this position. Yeah, we might talk about the drought of the majors that have happened recently, but this is still a tier 1 squad with one map to win. And I think, unfortunately for Bait, after seeing what I saw in that second half of Inferno, they might get rattled, Jay. This is Astralis' chance, the last one, to get the top 6.
Is third time the charm or fifth time the charm for major qualification? Astralis and Bait. One more map to play, one more dance to do, and it will be Ancient with a CT side start for Astralis. Device has already seen what's coming his way. Prod out towards main to spot several players, take a small amount of damage, and Bait immediately back away.
But it's a clever cancel. The last thing you want is to be spotted that early and to continue to press in. Now, Cadian's going to make the info, and you've got the first line of engagement coming out from Elbow. The USP should be able to get at least one.
That's 1, 2, not quite 3. Ascenthiel trades in, but that's still a man advantage for Astralis thanks to the efforts of the captain. The bomb's been seen as well by Yabi. Smoked off at red. Ascenthiel revealing himself, providing covering fire. They're wary of something else going on here. They hold their positions and start to adjust towards this mid-face of Bates.
The timing towards red will give them space, and Yabi will be able to take contact, but he shouldn't be able to slow them down. They will be able to take CT and wrap towards A.
Spot from range of the USP, still Yabi engages. Now they move towards CT spawn. A will be the target for Bait in the end. Device is backed up. Stair also in at Temple, but it's that donut presence of the 5-7 that might become a concern. Stair swings forward, gets 2 fantastic headshots, and Alex is all alone. 1v4 for him. Turning back towards Yabi at the right moment, but now revealed and being distracted from the real threats of the diffusers that are inbound at the bomb site now. 10 seconds to the sticks, so there's a little bit of time to play with, but if they get on it right now, then Alex will get rushed down by these 3 in CT spawn. So they'll find him, they'll isolate him, they'll take the pistol for Astralis.
And if you are sort of the captain, right? If you are just sort of the leader that the MPL is, I don't think you can be too discouraged with how that pistol round went. Because let's be honest, Jay, you just got farmed individually. Like tactically, there were no mistakes being made except Cadian hits 2 blinder of a shot, and then the exact same thing happens from Stair. I mean, look at how quick that second tap is towards the Sentinel.
Lightning fast, pinpoint accuracy, and that's what you want to see out of USPs. And with that second map win, Astralis' odds at 1xBet tip back towards their favour. The money lines have truly been a tale of how this match is placed. Bait turning a lot of heads towards them. Off the back of that Mirage win. Not converting upon Inferno, however. Not converting on the pistol either. Will force up with the bomb plant bonus, though. We'll see a couple of Galils coming in. Astralis searching for aggression, particularly here at lane, where Stown's SMG won't see anybody yet.
This is going to be a tough round to work from Bait. The insta-door smoke came down and they respected it. They stood outside of the doors and then another one followed. And they've cleared out all of A main, but there is no map control. They need to brute force elbow now. Astralis have completely backed off from lane. They took all of that space away. Now this is a CT smoke being lined up from Alex. And you've got, what, Stair is a quick rotator in towards CT, and Device that's playing very defensively at the back of Temple.
Smoke start coming down now. Third man to rotate from red. Device is M4, not the force port of call, that's Yabi. Eventually Device does engage for some damage, but he gets overwhelmed. The Tech 9, in fact, gets that kill. Stair now moving close towards CT spawn, flashed in by his teammate, and no one's expecting this transfer. A 3! A steady triple, a perfect triple. NPL all alone, all of a sudden. No one from Bait saw that one come in. And they will pay the price for it in the end. NPL will do his best to fight back, but it's all over. It was for a while.
Now, that is Astralis recognizing the situation well and not giving time and respect towards Bait. They could have very easily sat there and played a heavy retake. CT smoke is down. Donut smoke is down as well. Yeah, give him the bomb plant. Then we'll retake. No, Stair, get in there, mate. Try and see if you can make it quite chaotic. And you're right. Bait just were not prepared. They didn't have players in the right positions. They didn't have weapon drawn. It's a 2-0 start, and Bait are going to be buying quite heavily come this next eco, but they need some damage. They need to try and take a few rifles out.
Put those Tech 9s in towards the B-bomb site quick. Stair frag found, head tricked, returning onto him. Stair might get overwhelmed. Indeed, he does. There's room for a bomb plant bonus of cash. NPL picked up an M4 to find a Device. Actually, they might be searching for a little bit more out of this round. Plant is open for that ramp position, which is where Yabi's going to backstab towards now. Just been seen, but 2 M4s to work with still for the T-side players, one of which has Kevlar in head trick. Incendiary sent to the other man of NPL.
And no kit, so they need to tap the bomb and they need to draw these fights out in the open. Hetrick gets a good timing, and he's trying to back away, and he's actually been able to do it!
Can't believe that. Cadian 1v2 now, swung upon by NPL, who takes the quick burst and a 2K to his name. And wow, their second round breaks have been solid on holding them with a pistol advantage, and even more solid in taking them from Astralis.
Acadian's going to be fuming, because that's just not on, is it? That's a few upgraded pistols, a little bit of armor, and light util. That is not a heavy investment at all. How Hetrick can escape back there without being caught. And Bait set themselves up for the perfect beginning. Now, this is where they didn't capitalize in the sort of, that 6-2 marker out there on Inferno. They had the chance to run away with it, and they couldn't convert. That's what they need to do now.
Start off by evening the board and then gaining the lead. Forced buy-in, of course, for Astralis, because single stage loss bonus, and off the back of the 2 rounds of investment. Economy lineups in the early match continuing to conduce to a scrappy set of affairs.
Astralis are desperate for an opener, but at the same time, they don't want to give a freebie away to the opposition, so that's why they're stacking up B. And leaving Cadian to spot mid from Donut, everybody else can hold the heavy gamble. Hetrick, first contact, sees Device, but And nothing really gets done off of it. Now, do bait cancel on this B exec? They've got room to go shelf to mid if they get the right read.
Lion sprays are getting hopeful for Bay. HE to open the smoke. Alex swings in with the bomb on his back. That's dropped by Device real quick. There's 4 players on defensive line. Are they going to counter steal? Perhaps they might with a 5-7 and all. The Sentinel doesn't even get the trade against the forward man. Kenzie's all fights in vain. And Astralis, okay. They've set a hell of a CT pace now.
I'm being funny, Jay. That might be one of the worst rounds of CS that I have seen in this entire best of 3. There is no one searching there from bait, so there's no lurker A main, there's no lurker elbow. There is a lack of information in the round. And with so much time left on the clock, they don't cancel, they don't double pump, they break the smoke and flash. Come on, man. That doesn't even work at the top end of tier 2, let alone against a team like Astralis.
Instant tactical, because they got to clean that up and fast. Device gifted a triple by his opposition. And Bait back down to reconsidering their options here. Couple of AKs bought into the half by, can still go down to 1900. 1400 in the case of Head Trick. This should have been them at even stars. This should have been them at 2-2. Instead, Astralis try to continue with their pushes. Stown gets punished for his this time. Head Trick, revealing the fact that they have AKs available. And the shot will connect.
Astralis are still doing a good job of working info. They've taken all of mid. They've smoked elbow. They've now smoked the B doors. They're just conditioning bait. And they're going to have to try and pop through that smoke or wait it out. Now, the problem is they've only got 1 flash. So if you use that flash to go through the B door smoke, what flash do you have for the bomb site? Nothing.
We move from Yabi there as well to grab that AK. They must know that there's not that many AKs on the bait side. Can't recover that gun. Instead, they push on with those pistols there. Just seeing contact. Rotations being brought in. Flashbang to assist. Kill found on the scent field. Dink does return. Only a pistol drop. Bombs now on bomb site. Kenzie's all leans forward. NPL gets his pick, but the device moves through him and Alex. The Head Trick can take a trade, make it expensive. On his back. Now quick swing from Yabi. Shuts him down.
Now, going into this best of 3, Device was the 5th highest rated player in the MRQ. And after seeing what he did on Inferno, I'm now looking at Ancient, whether he's got a rifle or the AWP in his hands, and I'm thinking he's going to be the best player on the server. He was so clinical with consistent frags in that second half on the CT side of Inferno, constantly roaming and constantly picking players apart. And Bait, come the next gun round, have even got the limitation of a Senthiel down towards a Galil. NPL, well, there's a missed red smoke. I mean, we're just starting to see mistakes, fumbling now for Bait.
Not the fight you want to see brought to the final of the MRQ. On their 3rd attempt to make it to a major. And their 6th best of 3 that could have qualified them to the major. Shot on for MPL, lands on Stown, kicks things off.
Their spam looks good. Alex doesn't continue it all the way. They know that Stair was close there, roughly towards the default angle on B. Astralis have got a vertical crossfire, which means that ramp is open. So to plug that gap, that's why Device has rotated from Red Room and been that 3rd defender on B.
They start looking at rotates into mid. Smoke on at red for Alex. Yabi caught and repositioned, considering the B bomb site stacked for Astralis, or at least to watch out for any mid aggression that may well come through. 20 seconds to the clock. They're going to have to commit A. There's no one to resist them, so this will be a 5-on-4 post plant. Astralis, not a lot of cash in bank, so this probably isn't going to be a retake. If it is, they'll call it in. No presence around the bomb site, no Access to a trade kill. Yeah, the stack to the save. That's the call.
Now, something to think about if you are MPL is, right, we've gone into a gun round. We've got a man up. And it doesn't feel like Astralis are making info plays. It feels like they're quite gambling. We saw that with the 3 on B. When normally if you have 3 on B and you're down by 1, you might want to try and retake ramp and kind of walk down or make a play elsewhere. So that's in the back of your mind that maybe you're getting a little bit too much respect at the moment. And maybe you can exploit being a bit more fakey in the mid to late round. Astralis will, of course, give themselves a good-looking buy. A Device or Yabi can drop down in the neck, so no problem there at all.
Another rifle set available to them. It will continue with even these Galils. Bonus weapons. And bonus value. Bonus third if they can make it happen. And really they do need to make it happen. Besides success. A requirement for them. Mid-control in passive nature for both sides. No overextensions from Bait and no move past the red smoke or pushing from Donut from Yabi or Cadian. A little bit slower to the uptake, although pace to be picked up by Astralis at the moment's time. Essential having his back turned towards the CT side line. Can he adjust when they push?
This has been very cautious from both teams to the start of Ancient. It's not been chaotic at all. We've seen Ancient be really brawly for a lot of teams at the MRQ, but not in this matchup. All about timing. Essential hears the footsteps, but it's not an extension all the way down ramp. They actually cancel off of it.
Put 3 players total on the A defense. A red walk coming in from NPL. Kenzie's all posted up at the donut entrance. Footstep noises being made towards main, so I think it might be some sort of A play. Yabi. Right around the corner, first player spotted, swing forward, adjustments right there, but doesn't connect on the second. It's down, back sight, struggles with the first player. Senthiel can still get the kill to return, and Alex will just go down after the casualty of Cadian. 2v2, Device is known, stare on rotate, and MPL's ready to receive him. Hearing those footsteps, Senthiel will just have to deal with Device as he comes. Stare, making noise, finally cut down. Now they can focus Device here. Haven't got time to rotate them. He's still going to have an open position on the bomb plant. Tapped once, NPL needs to swing. Device, could deny. No, he's a little bit late. NPL still seen, and NPL clutches the round.
We've seen in the last couple of RMR campaigns, Astralis get knocked out by weakened Tier 2 competition. I mean, I'm thinking back to the Shanghai RMR, where they got knocked out by Passion UA. You think back to the other one last year of Copenhagen, the last chance qualifier, they got knocked out by 9 Pandas. And you now start thinking, well, what's the adaptation? What's the change-up now going up against a team like Bait, who's in that same conversation? And they won't be too pleased with how that retake went down, because Bait are now starting to get the one-up. And not only do they have themselves a chance of being able to break this reset, but also take the lead back.
Kenzie Zor's frags found. Good engagement to kick things off. Bait from a 5-on-4 worked with no resistance from Astralis. Eventually Gamble stacked into that B-bomb site. You've seen the rotations begin. They will leave a player back here on A, though. Deagle on Stare. That shouldn't be enough to resist them all.
Now, you expect that Stare needs to probably get 2, maybe 3, if they actually want to consider rotating back in. Now, they're starting to move, but it's a little bit too slow. The T's are getting into position quickly.
Murkoff, Molly set, Stare, shots ringing out, cannot get the kill, even the damage is good. Device burns a little bit in the back, and Yabi comes in with support for 3v3, making it 2, almost line up a secondary kill on Alex. Low HP for both remaining T-side players. That HE, he just sees the boost, but he can't react towards it yet. Smoke in hand, Kenzie Zor starting to move aggressive of his own right. Go for that bomb, go for the plant, at least secure the money. if nothing else.
Cadian and Device are just playing together on this one, and it's a tap here for Kenzie Zor. He's waiting to try and get a fight out in the open. He's going to try and reposition. He'll be able to get the bomb down on B, but let's be honest with ourselves here, Jay. 9 HP in a 1v2, I'm not feeling it. I don't think it's likely at all that Kenzie Zor can win this.
You're going to need some stellar headshots out of him. Plant back behind Totem. Cadian's already rotating in. Be heard on his run-up, so that's info to call. They got a HE? I don't think they do. They don't have a kit, though. Stalled out for time, but he's taking a very open position. They'll start creeping. Slowly but surely. Kenzie Zor checking for long. 2 to find. Sway out, and he's dead to Device instantly. That was always going to happen. You needed more than a perfect round out of him. He wasn't able to deliver. 5-3 now for Astralis.
They just get lined up towards A main. The separation isn't wide enough. You've got Yabby at the back of Temple that gets 2. He should really only be able to get 1. And then Device kind of gets the same impact. And it's very creative in such a small sort of split-second decision to get that boost up behind the CT smoke. You don't see it often. In very rare cases does it work out. But right here, just on the lip of the smoke, it's a freebie. It's an incredible round from Device, and Bait, they're going to be kicking themselves again, aren't they? They've had a few rounds like that on Ancient where they should be able to convert, and they're just not.
Oh, what a HE and what a shot from Device. Broken investment as Bait try and force the issue into this round, but already they're on the back foot. Shot doesn't connect from Device, but Stairs found an NPL in turn. 5 on 3, still enabled. Bait. Didn't take much to put them on the back foot.
It's just a lack of consistency from Bait. And taking too many early casualties in these gun rounds. Yabby's got a good timing. Bait, they're going to need a miracle to even get a bomb down in this scenario.
Yabby's just been spotted. Even Alex can't get the kill against him. A dink does damage from range, 33 HP. Cadian's on bomb site. Alex is focused on that main entrance and just walks right into the AK. Astralis playing Bait like a fiddle at the moment. Minimum 6 about to be claimed on the CT side. A very underwhelming start in totality for the Ukrainian squad. Device is up. Does get sussed out by Kenzie Zor, so there's a frag. Maybe a bomb plant out of the round, but they need to get the round win itself, and they're just getting more tag damage done. Kenzie Zor, lineup might be right there for him. He loses his teammate. He's got 3 kills in the round now. 22 seconds to get 2 more out of it. Cadian known. Yabby should be read on relatively well. Trying to find him, but damage is not enough. He needs the headshots perfect, and Cadian's going to catch him caught up on geometry. A moment's breath, but not enough.
And this level of performance that we're getting from Astralis really does remind me of what happened in the Rest Showdown for the qualification to Blast Open Lisbon, where they 2-0'd 9, they 2-0'd 500, they 2-1 Paravision, and they just didn't get tested and felt as if they were completely outclassing the opposition. And this is Bait struggling. They are surviving at the moment on Ancient. And they've never been able to lead by example. And now down 3-6, going to be 3-7. I'm not getting a good feeling about this third map decider for the underdogs.
Neither am I. Senthil's back to low numbers. Alex on a similar marker. I mean, in general, no one's really performing to the same level that Astralis are. Decision making was under question in that end series and baited into traps that Astralis have laid over the course of this Ancient T side. This eco around the bomb plant's all you're looking for, but that just gets less and less likely. Stair can get hunted down with the 2 Glock players. Caught with a reload unawares of how much short control they had taken. That bomb trying to go down to the B bomb site, but there's K presence there as well. So as he peeks forward, he actually does manage to avoid the whiff spray Arcadian, but it won't lead to anything more than that. Device checks the corner. Veteran element, good game sense, good read onto what Bait are doing. And Astralis are up to 7 in this half, looking for a 9-3 half with this rifle win, and honestly, I see it being pretty likely.
I'm just wondering, Jay, if Bait aren't ready to qualify to the Oster Major, when will they be ready to qualify? With all the failures that they've had across different iterations over the last few years, this just feels like the stars are aligning. It feels like the moment's here, and it's just not being seized upon. It's not being taken. And with MPL, with his experience on Na'Vi, with Hetrick the same, with NIP, you can't get this team any better. You can't sub a player out and get a player in. They proved that with the recent addition of Kenzie Sword to come into Captain Kirker to try and raise that ceiling, to try and press at the top end of Tier 2. And I think there's no denying that Bait are a top-end Tier 2 team. But where are the qualifications to the Major? Where are the qualifications to LAN tournaments? It's not frequent enough. And I think that's where some of the other squads in Tier 2 have been able to overtake Bait in that respect.
They've always straddled the line. They've always gotten right up there within a series, but have never converted upon it. Astralis just losing their first kill. Another tactical got called in, so Bait will try and convert upon some better mentality. If they can make it 5 at the turn, then that would be a recovery. Yabi gets caught on timing there. The jump face over at red is not towards a kill for the Bait side. Everyone slows it down.
Yeah, finally a bit of an info play. Device pressing down from the bottom of ramp, waiting to see if there's any stragglers out in the doors. And because he sees nothing, they're going to shift quite heavily. Now, Device should be able to get first contact against Ascenthial. No, the timing's wrong. Now it's quite awkward for the AWP because you've got a lot of players coming towards you at B doors and no support of a teammate in sight.
Hetrick still gets shot down though, so it's a 4-on-4 re-established and back up. Quickly come back in from red. The flashbangs really confirm the fact that it's going to be a B hit, although Bait still continue to go slow. And Device is allowed to go all the way into the back lines. Watch out ramp from short. Need that flash contact from NPL. Doesn't connect to Device though. He gets a secondary frag. Peek back towards long. Slowly but surely pressing on. The bomb will go down. The backstabs of the backup of Astralis. Setting up towards mid with a 3-man pack. Device is doing well on his lonesome though. Finally overcooks a flick.
Yeah, Flash is late and at least they get the AWPer, but players are coming in quickly from Cave.
Senthiel in the corner. Gonna check it, stare, goes falling, quick swing from MPL. Fantastic teamwork from the two players at Bates. They mow through Astralis, finally get some confidence on them at last. 3 kills for MPL in that round, leading the frag charge for the Bates side as they get that 4th and just look to recover things at number 5.
Yeah, Device should have been able to win that round for Astralis. It's unfortunate that it's a whiff shot on what is basically just a dry swing. And there's no flash, there's nothing. And if Alex loses that, it is over. There is no chance of the post-plant to be won. A good effort from the Cave players, but Astralis have their number. Stare aggressively trying to take mid. This is a change-up.
Oh, wow, how close Stare's going to be. Loses his teammate. Yabi also strikes to that M4. Cadian gets tagged through the smoke. Advantage sits with Astralis right now. There's players over at Shelf to be major threats. Smokes and HEs come down against them. Essentially was trapped right here, and Yabi finally gives up the ghost. Stown is still out here, though, unaware of the position, but he whiffs his spray, and Bait reclaim control.
The Device is trying to retake space out here from Cave, but he's being watched from that left-hand side of Ascenthial. Bait are just trying to freeze at the moment, try and see if they can bait in one of those info plays from Astralis and just beat them by patience. Unfortunately, Cadian's not going to be able to do much in the round, is he? 22 points of health. This rests on Device and Device only.
He's got 3 players around him. Loses the fight to Ascenthial. A great dink, but the AK goes one better. Cadian's 1v3. Needs about as many miracles as the previous one from Bait did. 22 HP. The key concern of Alex at 96, it just feels so improbable, impossible. Difficult in every measure. Astralis' excellence will at least be countered with a little response. A consolation prize, a silver lining in this T-side half. Cynthia will tap up the last man, and Bait will make it a 5-7 at the turn.
And they'll be quite happy with how those last couple of rounds went down. I really thought at one point Astralis were going to be knocking on the door of potentially 9 or even 10 CT rounds. That's how one-sided it was getting. but a little bit of leverage gives the Ukrainians something to be happy about. And it doesn't exactly matter what the performance is like in the first half. If you take key rounds in the second, you can still win this if you're bait. If you can win the first pistol, if you can get off to a good start, if you can get your gun rounds more consistently, then that scoreline is going to very quickly start going in your favor. You want to see a little bit more out of Stown and Acadian come that second half. I mean, even Device, I don't think we're going to get the same level of impact from him on T-side AWPing, so that's going to be taken away from Astralis' playbook.
Bait now moves to the defense. Just like how it was on the first map. Second half success from a dead set even scoreline was able to bring them in to the advantage on this series. It will have to be the same here for Ancient because it was certainly not the same on Inferno. Which one are we going to get? Are we going to get the bait that can contest? Are we going to get the bait that will fall to pieces?
Even Stare, I think a player that probably gets talked the least about when it comes to major experiences, and that's mainly because there hasn't been many chances in the past. Only been to one major, that being Rio in 2020, on the Sprout organization that did incredibly well with the players that they had. He was playing with Lonks and Slacks, Refresh, Zyphon, and Berry as the head coach, and gets the huge call up to Astralis, and since he's been here, they haven't been able to qualify it. He's going to be hungry, determined to get these next 6 rounds, to make sure that he gets a second one under his belt.
6 steps away for Astralis to break the curse. Bait need to focus on the 2 steps they need to even the board first and foremost, and already NPL's been gooshed. 20 HP in the pistol, the last pistol of the tournament. Alex, the back lines of the B bomb site, trying to focus him down. Kenzie's about to receive a lot of pressure towards his name, and he's got to hold on because he's the only player that can here. Finally, his teammate falls. He's on 2 HP, dead to right. Yabi and Stare with the latest double. The Sentinel and head trick with a 2 set to Julies. 2v5 for them as well. Glocks from range will fight on, continue to pressure damage. And Bates are about to lose this pistol, minus something massive happening in the next few seconds, and just nothing is coming their way. Head trick can take Device, but he's on 25 for the rest of the 4. This is Astralis' pistol, 8-5 on the board. And Bates, they needed to hit the ground running. They needed to hit the early start. They needed to get this pistol. Here and now, they have not.
Unfortunately, it was just too many gooshes, wasn't there? I mean, your first contact for MPO out in red, he gets gooshed. You've then got Kenzie's that's playing big box, he gets gooshed. So before you could even kind of set a crossfire, you're just already on red HP. Excellent shooting from Astralis. And now Bait need to make probably the toughest decision in the MRQ. Do we force buy or not? Now, we know that they've been enjoying the forces, but in this scenario, it looks as if it's going to be a light buy, a single Deagle upgrade against just USPs.
Allow Astralis to get to 9, but focus on those rifles to bring this back. Decent work with the USPs boosted on top of each other over that smoke over at Donut. I know now that, of course, it's a stack in at Donut, and decent damage is being output towards the Ts, but not able to capitalize upon those kills, and there won't be any threat generated by Bait in this round. Decent efforts was the best you can say, the best you could hope for.
Bait feels so close to becoming the second ever full Ukrainian team to qualify to a major. Passion UA did it in Shanghai. And can Bait do it in Austin? All of the previous lineups of Flipside or even Na'Vi have not always been the full 5. Bait, look, you might as well look for exits here. Make it as expensive as you can.
Indeed, with damage. Mac 10 at range, though. Yabi going to capitalize upon it. Third kill will be lovely, but no. Doesn't connect. Very good effort for head trick with his 2 Deagles. Bonus cash as well, which can bolster up the buy a little bit more. M4 without limitation to utility. You're seeing some limits here and there. Be expected with the CT side. Good shot on Stown. We're getting into crunch time now for Bates. Astralis are the ones using the tactical, though. They know they are in the driver's seat. Rifle round here to go to 11-5. One more rifle after that to close the map and the series and get your spot in the major. That's how much is riding on this round, and Bait know it themselves. We still need to see more. We still need to see more like that Mirage. And if we don't soon, this will be over.
Yeah, Astralis don't look as if they're going to go down like the other giants that failed. Gamer Legion, Big, Saw. There's so many teams that we see consistently at majors. Couldn't make it happen. Astralis. Aggressive out from elbow with the anti-rush util. 3 on B to start the round from Bait. You having to smoke the molly, start bringing some pace up from lane. A lot of util to continue towards Red Room. And NPL, this is the moment where I want to see him individually strike the most. He needs to be a takeover player with the position that he plays, with how the team is down in this sort of scenario. I think he's the only player that will make a difference to recover some sort of comeback.
Been quiet for a bit of time. I want a 3M4s here for the Bait side. Both doing well in that first half overall. It's Sentinel, the first man to strike here in this round. Drops off for the SMG, taking Stare and Yabi with him. The trader Cadian is good. The man advantage stays with Bait right here now. 2 more CTs on defensive on the B site and all. Smokes come out towards the cave entrance. 3rd and 4th players are on the way in. They're wary of a red wrap, but the focus is all about the B commit.
That molly separates the CTs. Hedrick's forced in the open. At least he gets one, but it's a struggle for the CT side. Device misses that chance. At least he can recover the bomb and get it planted.
Dive out of the way, seeing more players inbound. All 3 are now known about, but Device can't focus on any of those kills, and neither can Cadian. There you go, Bait. That's a bit more like it. That's what we want to see. Lock in a confident rifle, build off the back of that, and do not lose against this force buy incoming for Astralis.
It's a strange smoke that Astralis threw. After this contact, they throw a cave smoke, which completely blocks out the sightline to their in-game leader of Cadian. Yeah, it allows him to throw the molly out safely. I feel like if that short smoke goes down instead, there's a little bit more room for Cadian to work. And the buyback is going to feature a couple of AKs, and it is going to be the IGL rocking one of them rather than giving it over to a Device or a Yabi.
Oh, good burst through from Stare. MPL tried to node open the smoke, gave himself a few open patches to look for information, but just didn't register the threat. Look at Yabi as well. He's ready for a Senthil. Is a Senthil ready for him to be so close? Absolutely not. Tap to the back of the head. Second man around the corner. Alex trying to focus him down. Yabi does get picked up and Kentizor strikes back at red. We're into a 3v3. It could have turned into disaster for Bait, but now it turns possible. Although that being said, they're working their way. They're funneled into B with that smoke, and only Alex is here to defend against them.
Now, Alex needs to try and stay alive for as long as possible because the long players are going to see him already. Tucked in and around. Stout to cut rotations. Only does damage towards spawn.
Cadian backs off. Kentizor is low. 2v2 flashing from Device. Start looking towards them. Kentizor's not blind here, but Device swings for the headshot anyway. Tapped again. Head trick. Knows where they're both at. Needs to isolate this fight on Cadian, but he can't do it. And that is exactly what Bait needed to avoid. They got their rifle win, but they couldn't follow it up. Astralis get right back on their backs. A stellar opening from Stare. You could barely see MPL. And then the over-aggression from Essential didn't check that corner. Alex didn't swing to take contact at long, held and hid. And got sussed out much quicker than even he was expecting. Bait, look at the money state, look at the buy. They're going to need some miracles, and they're going to need them soon.
Look at the composure from Astralis in that 2v2. Tap the bomb, wait it out, flash your teammate, you swing short, you swing long. It's clinical, and it's those moments where you just get the feeling that Astralis are so much more relaxed, aren't they? They're not pressured, they're not making errors, they're not over-swinging. They're just calm in the scenarios. A Bait. It might have to be a lane take. It might have to be somewhat aggressive. I mean, the buy is just awful.
Push out from mid. No one's at lane for Astralis, and they'll see nothing at mid either. They'll start to get an inkling of the main play over at A, which they are inbound for. Execution set 2 to defend.
The read is pretty good here for MPL. The issue is, he doesn't have much teammate support in terms of util. Hedrick doesn't have a flash, so all that MPL is going to have to do is try and fight dry, and I say that, he's rotated away. This A bomb site could just get completely contacted, and Astralis can shift and just search.
Might have to play a retake here. Molly's being sent. They're starting those rotations now. Here comes the mass amount of util. They'll start pushing over at Cave and Cheetah in the meantime. Hedrick's got nothing. Kentizor's got a kill from Blind. Stroke of luck. An opportunity opens up. Astralis down by a man for the post plant.
And no util on the post plant, and no space being taken. Spams towards Donut, get a Senthiel.
Oh, Device returns the favor. And Yabi had his crosshair over Hedrick. Thinking about that, Smoke's about to fade. Yabi's about to see what's going on. AK Device being more on the back lines, gets 2 more kills out of it. And damn near lines up 2 more of his own. 2v2 instead. It's down, detected, over a tree. Stairs also revealed. They line up for that AK, who doesn't finish the job. Hedrick still low HP, and he's hunting for a rifle, one that he needs, going to that FAMAS. And he's got no kit, he's got no time to save the gun and the force buy. He had an AK down there at some point. Just got caught. Lost in the sauce. Fate had an advantage, but Astralis still smacked it out of their hands. Just every time they get something, every time they take an opportunity, it's an opportunity wasted or bottled or otherwise. And they're forcing again. They don't have a choice.
They don't have a choice, but to allow Device to do what he does best, and that's farm lower-end competition. 23-11 on map number 2 and 22-11 on map 3. An MVP level performance from Device in this best of 3.
Nominating himself on Inferno and now solidly taking it here on this map. Already a Senthiel tries to resist alongside Alex's SMG. He knows that someone's around that smoke. He can take a secondary pick at the same time. Cadian gets flanked by the 2 lane pushers as well. Device takes 2 back. Surely not. This would just be the cherry on top. What's otherwise been a fantastic series from the man. Alex spotted, headshot gained, but he doesn't finish the job. He got damn close to it though.
And that's Astralis trying basically what Bait did in the first half, where you sort of try and pop the ramp smoke, hope to catch some timings, and it's surprising that you call that when you know you're up against a limited investment. Everyone just so close range. Behind that smoke, Alex in the 5-7, Kenzie's all getting down lane. And Device, you can feel it coming when it gets down to that 1v1. MPL hard swings and gives Bait survival, a chance.
"25 kills for the AWP of Astralis. Device hungry to return to the Major. A place that he hasn't been since 2021. Top 8 of Stockholm, the Major stage, which he has thrived so many times in his career. I'm going to give him the star rolls right here. A boost available. Look over towards long. Are you going to see anything? He spotted one. Tap burst through, but Alex just hides. Recognizing the danger, Astralis have to scatter.
At least Bait know that it's heavy lane, and that's why you're forcing a bit more rotations back. You've got MPL that's the 3rd player out on B. Hedrick that could be a quick, fast rotate from Red Room. And this is a buy-up where that Krieg and the AK needs to be damage dealers.
SMG close range for Senthiel. Stair, Tech 9. First port of call. Overwhelmed by the crossfire. Yabi gets a trade back. Senthiel pushing out to the USP. He gets caught with a knife in his hand instead. Alex, flash blinded, looking towards Brad, but they're making their way in from Cave. Yabi, dead. Cadian responds. It's him and Stown. 2v2. From Heroic Boys. Kenzizor, burst fire. Cadian's caught. Stown also getting tagged up, getting forced out of position. 23 seconds to the clock. Bomb plant needs to come in soon. And get all the time in the world. Getting cracked upon from long. Doesn't win the fight. Hedrick returns and Bait continue to stave Astralis off.
Oh, they're hanging in here, Bait. It's not been easy by any stretch. You could feel that once those trades come out towards Cave, Astralis have a lot of space on the bomb site. It's actually looking quite good for the Danes when it gets into that 2v2, but they're worried about the backstab, and they don't quite have the info on where the CTs are. It's Kenzizor consistently with his MP9 being a bit annoying. And now it's just a full eco. So this is a free 9th round for Bait.
Astralis going to go rush tactics in here, though. Smoke's already coming in. Head trick. Fine spray on first, second, and third. Kenzizor took one of the interim SMG kills to farm some cash to bolster them a little bit more, just in case the worst case scenario. Because money's still not 100% there for them. No loss bonus at this stage either, so Astralis. Good rifle win, could well turn it all back on its head, especially with match point looming. 11-9, they still hold the advantage. 2 more rounds to make up for Bait. 2 more rounds for the Danes to go to Austin. The rifle buy may well decide which point we get to.
Yeah, you just start getting that sense of revenge. MPL was at the Paris Major. Got kicked from Na'Vi after that. Hetrick was at the exact same major, was on NIP. He ended up getting traded. I mean, imagine that. You're on NIP and you end up going towards Bait and they get Wrinkle instead. Both of you get sent down to the lower divisions. Have to grind it up in Tier 2. Have to work the online scene. And you are getting close now to funnel necking Astralis. It felt at 11-6 that, well, we were pretty much wrapped up here and you could say goodbye to this best of 3. But it is still game on, and Bait are holding on.
It's been game off up until this point. Senthiel, blind past the smoke, gets ahead of it alongside MPL finding Stare. Okay, they're generating solid impact now. I asked the question where Bait have been for this entire map up, because finally we're seeing some cohesion. We're seeing some good openings in these rounds that should look to maintain their 10th. Device is trying to find an exit strategy, but the problem is the bomb. It's been dropped there at the elbow challenge.
And this could be a round-defining play, though, from Device. If he gets the timing right and with trigger discipline, he might have 2 CT kills in Red Room. It's about when NPL repositions, if he does at all.
He's checking it just in case, because nobody else is. Noise is being made by that second CT. Tension drawn, swing up, kill found, once down. Round becomes a lot less doable, especially as Device is spotted out. Timing good for MPL. Yabi found out. 1v5 and no casualties are taken on the part of Bait. 4 AKs held over. Astralis. The dream doesn't feel so easy now, does it? Potential for Bait to usurp them at the very last hurdle. They felt so flat up until now. We could be seeing one more underdog at the major.
And that's going to help the confidence. That's a round where every aggressive duel wins out for a first fight. Kenzizor breaking the smoke. Stare running into Donut. This is quick for an ace flare.
Stare gets caught by Head Trick. They're going to rush their way forward from main of the other 4 players, though. And Kenzizor has a bit of an awkward spray. He comes up with a kill. Nearly 2 on Device. 8 HP for him. Boosted up towards Tree. Still hits a headshot. Head Trick struggling to deal with these pistol players. Eventually, he does get overwhelmed. But he's got plenty of rifles around him. And Alex and his Senthiel can keep control. Baits are all the way back now. 11 apiece. Astralis. I think they've got one more tactical in them. Maybe now's the time to call it. Do not lose your heads. Do not lose this match. How heartbreaking would it be when you've had this map in the palm of your hand to still lose?
Well, it's up to Stown to really pull a finger and start getting a move on. I mean, map number 2, he had 9 kills and 15 deaths, and he is 5 and 17 going into round 23. And this is a guy that's played at a major grand final and top 4 at a major. Where is he? Well, we know that he's hitting all the anti-rush up at lane.
Glad to get sent to the Shadow Realm. 1 HP, thanks to all that util, the molly, the HEs. And surely no impact generated from him in this round. Astralis. Gotta look to the other 4. Got a lot of map control in mid. Get the Donut as well. There'll be 1 player to face them in Kenzizor. But it's that red room that's the concern for me. No one's watching it right now.
It's being just jiggled by Alex out in the short position. It's been a while since we've seen a hat-trick moment. This is going to be an A-split through Donut. Device late lurking out from main. This is the chance for the AWP to strike.
Kenzizor waits. Device is being covered by one. Molotov sent. Perfect. Driving him right back out to rotate. He'll join his teammates. The A play. Start to move up. Kenzie Zor tries blind spraying. A secondary CT smoke to his position. He's still looking for contact. 25 seconds. And they'll go for the execution. Lineup's almost there. Swing up. See so many! And Kenzie's almost through two. MPL provides support. Kaden Device on the response. They'll plant that bomb. At least they'll try to. Alex is holding his nerve. He's waiting for a Sentinel to close in from mid. And Astralis allowed the breathing room to back away.
And they're all separated from one another on their CT side, and there's a lack of util on the retake. It's a single flash.
Sentinel with a swing on Kaden. He may ignore to draw his attention. Now it's Device alone. A 1v3 to find. He gets that first man and that second. Third player still too much for him. Bates have taken the lead. It's 12-11. It's match and qualification points.
Alex makes it happen, and Device just gets so low on HP out there from the big box after he wins out that first duel. Astralis are struggling to close. They were 11-6 up, and now Bait have the series point. Oh boy, could this be the moment? Could this be the one chance finally taken from Bait?
2.5 years it's been since this org, and Alex 666 got his first chance to make it to a major. They flubbed it. And they did the same the following year in Paris. But maybe here for Austin, this is their time to shine. Maybe here on Ancient with one match point to take. They can keep the red star burning oh so dim.
It's another fast A play by the looks of it. Stare out elbow, AWP on first contact. This is Hedrick's chance.
Sees the utility coming, sees the shadow, spots his first man, does not pull the trigger. Waits and holds. While he's sent, smokes up, blocks him. HGs will start to come forward. He'll try to clear up vision. He won't see anything still. It's down on the boost. Secondary rifle, they're back at CT spawn. Kenzie Zor sees the jump face. See the smokes coming in his direction, try and put another one back down, but they've already made their way ahead. He sees his man, and Stown claims the first head of the round.
Yeah, Hedrick needs to find the response, but no one's giving him a chance. No one's giving him an overpeak towards Temple.
Line sprays of the AKs getting nothing at the moment. Bates are posted. They're on the back foot this time. Trying to reposition. Another smoke sent towards main, but nobody's out there for the T side line. 3 players about to push. There's supporting util. Flash is sent to counter. Racks down with one decent kill. MPL trays him. Yabi still at the big box alongside Stare on the back lines. And Hedrick and his 5-7 and his AWP will be outgunned by Astralis, who will not give up now. It's 12 apiece, appropriate for the final map of the MRQ finals. We're in overtime.
And that's Astralis showing the depth when it really counts. Excellent utility usage down once the bomb got planted. Just stalling out the CTs, funneling them out Temple. A Device even had a late lurk towards Elbow and Donut. That wasn't even required. Everyone hits the shots that are necessary. And Bait, for just a small slither of time, felt like they had it. And now it goes into OT. It's anybody's game.
Magic number is 16, like it was in days of old. Magical performances from Bait in the very, very late stages of this matchup. Pressure against them, and finally they found their form. Finally, they return to punish. Now still in this matchup. And a small taste of victory, taking the lead away from Astralis in regulation. Now need to establish 4 rounds over them. And it's slow. It's so slow from Astralis.
And notice how much of that fake pummeled CT util. 2 resmokes were used towards A main, which means the CTs don't have a lot of util left in the round. Red gets re-smoked. MPL's got a good HE. Timing looks decent. And that's Device down to 65, but the spam back from Stair. He's done that once and he's done it twice.
Kenzizor's hunting for a trade. Frag catching Stown with Util in his hand. Molotov pulled. Head tricks Orb. Starts leaning. Sees those shots to the AK and catches a leg on Stair. Punishing him for his transgressions. Essential. He's in the corner. Yabi, he checks it but not all the way. A kill gets found. He transitions back to a second and Cadian goes down for it. Device on his way into the bomb site. Stair unchecked. Kenzizor looks towards him and he wins the fight. As Device fell in the meantime, Bates have the one up over Astralis again.
It's just Stown getting caught flat-footed once more. You've got a man-up situation, you're splitting towards the A-bomb side, and he's just got Util out in the open. Doesn't have his weapon drawn. Really awkward. Look at this second kill for Essential. That's just trying to adapt the crosshair close-ish to the angle, and he gets a stray bullet off. Astralis can take a tactical, but as soon as they get us to OT, it's Bates to put the pressure back on. Really nicely done. And a couple of AKs being saved in the hands of both Alex, the B anchor, and Kenzizor too.
Astralis used their tactical of overtime. They are back behind the curb. These rounds can come down to a single player making a big moment. Big moments have been coming out of Device all map long so far. 30 bombing in this matchup, but still unable to get them past the finish line and still not able to shake the faith in 1xBet. Back to the favor of Bait. It was Astralis at the start of the map up. A lot of people believing in the dream right now. But the ones that need to believe the most are the ones on the CT side, one of which just opened up.
Yeah, Senthiel gets another opening kill. A head trick has not used this boost previously, so any sort of jiggle or a strafe down and bottom ramp, and he is going to nail a shot. Astralis to start packing the bomb. The majority of players in there towards the cave entrance. What a difficult recovery this is going to be.
Molly sent to Essential, uses that smoke real quick to block them. Does see one player swinging forward. He's found a small bit of safe space. Two to swing. Stown gets him. One returning frag, but they still need to get another one to make it a 3-on-3. Now Orb is also close to position. Astralis still playing down a man. Still playing into cave. B is still the target. Bay are going to keep their options open, though. They do not know what's going on now.
That CT line is so defensive, isn't it? Everyone is on the back of the bomb site. No one's making an info play. No one's up front. Hedrick can maintain ramp while the other players can focus in on the cave entrance.
Good counter flash. Down panics. Both players now revealed. Both AKs fired at the same time. Device now starts moving out towards ramp. Good flash against him will keep him at bay. 20 seconds on the clock. Astralis just about sneaking the bomb plant. Alex doesn't have the angle to deny it. The AWP of Hedrick strikes. Device has fallen. 2 players remain. Versus the 4 of the Bait side. Cadian is so panicked. Flash blindness twice there in cave. It's down the high HP. He'll take point. Kenzizor starts moving. Alex and Hedrick in from long. They isolate that first fighting player. Second man goes down towards Down as well. Is he going to be the hero that Astralis need on the ace? The fuse stuck by MPL. Hedrick's AWP contesting and holding him down. And he holds for enough time as well. Stown will get his 5, but it still won't win it. Bait on 14. Down to the wire go the situations. Down to the wire go to the margins. But still they're 2 ahead.
Man, oh man. You can feel this game shifting, can't you? The majority of I'd even say the second map of the series was just all Astralis. And now that we've finally got into overtime, it is shifting. The pressure is way back on the favorites now. Astown, it's unfortunate that that individual sequence cannot be around victory, but it has to be said, why are we losing so many opening duels? Why is it a 3v5 within the first 25 seconds of the round? How is MPO able to get a kill out from Donut and Essential gets one from lane? Astralis cannot afford to allow Bait to get the 3-0 in this first half of OT.
The Astralis Empire fell many moons ago. What remains? Still hunting for those glory days. Still unable to go past the finish line. And as you say, even when they were looking like the superior squad, this will end in heartbreak. Fast up spray of the M4s, but the T's are just as blind here. Molly sent Alex getting caught up on his teammate that both players will back away. B site is relatively opened, but Astralis don't act yet.
Yeah, they don't even commit up ramp. They're sort of cancelling and double backing. They're really hesitant on the option now. And that time window, it's just vanished. You can double pump back in, but Alex is going to peek, gets that first, spots the bomb, and just gets out of trouble.
Doesn't get greedy either, just happy to take the one frag them out advantage that Bait can play from. And they know that they're all still back here at ramp. Blind shots will start connecting. There is an option to go to A, but they will be heard by Alex on rotate, and they have to rely on that main player also working his way out. 5 on 3. Down, walking, mid-control, lost by a head trick. Now A is the best option for Astralis, because Bait have no more defenders. They're going to have to rotate into the retake.
Stair needs to try and get to CT spawn. If he can advance the angle, he can get himself in a really good position to cut rotations quickly.
Kenti's not going to challenge him either. He's so wary of red. Thinks that they're all still held up somewhere at lane. And maybe the player that's out there, Stown, may give him that indication. Stair has walked all the way now. No need for Stown to give up a Bait. Bait are about to lose their man advantage, but Kentizor finds a whiff from Cadian, tanking that nade damage. Now backups on the way in. Stown cuts, rotates, but Kentizor returns onto him. Cadian needs to put that bomb down. Stair's got one pick out of it, but he can't get NPL. It's the captain again to clutch. 1v2. So that he sent his way to flashbang, dives out of position, looking for NPL's head. Only here's the take shot, and the M4 comes up better. Bait flawless in the first half of OT. 15-12 for 3 more tournament points.
I never thought that I would say that Astralis tactically look hesitant. That should never be happening. What is going on there at ramp? Are they just not committed to the call? Is there not belief in the system? Oh boy, that looked awful. I mean, even Kenzizor. I mean, that's a freebie from Stair, and instead, he stays alive, he gets a kill, and it's a difference maker in the round. It ends up being that 3-0 for Bait.
The only person I feel bad for right now is Device. Look at the difference.
Do you? I mean, he was 22 and 11. What's he done now? 30 and 20? I haven't seen a single kill from him in this OT.
Bait, on the contrary, have changed everything about them. Their laggards have stepped up. Their stars are shining. And they are one step away from making the dream happen at last. It's been a long road to get here, but they just need to get one more round. Astralis are on the CT side. Bates about to say the rush tactic in. Devices all misses out. Stown trying to get around position. Does find that first pick. Essential trades him. NPL responds to a 3v3. HG's to go to the backlines, may get head trick, but Yabi strikes closer. NPL takes it back. Devices all about to get smoked. Does he see a man? He just catches head trick. It's NPL alone now. Nades go deep. The bomb's on his back, and Device can spam him down. It will be Astralis in with a lifeline.
Oh, that is a tight round. The NPL is trying everything to make that round happen. Some of the shots that he was hitting on that entry out from ramp is just ridiculous. Great work from Device. A lot more consistency on that CT side than what we've seen from him on the T side. Oh, I wonder if Bait go aggressive again. Do they want to try and work with pace?
Double ops. Astralis trying to make this work again. Had it out for a little bit on Mirage, but not here for Ancient. Had no need to. Maybe right now is the time to call it. Bait ready for the A commit, and Yabi is back towards CT spawn. Smokes against him. He's going to try and get ahead of the curve though. Flashes won't blind him. Second ones won't do either. Molly sent to the back side. tries to find an angle. That spray goes very awkward for him. They can't take him down just yet. Kenzie's always hunting at the end of the smoke. The HGs won't pound him in either. Yabi forces forward, takes a fight, but loses the next one. And bomb plants will be secured. The AWP runs right into Device though. Now we can start fragging as Stown takes down NPL to 4 versus 2. Essential answering back. Alex forced back as well. An AWP shot missing from Device. Alex can't connect the headshot to return, and now he's all alone. Essential got picked up and he's known towards the CT side. Device is 5-7, strikes again. And Astralis go 2 in a row. And now they're the ones that are one step away from a second overtime here.
They look uncomfortable with the pace, don't they? I think they're just taking these rounds too quickly at the moment. It's just getting too panicked. They've not been able to relax and slow the clock at all. And even getting that bomb down when the smoke is clearing. Uncomfortable rounds. And we're seeing Device just putting up multis. I mean, he's had, what, 3 on the first one. He's then had 2 on the next. We're talking about 5 kills in 2 rounds. They need to slow down the AWPer. They cannot allow consistent impact from him.
Heavy damage on bait with the anti-rush utility again towards ramp. 48 and 45 for Essential on head trick. Nade sent. Essential just escapes the majority of that damage. Not a good start for bait in round 30. Slow it down by quite a margin now.
Well, this is the right idea. Just try and distinguish the pace by running the clock. They need to find an open up. The smoke down from Cadian's going to force a reposition. Headtrick's expecting some ramp aggro. Bait. Because Essential is low and so is Hetrick around half, someone needs to create an opening chance. And it might just come here in Cave.
Device finds the pick. Essential down. NPL takes ahead to return. Stay worried about 2 angles now. Stown is going to support him as best he can. Counter incendiaries, head of the Molotovs. Cadian and Yabi will be held on rotation. Kenzizor can't cut them off though. He will be able to stall them though. Get his teammates in towards Donut. The rotation towards the A-bomb site. Will not be able to be over that resistance. Yabi making his moves in towards Temple. Kenzizor's watching it as the 2 teammates. Yabi again whiffs the spray. Again is forced back. Stair gets the lurker in NPL. Advantage Astralis on the retake. 4v3.
There's just no util on the post plant at all, and the cross back towards Donuts being watched by Cadian.
Flash in for Kenzizor to check CT. No, don't use it. That was going to get set up there by Alex, but the HE comes in. No, that's a team nade. And AK comes up good for a kill, not for the second. They were all bunched up there in at Temple. Now Alex holds the center of the bomb site. Mate's back. Here's him coming. Headshot getting the first man. This will be a magical 1v3 clutch. He's got it down to 1 man. Stare! Oh, he loses it! It is a 3K for Alex. 666. The number of the beast says paybacks on pitch. As Bait will make their way to the Austin Major.
Bait first entered CS back on the 6th of August 2021, and nearly 4 years later, they qualified to their first major. That is 5 major qualification defeats in a row from Astralis.
But 3 opportunities in the Rio RMR, the Paris RMR, and here in the Austin MRQ. 3rd time is indeed the charm, as Bait will be the team that closes it out. What a heartbreaking loss for the Danes, because by all accounts, they had all control for all of Ancient in regulation. But at the very end of the time, it was the Bait side that took back control, usurped them to map point first, and they're going to be very disappointed with how that one ended on the Astralis side.
Well, I'm calling it right now. Roster changes now. That was 11-6 up for Astralis on that final map decider against Bait. There is no way that you should be losing that game. There is no way that you should not be qualifying to that major. This is not good enough for the players on that roster.
I have to agree. I can't debate against you because it's such a stacked set of individuals, a core that have done much better things than what they've been able to do before. And Orpa, who is considered among many to be one of the greatest to ever do it. And here in this situation for Astralis, like they were the favorites. They felt like they had control with how Inferno went down. They had an 11-5 at a certain point, but that still wasn't enough. It still wasn't good to take Bait down. Instead, the underdogs reigned supreme in the MRQ. Austin is shaking up to be quite a show.
And we're talking about Device that's attended 16 majors, won 4 of them, versus Essential major debut. We're talking about Alex, major debut. Kenzie Saw, major debut. The core of this team has never been to a major before, and they have just taken down the Giants in Astralis.
A lot of debutants in the major, it seems like, Dwayne, and many of them coming from this MRQ. I am truly stunned at what we saw. We were expecting a brawl. We hoped for a good match. We certainly got it. And a magical performance from the Bait side. I think the only criticism you could level at them is the slow starts they had on the second and third map ups. The fact that they allowed it to get as far gone as they did. But I think it's even more credit to them. They brought it back from those circumstances on Ancient.
And this might be one of the most insane major qualification runs that I've seen in quite a while. To go down a Metasport in your opening matchup, to lose to Saw in OT in a best of 1, to then take down Kickit and Jame, major winners in Paravision, to take on BC Game, which is the old Bleed organization, or at least players that have been out there, and 2-0 them, don't even give them a running. For 9 Pandas to be dropped down 2, with how successful the players on that team have been, to then beat Ents, led by Glaive, and then beat Astralis. This is an incredible tournament run.
Indeed, reversing sweeping your way through a Swiss is never ever easy, especially given everything that happens in an MRQ with the best of 1s, how awry they can go. So 5 best of 3s on the trot. You can't complain about that. You can't complain about MPL or Series NBP as well here, Dwayne. A lot of hats off towards the Bait side, and it's a dream come true for them. It's careers made. It's new opportunities are surging ahead now. I am just really excited to see what they do now in Austin because, look, this was their first opportunity to take on a Tier 1 team. This was their first true chance at taking on someone like this in the online environment, and then it just gets a whole lot more harder when they go to the major. But in terms of this success, they've got it all.
Indeed they do. And for Bait, this is going to be a long time coming for Alex. He spent, 8 months on the previous iteration. He ended up getting benched. He played out on Melbet and Betra, and he was trying to find his feet again. And then the call-up comes about a year ago to say, Alex, look, we want you back. We want you back into the starting 5. And he goes from being a player that's failed twice to now being a player that wins a 1v3 in the final round of the game. That will be rent-free for Astralis forever, and Alex will never forget that 1v3 clutch.
Especially given that he was the only man in this roster that was there in Rio, that was there in Paris, that missed out those chances, those 5 matches that could have qualified them to the major. It's number 6 that works out best for him and for Bait. An absolute congratulations from us here in the Casters booth to those boys because that was incredible. Truly an incredible comeback. And complete cinema, I think, is the way to describe how this MRQ went in Holdweg.
Yeah, there's a lot of upsets. There's a lot of big teams that struggled to even win games. I mean, we're talking about Gamer Legion going out early. Saw, with what they've done at Tier 1, you would have expected them to be in the running for the qualification. They weren't able to do it. The Germans in Tabson and the boys, they couldn't hang weight. Astralis as well. It just tells you LAN is different to online, and all of those teams that participate in the Tier 1 circuit need to adapt and need to change their philosophy against Tier 2 competition, because this just proves it. They're not ready to take on the Den.
Clearly not, but for the online environment, that concludes us here in the European Series, the European MRQ. The major is next up for our 6 teams. I'll read them out for you really quickly. OG, Heroic, Metasport, Nomega, BetBoom, and now Bait, all making their way into the Austin major. Congratulations to all 6 of those squads because they certainly worked for it. They usurped a lot of our favorites, most certainly, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they're all going to be able to do to represent the European region here. I think we've talked enough, Dwayne. I think we're about ready to close out the show, so I want to get some very final thoughts, some very quick wrap-ups before we close out for the evening.
I just want to say good luck to all the major debutants. I think a lot of history's been made over these last couple of days. We're talking about Metasport making it for the organizations first, Nomega as well, BetBoom as the 3rd, and now Bait as the 4th. So 4 out of the 6 organizations that qualified to the major have never been there before.
And we'll see how well they can handle this major. I'm running out of words at this point. It truly has been a heart-stopping end to the day and a heart-stopping end to the MRQ. So make sure you're tuning in for the Austin Major and make sure you're tuning in for the North and South American MRQs ongoing later this evening. We'll decide who is going to round out the field in Austin. But from us here in the European division, we bid you all adieu on behalf of myself, the Eternal J, my co-commentator Dwayne, and all the production staff and admins behind the scenes. I want to say a big thank you so much for watching and for listening, and we'll see you back here for Austin. But until then, it's good night and goodbye.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.